morning, good evening from whichever time zones that you've connected. My name is Lakshmi. So I'll be the trainer for this throughout session of 70 plus sessions that we've planned. So this ServiceNow training module, what we could promise you is that, it will cover the admin and development and in fact the implementation stuff. So we the main focus will be on the ITSM, but in addition to that, we will also cover up, the other trending applications that we have right now in ServiceNow. So getting started with my introduction, so I've done 65 plus training batches, and from my batch, there were thousands of students that we have trained, and there's a lot of people right now have been put into several organizations across. So before we could get started with the training, so I would like to tell you that from tomorrow onwards, the day one of the session starts. In fact, you can consider today as a day one as probably formal introduction that we have. And from tomorrow onwards, we will have a full-fledged training on this thing. And as I told you, we would have 70 hours of session, right? So 40% or 50% of the hours of session, we would concentrate on the administration and the process and all of that you would know. And the rest of all the credit hours we will focus on to the development, so that when you enroll out of this very first training session, so we guarantee you that you would be able to work on live projects as a developer and as an admin, of course. So before I could start the session, so I would like to receive an introduction from each of you. Probably you can put it on chat or turn on your mic and start with like, what are you looking for this session, and are you somebody who's a fresher, or are you somebody who has a wide experience in a different different tool or different technology and planning to shift for so and so reason? Say anything as such.
Hello everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning everyone, this is Kishore. Presently I'm working in Genpact as a network operation center, and I want to switch to the other stream. So I choose a service now, maybe as admin or develop, I don't know, whatever will be the role suit to me. I'll work with that.
All right. So do we have anybody else, who want to share their purpose of training?
Hi, this is Rahim Khan.
Hi, this is Raju. Actually, I'm new to this ServiceNow platform. It would be better if we start from the scratch, right? What exactly the ServiceNow about is all, and how with minimum coding we can go and all, right?
Exactly. Yeah. The purpose of this, training is that we have people coming from, across different levels of experience and application. We would definitely have people who have a wide experience on a different technology altogether, but probably that technology is ramming down, so they want to shift into now, which is a trend, which is ServiceNow. And we would have people who are freshers and they want to get trained and then join a company as a, ServiceNow admin, as a proper ServiceNow admin. And we might have some people intermediate, like having 2 to 3 years of experience in a probably an on-call support or some technology oriented things, and they would wanted to get into a better platform and a better upskill themselves. So considering all these variant different types of people, so this training session is put in a way that it starts from scratch, of course. So we will make sure that, we will make sure that you know all the process of it, and in addition to that, how do you develop each one of them. And ServiceNow as such, I can say that you do not have to worry a lot of okay, what if it's there a lot of coding and all of that. So you have a basic JavaScript which can be taught even to somebody who's just graduated. or just finished a diploma course, probably in somebody from a mechanical stream or a electronic stream, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You do not even if you have or you do not have a prior coding experience, we have designed the course in such a way that I mean everybody who's from a non-technical background or a technical background will definitely find it easy, and they'll be able to develop through this. So that is guaranteed. You do not have to worry about it.
Also, do we have a job support from this institute?
I can share with you the the admin contact details. So anything with regard to the job support or as in getting yourself put inside a company or anything other such. So you could definitely contact the admin team. They'll be able to help you out. I will share their number with you. Give me a minute.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello,
Yes.
madam.
Hey,
Good
hi.
morning, madam.
Good morning,
Actually,
Bharat.
I am not a madam. Actually, I am not fresher. I have previous experience in 5 years in code side, madam. Actually, I want
Mhm,
to change my stream, madam, so that
mhm,
I don't have any that software experience in previous. So that's
mhm.
what I want to learn new, madam. So I am some confusion regarding coding is there or is I'm eligible or not. That's what I want to know, madam.
Okay, to get started, let me tell you, put you in this way. So ServiceNow has a lot of branches. So, probably a decade back when it evolved as an ITSM tool, meaning you have only you had only one part of it. Now it has branched out and it has developed into several applications and modules.
Okay.
So there is always an opportunity as a developer and as an admin. And even in terms
Oh,
of development, you do not have to worry about coding, because they have developed the software in such a way that it is definitely less coding. So everything is
oh,
configurations. So pull and plug and bring in all the components together. Definitely there is coding, but I'm trying to say in a way that 60% of the 60% of the implementation can still be done without a vast knowledge in coding.
okay. Okay, man. Thank
Yeah, you will
Hello.
start realizing probably at the end of the so we our session is designed in 70 sessions. So probably in end of 30 sessions you would have that confidence for yourself that okay, I will definitely be able to get placed in specific role, and you will no longer. Hope that answers you, Bharat. Good luck to you. So who we have next?
Hello, this is Venkatesh.
Yeah, hi, Venkat.
Is this 70 days course is about administration or development
It's together combined.
together combined? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
so we will finish up with the admin stuff and then we'll jump into the development, because we want to focus on people who have zero or very limited exposure or understanding on ServiceNow.
Actually, I'm graduated in 2018. Thereafter, I joined in BPO. Still, I'm working in BPO, so I
Mhm,
don't have any IT experience. But I know this JavaScripting very well.
mhm.
So, okay then.
Right. It is not required for you to, have a JavaScript experience in prior, but if you already have it, it's an add-on. And
Yes.
as long, yeah, and if you have a company, if you're already working in a company, and if that company has a ServiceNow tool inside, there is always a, scope for you to, cross domain. Like you can have an internal shift as well. Even otherwise, there's hundreds of openings at this moment. At the same moment that I'm talking to you, if you check in LinkedIn or Naukri or somewhere, there's a lot of ServiceNow openings. And if you have a strong profile in LinkedIn, and
Mm-hmm.
every single day you will receive an a LinkedIn message from one or the other recruiters right now, I mean, not just right now, I know for a fact that the past 5 or 6 years, ServiceNow is always on an uptrend, and I mean, I'm pretty much sure for next 2 decades, it's not going to see any downfall.
So for next 2 decades.
Definitely, yeah, that I can vouch for you.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, hi, this is Arjun. So I want to know about this service now is totally belongs to ITSM, or so we have a different types of branches like ITIL and ITOM like that. So we are going to learn one day ITSM, or it
Okay.
will be cover all the things.
Okay, let me put it to you in this way. Okay, so probably 10 years back when they developed this tool, they developed it in such a way that it is a ticketing tool. So anybody wants to raise a ticket and track the process of the ticket, they can use ServiceNow. But now ServiceNow has advanced so much that uh, it could literally replace all your company's other types of tools. Let's say a company, any big company would have nothing less than 30 tools to manage the company, right? For a reporting tool, a performance tool, a HR tool, a ticketing tool, probably a CMDB repository tool. So it would have nothing less than 30 tools. But ServiceNow has gone to a stage or a place where it can literally replace any of the existing tools that you already have, and you can use ServiceNow as a one-stop solution. Like inside that, you have everything. You can find a lot of companies that are transitioning from whatever is the legacy applications that they were using for so many years. So those companies would be using for several decades a particular application, right? So they now find that, okay, ServiceNow has this capability. Why would I want my customers or my users to use separate different application for different requirement? Let me put combine everything, all of this, and put it into ServiceNow, so that ServiceNow is one tool where they can find any solutions. So ServiceNow has been streamlined or has been developed in such a way that all of these tools can be replaced and been engaged here. To further debrief on your questions regarding different, right, ITSM, HRSM, and all of that. So as I told you, there is advancements, right? So how would you get that advancements? You have ITSM, which is the very basic, and ITSM is built on the platform of ITIL, so IT Infrastructure Library. So when I say IT Infrastructure Library, it has its own, it has its own agile methodologies. So it is definitely important for you to understand these agile methodologies. No, it is no big deal, or it is no rocket science. Just understanding and the definitions of the process and how it works in the organization. If you have at least 1 year experience in a company, then this is something that it will be a cakewalk for you to understand these concepts. And our training module will be in such a way that you understand the basic foundation and the methodology, and we will make sure that you're capable of developing your own application and analyzing the existing application. So when I say that, when you become capable of analyzing the existing application, what happens is that, so ITSM is one application, right? It's a package which will have incident, problem, change, and all of that. Similarly, let us say HRSM, right? HRSM is a package again, which will have uh, again further bifurcations. So when you become capable of diagnosing and analyzing one specific application, then it should be easy for you to self-learn other applications as well. The foundation is all what is important. And to give you a better enhancement of your question, without ITSM, learning ITSM, I mean, uh, learning anything else, HRSM and other things will not help you. So ITSM is the basic. In ITSM, we will cover the concepts, of course, and you will be capable of developing your own application and analyzing the existing applications. So by that way, you will become capable of, probably in a week time or 2 days, 3 days time, you can just analyze the documents of any other extra applications that you have, and you will be able to self-learn by themselves. right? Or else we also have separate detailed trainings for detailed trainings for HRSM, CSM, for discovery, for ITOM and all of that. But before you jump into anything, ITSM is primary. Without mastering or without getting into an intermediate structure into this, jump into anything else will not work. And I see Mr. Shrini's message. He says that he works as a manager in an MNC. So since his client is moving towards ServiceNow, he's looking into ITOM, probably into AI ops, and he says he's in the machine learning side. Right. Since he mentioned about machine learning, let me tell you. So um, we have virtual agent, the chatbot, and we have agent workspace. All these are artificial intelligence concepts that we have inside of ServiceNow. So all these, as a developer or an admin, to administrate this or to develop that, or work on the existing out of box modules, this foundation or this knowledge of development is definitely necessary. I think this answers to Mr. Srini as well, since he has mentioned that is from machine learning side.
Yeah,
Hi.
thank you for that. This is Rini here.
Mhm. Srini.
Yeah, and one more thing, so we have in the service now all the other predictive analytics and related stuff as well, I believe so, right?
Yes, yeah. You have predictive intelligence and all of that. So we have, we will also be able to conduct separate trainings on that. But let me give you in this way, right? ServiceNow, 10 years back, it was just one small package. Now it has diversified so much. As I told you, it can literally replace any of the applications or the tools that you already have in your company. So having said that, everything is a separate individual topics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just giving you an upfront, those machine learning concepts will be given an introduction, but it will not be explained in brief in this particular training session.
Yeah, and one more thing, like how well this service now is capable of handling mobile applications. Like suppose if you want to create the tickets through mobile and all, right? If you want to develop certain applications through service now, is there any way we can minimize the user interactions to log in into the respective URLs and all? Just to a mobile app, we can do that.
Okay, I see that this is something a perspective of a manager. I can already sense it. Um, I'll tell you, like any application that you develop as a mobile application, right? So it works
Yeah.
literally same as in desktop application. Just that there are few configurations that you'll have to change here and there, such that it becomes compatible to mobile applications. And when I say mobile application, not like an Android or iOS application that you will have it in your phone. Instead, it will be one application called ServiceNow, which is hosted by ServiceNow itself. How you log into your instance with your company credentials, right? Same like that, you would have to log into that app using your own same credentials. But you would see a simplified user interface in that. And developer can limit what mobile interface can see and what mobile interface should not see.
Okay. But we have
Coming
the
back to the
provisions too as
application,
well, right, for that.
exactly, yeah. So you can develop applications and you can even keep it available for both desktop and mobile, or else restrict it only to mobile. That
Okay.
also that also is a part of the curriculum, and I will explain you when we develop custom applications.
Sure, sure.
Hi, this is
Yeah.
Siva. Do we have certifications on ServiceNow too?
We also, with I mean, this training itself should make you capable of doing certifications without any uh, I mean, this gives you this training structure will help you in a way that you are ready to attempt for the certification. But also we will be able to help you with regard to giving DUMs or previous question papers to probably as a mock test or something like that. And for
Yes.
more for more diversified uh, look out for this, please contact the admin team. I think I had shared the number in the um, chat, I think.
Yeah, I see that.
Which is the first certification which is mandatory for the industry?
Admin.
Okay. And what is the means fees for that?
So it varies, yeah. Like I mean, until 2 years back, it was like it was $150, but now they have a different procedure. Now to big tier companies like Deloitte, Accenture, Infosys, they give vouchers uh, for free or as a, as an engagement from ServiceNow to these companies, and companies further give it to them. But otherwise you would have to spend a lot of money like $1,000 to purchase for the training. So they have a training um, combined certifications, but
No, I
admin
mean
team
to
will
say
be
after, after completing this course, what will be the first certification that is a must do for the industry?
it is a
If
service
I want to enter
certified.
as a fresher.
Okay, CSA, certified system admin. And then you have something called certified application developer. But this will be your visiting card. As a fresher, if you want to join, this will be the visiting card.
Okay.
This gives them a confidence that okay, you really have some knowledge on it. But otherwise, let me tell you something. Right now, a lot of people do have certifications. At the same time, I can tell you that if you have really good knowledge and you could crack the interview in a way that you could explain things to the manager or any technical person in the panel, um, either way works. So somebody goes in with this visiting card of certified system admin, and somebody can still join without any certifications, but still be capable by own self in technical aspects and demonstrate it to them. But on a
Okay.
long run, certifications are really important. On a long run, I'm saying.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions before we could get started?
Hello, Venkatesh here.
Yeah, Venkat.
Can you give a simple example of how the service now useful?
Okay. So you are from somebody, fresher or an IT background. I can put it to you in that way.
No, I'm fresher. Like I don't have any IT knowledge.
Okay, all right. Um, okay, so I'll put it in, the best layman terms as possible. Let us say, you go to a local government office, okay, and you give a petition, right? And you have it manually sent it to them as a paper. You write it down all your queries, and to the district collector or somebody, you give them a petition, and you just wait for that, and probably you ask the peon or somebody, okay, what is the status of my request? What is the status of my request, right? So instead of that, everything is organized. Is it in one tool, and it is in one tool, and you can look at the process of the flow, right? Workflow, like as my request has been approved, and what stage is it now, and if it's been declined, what is the reason? All these things you can do it. You can see it at one platform. This is on a very simplified level. What I've told you is only 0.01%, right? So generally they call it as a ticketing tool. So all these request or issue reporting, all these you call it as tickets, right? That is the terminology that they use in this, IT world. So a ticket represents either an issue or a request or any form of a tracking. So you call it as a ticket.
Understood. Thank you.
Hello, Lakshmi. Kishore here. Sorry to interrupt you.
Hey, hi, Kishore.
Yeah, I'm working as a ticketing tool from past 2 years, as you said, the request and incident, whatever it may be. How it is
Mm-hmm.
useful to me, I've done with the 0.001%. I'm aware of it,
Mm-hmm.
how to track the incidents or tickets or requests, whatever it may be, the ad hoc request we call so in an IT,
Mm-hmm.
and what will be the next step to me, if I am an IT employee.
Okay, so I believe you would have already received your curriculum. Let me let me walk through for the people who have not already visited. I'm somebody who goes on a fast pace with regard to introduction or any theoretical, and I would definitely want to concentrate on the implementation part or the administration stuff. Like when you acquire an admin role, what is the next step? What is something that you do first, right? So that is what I'm more focused on. And we on enrolling up of the session, so we will give you a book. I mean, this book has been developed by Mr. Srinivas Shankara. So he's got 10 years of experience, in IT, and he's got, I mean, he's actually an architect in ServiceNow. So this book is built by him, and it will have a step-by-step instructions of what you want to do, like in terms of administration and all of that. So I would not focus on more of the theoretical stuff. Instead, I will show everything as a demonstration instead of the ServiceNow. The first session being, I will, probably tomorrow I will get started with how you could create your own instance. So since you said you already work for a company, right? you
Yes.
cannot you cannot do anything in your company instance because you have a restricted access where you can just assign roles, comments on all of that. You do not have access as an admin to play with the tool, right? So
Yes.
ServiceNow gives us a free developer instance where you can literally develop anything, and even if it messes up also, you do not have to worry. You can delete the instance and create a new one, right? It works like that. So from tomorrow day one, we will not go with anything theory. Absolutely everything will be practical. Like I'll be helping you with navigations, configurations, and where do you customize and all of that. Again, jumping back to the curriculum. So you said you are already done on the 0.01, right? So
Yes.
you should be aware of what is cloud computing and ITIL and all of that. And I mean, even though you say that you already work as somebody, as an SME, meaning in some other group, I'm pretty sure there are some parts of these topics that you would not be aware of. So anybody from already having a ServiceNow tool experience, not as an admin, but as a user, for them, this is something they already know, right? But from lesson 3 onwards, I think, I mean, everybody would require sessions from lesson 3 onwards, right? From
Not
lesson 3.
completely,
Mm,
not completely in 192, but I'm aware of it most of them. The versions and the approaches, all the things.
mm, mm, mm. Let me put it to you in this way, right? This is just look at the amount of sessions we have. So we have 35 sessions. The first 10 sessions stuff and process understanding stuffs. Uh, we will get into more larger forms on this, and you from somebody from an IT background, it might look like okay, user interface is a small thing, but you have several configurations inside of user interface. But you are always I mean, we always welcome people. You can put me on chat something that you find okay, this is something that I know. So to save your time, I'll give you something, I'll send you some links or something to keep you interested on that session, so you didn't feel listening to something that you already know. And let me put this to you. uh, Anything that you already think you know is might be a is might be a little tweaked information, right? You do not get the original source of information. It might be a little tweaked information that you already have. So listening to this training, even the the former sessions, even the former session will help you to, there is a saying in IT, right? First unlearn whatever you know and then start learning. It helps you in a great way actually. Whatever you know already might not be the actual ones. That could have been in fact a tweaked information. Does that answers?
Hi, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, can I expect real-time project? I mean, real-time scenarios in this?
Absolutely, yeah. So that is what I was telling to the other person as well. So from tomorrow onwards, in fact today
Okay.
onwards, I'll get started.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Coming back to Shushmita's question, so the sessions will be in a way that um, 70 plus sessions. So everything is tailor made, and a few sessions you feel that okay, this is something that I don't understand or something. We will always have always have the chat box open, and you can you can talk, or even you can put on a message, so that we will pause there and we will reiterate or re-explain how does it work. And also we will have a separate exclusive 10-minute session in the last at the end of every hour, so that it's like an open forum for people to screen share and probably fix few things for them. So all these we will concentrate, and every day 1 hour, 9 to 10 a.m. This is the slot, and it's going to start from tomorrow onwards. And we will bring it in weekends also, if everyday weekday. Okay, let me repeat. So Monday to Friday, 1 hour, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Weekends, if required. When I say if required, so we have this pattern, right? So having 70 sessions, we have a plan that okay, we will have to finish it in so many hours. So this classes 1 to 5 will compose of these syllabus. So if at all something, there's somebody who asks for more questions and he requires really help or something, we are still open to open up the sessions in weekends on request basis. But otherwise, this applies to everybody. Weekdays, 1 hour, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.
So do we have recordings if you miss any of the classes? For example, if I'm not able to attend 9 to 10 a.m., do we have
Yes,
any?
yes, we have recordings, and you can contact the admin for that. But I would strongly recommend, try to attend the session, because you have a lot of online sources, and it is always a different thing, right? Attending a live session and attending something that is already a recorded session. I think literally all of anybody in the IT or a fresher would have definitely gone to YouTube tutorials, documents available online, and all of that. But it definitely makes a very big difference, I'm telling you. So try and see the best possible that you could attend the live sessions. But in case of worst case scenarios that you're definitely not able to attend the sessions or anything, yes, we will be able to share the recordings with you. You could contact the admin, email them or call them, message them. They will be able to help you out. And any questions that you have on that day, on the same day, you can just message to the admin. They will pass it on to me, and in the next session I will join in 10 minutes earlier, and for the respective person I will debrief it for them, if at all any questions or clarifications required.
Also, do we get daily recordings?
So if you, okay, so you're somebody looking for constant daily recording regardless if you join or not, right?
Yes, definitely we will join live session, but it helps,
Okay,
right? If
right,
you
right,
have any
to
doubts, so that we
revisit.
can, yes,
Yes, you will get it, and you can contact admin for that.
sure thing.
Lakshmi?
Yes,
Hello.
tell me please. Yes, tell me
Yeah.
please.
Do we need to, try to figure out some laptop or something like that to install, to work on it, work on hand, something like that, or
Okay. Oh, okay, you do not have to install anything. I think you probably would have installed this Meet Go something, right? This app to join to the session. This is one thing that is required. Otherwise, this is something, it is on cloud. When I say cloud, like uh, just like how you log into Facebook, right? In web, you
Yes.
can log into Facebook, and Gmail, you can log into Facebook, right? Like that, you can just log into any of the web browsers.
Okay.
So this one works in all web browsers. So what you require is a device that help you to get into a web browser, and preferably a laptop or a desktop, because you need to type in code and do configuration, not just looking, right? You have to do it yourself.
Got it.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes. I have one question. So I'm working in the one MNC company. So this service now is all about that. When we have the issues in the application and all, the service team is going to resolve this one, right? So it is the applications or varies from one company to another company. So after end of this section, we came to know that. So how is it going on and how we will resolve the tickets and all. So it will be after joining in the different company, they will give the training on this, right, in the different applications.
Okay, so all these that you're talking about is you have three different roles when you use ServiceNow tool, right? One is end user. End user is somebody who submits tickets, right? And the other one is fulfillers. Fulfillers is something I think that is the one that role you are doing right now. Like you work for a team and you get somebody reporting an issue and you resolve that issue for them. So you are using this tool to document your information, right? Now, this training is focused for people who wants to become admin or developer, meaning they will do the configuration of how the tool should look like, what are the components the tool should have, and all of that. You understand the difference between these three, right? I shall repeat, if this is not clear for you. So,
Yes.
let us say, somebody saying that their laptop is not working, right? And they want to report it to site IT. They are the end user. Okay. My laptop is not working and I need to report this to IT. So I will log into ServiceNow and I will go to a catalog. I will say that laptop issue. I will search laptop issue and it will take me to a catalog. Are some articles and I will create a ticket, right? So I am an end user here. Is that clear?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Now who's the fulfiller is, so somebody will take my ticket and work on it, right? Saying that, hey, can you just, come to this floor or come to this particular ODC and give me a laptop, let me look at the laptop. Or else, can you connect virtually so that we can look at what is the software issue in your laptop? There is a team for that, right? They are called fulfillers. Is that clear?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
So
got it.
these two people does not require any development knowledge or admin knowledge. These two people just should know how to use the tool. For example, you're using Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, right? You just need to know how to open that, how to bring an image in that, small things like usage. So this training is not meant for these two people, and for these two people just 1 hour session is enough to give them understanding of what this tool is, how to use. Just 1 hour session is enough. Now this training is focused on people who can go by the name admin or developer. Now what these people do is, let us say I'm telling that, I have a catalog, how the catalog should look like. Okay, so I have two checkboxes here and I have a larger text option here, right? So what is the title here, this one, and how this box I can bring it up on the right, how I can put this image on this place. And all this is something that a developer does, right? An incident in incident form, let us say. In incident form, you have something called numbers, which is auto-generated and it is unique. And you have something called priority. When you change the priority, there is something else changing and this is mandatory. All these things is something a developer does, right? How the form should look, what are the things mandatory, what are the client side validation, what are the backend validations. On submit, just validate these are the fields available. All these are the things that the developer does. Does that helps? Does that answer your question?
Okay. Madam,
Yes,
this is
yes.
Subbu.
Yes, got it. Thank you.
All right, yeah.
Madam, this is Subbu speaking.
Hi, Subbu.
Madam, actually, I have no experience in IT before 10 years.
Mhm.
experience in other field, but now I came to the IT field. How can I survival in this tool like
Oh,
ServiceNow?
okay, all right.
This is useful or not? Please explain me that.
Okay. So anybody who comes from mechanical or electrical department as a fresher, right? Somebody who passed out there last year or 5 years back, they always say that, oh, I do not have experience in coding. I do not have experience in coding. But the truth underlying reality is that if you go to a computer science student and if you go to an electronics and mechanical students, there is only zero point 0.5 difference of coding knowledge, right? Lot of engineering batches, in the current world, they graduate without having really really on life project experience. So first of all, keep that inside the bag, saying that, oh, like 10 years before I worked, but now I have zero coding experience. Forget everything. Imagine you're a fresher, okay? You're something learning fresh in life, and forget the fact that, oh, you do not have background on coding. Nothing should be an obstacle. It is all I can guarantee you that, like, at the end of day 30, you would regret saying, oh, why did I even doubt myself, right? This is definitely a very fast learning tool, and you can see the number of developers rising up every year. Until 5 years back, when you check in LinkedIn how many developers you have, you would hardly find like probably 100 or 200. Now there's like thousands and lakhs of developers on ServiceNow. And the tool, in fact, it's booming like anything. It's trending like anything. Uh, and with regard to learning also, again, telling you this, you do not have to have inhibitions or issues like, oh, I'm not from an IT background, I'm a fresher, or it's been 10 years that I've used this, 10 years I was into, before 10 years I was into IT, now I'm into different business. Nothing should be a problem. Just keep your mind open. Just start it like a fresh thing. Do not think that somebody else has a better knowledge than me. Nothing like that. Let me tell you this, right? So in this session, I would say that 20% of the audience are probably freshers, and 20% somebody from different technology having an IT experience, and 20% somebody um, coming from a completely non-IT background, and they are from some different business streams or something. For me, let me tell you something. Everybody is same here, as in everybody is going to take the same amount of time in learning this technology. It is not that one person will learn faster, one person will learn slower. Nothing like that. Everybody is going to learn in the same pace. That I can guarantee you for sure.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Back to the Naga's question, as you have explained the end user, the fulfiller and developer. What about the admin? What he does?
Okay, that is in fact a big question. So the admin or the developer does all of this, which we are going to cover in the session.
Are the both the same or the both are different? I know the developer, I know the end user and fulfiller, but we have missed the question admin. So I just want to check.
Okay, admin is somebody who does not codes. He does not write codes. Instead, he does all the configuration stuffs. There are some, 30% or I would say even a 50% of the things that admin can do without zero coding, right? With zero coding, they can change things. Probably bringing fields mandatory, or changing the layout, or setting up assignment rules, to whom to assign. All these backend logics they can do without coding. But when I say without coding, they want to know, in the sense they should know the logic or the underlying process behind, right? So that is how you could differentiate from a system and admin and a developer.
Okay, so basically the admin doesn't know any code, but he need the basic logic how to work on it. Am I right?
Correct, yeah.
The,
But you
both
can't
having the.
but
I'm
both
sorry,
have
please go ahead.
equal understanding on the ServiceNow process.
Okay, I mean both having the same
Yes,
importance in MNC companies. Am I right?
absolutely, yeah.
Fine, thanks, thanks.
Anything else?
So the class is for every day, right?
Yes,
24
every
by
day,
7.
Monday to Friday.
hours?
No, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., just like you had it today.
Yeah, no, so no Saturday and Sunday classes.
We do not have it on general basis, but if you feel something that that has been trained on this week and you still have confusions throughout, and if you can't finish up the syllabus or you require extra classes to focus on one specific topic, definitely we are open to make sure you get you get that result, only then you jump to the next topic, because having something set back in topic one and taking that together with topic two does not help. We want to make sure when topic one is done, everybody should be clear of topic one and no questions left unanswered.
All right. So the course period is for 2 months or what? 70 sessions. How will you cover within 2 months? Like 22,
Okay.
22 days in a month. So that will be 22 sessions per month, right?
Right. So that, yeah, that is how we say we have weekends also. But again, I'm telling you that, like, when we say 70 session, we don't restrict it to the 70 session. It might jump to 65 also, 75 also. It is always flexible, and we do not want to, put a time frame and say, oh, 2 months done. Okay, your payment is done, your job is done. That's all. And we have given you all one-liners. We want to make sure that you're really confident, because a lot of people undergo training, but the point is, are they really coming out confident, right? You should be, after the end of this curriculum, you should be confident enough to look yourself, in the, apply yourself in the internet, the list of job opportunities, and you should be confident enough, like, just like any other developer and admin, to crack that interview.
Got it. Vishnu had a question. How many people do we have for a batch?
Okay. We actually have some every 30 days we start up a new session, a new batch, and the batch would have, minimum have 30 people, or it would have minimum of 40 people. It goes like that. We even have worked on batches which had 50 to 60 people. So that should not be a problem. The number of people high or low should not be a problem. You always have the option of um, having the conversation one to one.
Yeah, if we miss any class, can we attend it in another batch?
That question I will leave it to the admin to figure out, because I understand it, but we follow different schedule, right? Let's say my batch is on, my batch starts today. Okay, so I'm on topic one, probably section 3 or something, and the other batch is right now on section 10 or something, right? That will not sync. The other batch that is
Yeah,
happening
yeah,
will be on.
that's fine. Maybe that section will come after 7 days or 10 days. So can we attend there?
Okay, that I will leave it to the admin to answer that. Like, I will ask the admin to revert back to you and answer that. But on a personal note, let me tell you, having that topic unanswered, I personally feel you should not jump to the next topic, right? I understand your intention that you want to revisit the topic or anything. That is why we have recordings. If you require, we will be able to provide recordings. But what I'm trying to say is that then and there, get your questions resolved. If you're not able to attend that question because you have a family occasion or you have another meeting or something like that, it's okay. You can listen to the recordings and get back to me the next day, 10 minutes prior. Every day between 8:50 to 9 o'clock, I keep it in a way that it is open for people to ask questions from the previous sessions, right? What happens when when you leave your questions unanswered, you wait for next 10 days for some other batch to take the same session. For the next 10 days, uh, you will not have clarity on that topic, right? I might require you to have clarity on this topic, so that you get yourself involved in next topics. Otherwise it will become like procrastination. You miss one thing in the dot, you miss everything, right?
Okay.
But if you're really willing, you really feel like, oh no, I want to join in the other session, uh, yeah, as I told you, I will leave it to the admin to take a call, how to make it tailor made for you.
All right. Also, can we be in touch with you personally?
We will probably, you know what, we will create an instance or a chat conversation where you would be able to reach out to me instantly. Right, a kind of a public forum for all these trainers. We will have a common instance, right? So you can initiate chats in this. So if you have any questions at any time, regardless of time zones or anything.
So if
So
we
we
ask
will create,
question there, you'll get the message, right?
yeah, so
Oh,
I
it's
can do
like
it for you.
email. Hmm.
Exactly, yeah. So I will share this credentials of this account also. I will create a user account for all of you, and the admins and everybody will have access to that. So this becomes one open forum for your questions. And
Hmm.
let's keep it a point that it's not one-to-one questions. Let it be open for everybody so that uh, there could be another person who might have similar question as yours. So let them also have visibility to your question. That will help
Got it.
them in their,
Yes,
in their perspective as well.
got it. Thank you.
Is there anything else? And in fact, I wanted to start up with session today so that you have an understanding. I mean, whatever I told you now is only the explanations. I really wanted to probably demonstrate something so that it helps you to get it kick started from tomorrow onwards. But nevertheless, if you're available for another 10 minutes or something, I'll get started.
So this session is going for 3 months, right?
It should typically end in 2.5 months or 2 months.
Yeah. Actually, I have a doubt. Like, if I'm serving the notice period in my current organization, like it's about 90 days. So the training will be completed in 75 or 80 days. So how can I apply jobs on service now? Like, we'll have less span, right? Maybe 15 to
Okay.
20 days.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right. So I'm saying you should not risk and wait till the last day. You start applying probably after 1 month. Trust me on this when I tell you. So in 1 month,
Yeah.
we will also help you, in list of amount of job openings available in the market so that you could apply parallelly. In 30 days, you will be confident as an admin, and probably in
Yeah.
40 or 50 days you will be capable of attending the interview, uh, but probably not mastering. There's a difference, right? Like,
Yes.
you
Yes.
know something and you can do something, but you cannot excel in that. So to excel, you
Yes.
will have to wait for that 70 hours of session. But to know and be capable of answering in the interview, I think 50 sessions is absolutely fine for you.
Okay.
But I would
Yeah.
recommend, on a personal front, I would recommend probably on 30 days of session. I mean, I do not have to tell you, you would know for yourself that if you're confident or not,
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
right? I mean, as I've, we have designed this curriculum, I'm pretty sure that in 30 days, you will be able to attend the interviews. And uh, I mean, I wish you send us a message that you've already got the job.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay, but nowadays we can see that there were no job offers for admin. Like we can see only developer jobs outside. So what about this?
Okay, so in developers also, this training modules is combined, right? As in, I mean, so we will be able to send it to you across what are the list of job opportunities available for admins as well. So you do not have to worry.
Yeah.
Probably, I think your search sources are limited.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, good
Hey,
morning. This is Radhika.
hi, Ratika.
Uh, my doubt is if this course will be completed within 2 months or 3 months, right?
Mhm.
If we want to join again this course, is there without paying money? Is there any chance?
Okay, okay. So why do you feel once finishing the course, why do you think you want to relearn that?
No, after joining the job also, if we have a doubts. It's not like
Okay.
that, but we have a duration like in other institutes also. It's 1 year or 2 years. We can join 3 to 4 coaching sections like that. So that's the reason I'm asking.
Okay, we will give you recording sessions, and we will give you this book. This book is like kind of a handbook. Anywhere you want to understand about a content, particular topic, this book is always there for your reference. But even otherwise, if you would like to looking for some job support or something, you're always open to. You're always welcome to contact the admin.
Okay.
They will be able
Thank
to
you.
help you on that.
Okay.
May I know this training is mostly it will be a theoretical part or it's a practical part?
It's an absolutely practical part. So this documentation is just a handbook for you to refer to. And from tomorrow onwards, anything that I start will start in this instance, right? So this is how a ServiceNow instance look like. And anything that I do will be here only. It's proper demonstration. And this particular books, we would give it to you for your reference. So anything that theory, I mean, we're not going to right. See, I'm not somebody who reads this for you. There's no purpose of that as well. I will demonstrate it to you, and probably after the session or before the session, if you read through the chapters and the exercises in this, you will be able to relate to it very clearly. And I will give you some exercises for you to do as well. And we will have exercises for people like you to do it inside the session itself, and like homeworks outside of the session as well. So all of these has been clearly, being documented. We have documented in this particular book. You can see, it's a 500-page book, but I mean, looking at it's a 500-page book might sound, overwhelming. But if you see, there's a lot of screenshots involved. That is how the volume of the book increases, right? Okay, so Shushmita has asked a question, do we have mock interviews? Shushmita, and I think you're the person who said, you're connecting from a different time zone. So looking for another, different batch that would help you. Uh, so is 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. I mean, I think probably if you're from any of the Pacific time zones, it should be some 9 in the late evening for you. Um, if you really feel that is a difficult session for you to join in, just contact the admin. They will be able to help you with other available options. With regard to mock interviews, please contact admin. They will be able to guide you through that.
Apart from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. batch, is there any batch in the afternoon?
Okay, not that I have the information handy. So all these batches and the schedules are being handled by the admin. So here's the contact number to the admin.
So how can I configure this instance now so I can practice practically?
Okay, all right. So tomorrow, first thing in the session, I'll tell you how to how to configure this instance in your personal laptops or in your in your Chrome this thing. How do you create an account and how do you do that? But the instructions to that, it is also available in this ServiceNow book. So this book you would receive it once you enroll for the session. So if you feel if you I mean, if you are very active and you really are more curious, probably you can get it enrolled, and after you enroll you will get this book, and in this book they will give you step by step instruction as in how do you uh, okay, let me show you quickly, right? So you have an a web portal called developerservicenow.com. There you just have to sign up, just like you sign up for any other thing. So once you sign up, you will get all your details on the email. You will have to authenticate that. All right, yeah. So once you get all the credentials, it will help you to give, a link it will be given, and that will be taking you to the ServiceNow instance. So you just have to log into that, and there are a few more details. So this whole setup is like something, it would take you probably 20 minutes or something. That is it. It might look confusing now, but probably when I take you, when I walk you through that session, So next 20 minutes of tomorrow's session, I will make sure that everybody has an instance already, plugged in their laptops. Only after that we will get them started. Does it answers?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Also, if we enroll now, do we get a hard copy or a soft copy of this material?
You get the soft copy.
All right.
Okay, if there are no questions, I'll probably take another 5 minutes and give you a quick, quick overview of the curriculum, right? So tomorrow I'll get started with the cloud computing and ITIL and ServiceNow overview. And in parallel, I'll give you instructions to how do you create PDI. So first 20 minutes of the session, we will cover up all these 4 things. And after that, we can get started. Probably this is in interest of the people, who are very fresh to the instance. I think it is important for them to, just play around with the interface. Okay, which is where and what is what, which is what. So all these formal introductions to the instance will be all covered up in tomorrow's session. Any other questions from anyone?
No questions.
All right, then I think we're good to close the session. So if you still have any questions unanswered, just drop drop a WhatsApp message to the admin number that I've told you, and either they or I'll be able to answer you to them. All right, guys, thanks for joining in, and so let's meet again tomorrow around same time, 9 a.m. 9 a.m. IST.
Oh, thank
Sure
you.
thing. Bye.
Thank you.
So to all of you, once you have gotten to this step, right? Like once you've gotten to this step and you have signed in, let me know. I can wait until then. So we'll take the first, next 10 minutes of the session to have this instance ready, which is a very key thing. So I don't want to skip this or, leave it for you guys to create the instance laterwards. So I expect you guys to create the instance right away.
Can you show us the link once, the beginning?
Okay. So you go to this link. This link is something that I have given to you in the chat. If you check on the chat, you can see that link there. So you'll have to go to that link, and inside that link, you will see something called sign up. So click on that sign up thing, right? You click on the sign up, and laterwards, it will take you to this
I think I
page.
joined late. I don't see anything in the chat.
You don't see anything in chat. Probably you join in later. Give me a minute. I can resend it again.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Venkatesh here. It says waking up my instance because I have already created it 6 months ago.
Okay, no problem.
So, is there any possible to create a new instance, or it will get refreshed again?
So when you created 6 months ago, it would have given you an ID DEV something, right? So
Yes,
that
yes.
ID, yeah, that ID you will not be able to reclaim because it's been already very long time. So
Mm-hmm.
there will be a button that says request new instance.
Yeah,
So
I
you
have
have,
requested for it. It says waking up instance.
yeah. I mean, it would have given you two suggestions: wake up old instance or create new instance. What option
I
did you
said
give?
wake up old instance.
Okay, that might gonna take some time. Okay, wait for another 5 minutes. It should show up automatically. If not, let me know.
Sure.
All right. In the interest of the people who joined late, I'll repeat again. So access this link, developer.servicenow.com. So there you see a button called sign up. Once you click, it will take you to this page where you'll have to give in your very basic information like name, email address, password, and the captcha code. So, and you click on the button called sign up, right? Once you do this, you're going to receive an email to your Gmail address or Yahoo, whichever email address that you have. There you either click on this verify email button or you click on this link. So once this is done, you're good to go. You'll be able to sign in. So click on this button sign in and then use the same credentials that you had used while signing up, right? And give sign in. Right? Once that is all done, so you will be put onto a page like this. So if somebody is created already, let me know so that we can go to the next step.
I have to select developer, designer, IT admin, other. Which one?
Okay, you give developer. You give developer, but regardless of what you give, whether you give as an admin or IT user or developer, whatever, it will render the same instance. So no worries.
Hello?
But I suggest you to, yeah, but I suggest you to give the option as developer.
Yeah, in my mobile, it says my instance status is online, but in laptop, it says waking up instance.
Okay, in mobile it says online, right? So you can,
Yes.
do you have the DEV, your instance URL?
Yes, yes.
Okay, now in mobile, just go to that link and use the username and password that you have, and
Mm-hmm.
sign into your instance. Once this is done, in laptop, you go to that URL. Like for example, let us say your URL is dev123.servicenow.com, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
give dev123.servicenow.com
Okay. Dev five
slash
six
login.do
five seven. Yes, yes.
slash login.do, right? So it will open up that username password and you should be good to go from there.
Hello, Lakshmi, Kishore here.
Hey, hi Kishore.
It says your instance is ready, and I got some URL dev9800, and it shows
Right,
me the open instance. So
right.
it was the final page, or do I need to click on open instance?
You give open instance.
Okay, and I have selected a developer. Is it right? Right?
That's right, yeah. Okay, and I hope a lot of you might have the instance already ready by now with the steps. So keep the instance ready. So in the meantime, I'll just give you an overview of the ServiceNow versions and all of that, right? So as I told you in the last session, ServiceNow started as an ITSM tool, like incident change, problem, a typical small ticketing tool. But it is evolved right now, in a way that it could handle IT operations management, HR management, project management, and it has diversified that big. So this concept of SaaS, PaaS, and infrastructure as a service, right? So let us say you have Excel or PowerPoint, right? So you can call that as a software as a service, meaning you use that software and you do not develop anything on top of it, but you use it for some purpose. You use it, so that you call it as SaaS. But ServiceNow here is actually a SaaS as well as PaaS. So why do we say it is a PaaS? Is because we can develop our own applications inside of ServiceNow. Like in recent times, people have started developing this vaccine management applications on ServiceNow because it is the need of the time, right? Every organization wants to track the vaccination status of the employees, and the organizations are also conducting drive-ins, for free vaccinations to the employees. So all these has to be a kind of a workflow. There has to be a workflow. There has to be a data management. There has to be approvals if required. So this is all together. You can call it as one concept, or which can be built as an application. So when then and there a requirement arise, we can develop applications inside ServiceNow. So this makes ServiceNow tool as a PaaS tool, a platform as a service. So we are using ServiceNow as a platform to develop our applications, right? And why do we say SaaS? Is because there are few applications that is already built in ServiceNow, which we do not have to do anything much. We can just use it and enjoy it, right? And why do we say it as a cloud-based services? For this, you do not have to install, anything on your local machine or anything. What you require is just, a web browser and an internet. So the data, everything is stored on the internet, but the access to it is not open source. It is like, you require a credentials to get an entry card inside your instance. So since it is hosted in the internet, you could call it as a cloud-based service. And it was primarily used by service desk, but now it has diversified, too much. Like literally any teams inside an organization, from transport team to HR team to finance team, everybody can make use of the instance, and they can develop own applications, and use that as their own tool. And so ServiceNow also provides demo environments for practice and learning purpose, right? So the one, like the one that we just created right now. So this is to give you an overview of this. And if you ask me what are the products that we have in ServiceNow, when I say products, um, like see, service catalog is one component, uh, notifications is one component, and ServiceNow intelligence. So you will have some machine learning concepts also inside this. So you can see how many we have. We have almost close to 100 plus components inside of ServiceNow. This will give you an idea that like literally 100 plus teams inside an organization can make use of ServiceNow, right? So these are all detailed topics, but I just wanted to give you an idea how many components are hosted inside of ServiceNow. And these are few of them. These are only few of them. So the entire list is available up here. So as you know, ITSM is incident change problem and all of that, right? We also have few freshers here, and in the interest of all the audience here, I understand that people from IT would already know what is an incident problem and change. People who are freshers who might not know, but instead of bringing it theoretically, I would like to explain it when we have the instance ready. So I will skip these slides for now. This will be taken directly inside of your instance rather than the theoretical sessions. And when we say about versions, right? So any product, like for example, if you say Excel also, you have, Excel 2003, Excel 2004. So every year there is always an upgrade to the product. And what is an upgrade is you together get more contents in the product, right? That is what you call it as an upgrade. Similarly, ServiceNow also provides upgrades twice in a year. Once in the one in the quarter one, and one upgrade during the quarter three. So all these upgrades, they name it after a particular city name. Like ServiceNow is ServiceNow. Besides ServiceNow headquarters, there are so many ServiceNow companies, right? Even in India, we have it in Hyderabad. So considering all the locations that they have, uh, whichever country ServiceNow is available in that city, they will name it after. They will name the version after the city's name. For example, in 2011, they started it with the name Aspen, which is a city, and all of these are cities. All of these are cities wherein ServiceNow, ServiceNow branch is available. So right now, Paris is ongoing, but after that we have something called Quebec, which is already live. But generally, companies do not take the very latest version. They will always take latest version -1. Right now the latest version is during this January 2021, there was a version called Quebec that got released, but generally all the companies rely and take the versions that are one version previous, because it is more reliable, and you can vouch it for a fact that it might not have a lot of errors. So at current date, lot of 50% of the companies might be using Orlando version, and probably the rest of the crowd would be using Paris version. So they would not be using any other previous version, because ServiceNow does not supports any of the previous versions also. If you are an active customer of ServiceNow, it is important that you will have to upgrade to the newer versions. You cannot hold back with Helsinki or Istanbul and stay with that. ServiceNow will do a mandatory push if you do not upgrade it in the stipulated time. So these are the major releases that happens twice in a year. But other than that, there are also things called patch release, hotfix, and all. So let us say in any, in any product they release, right, and they find that there are some glitches, there are some errors. So if the errors are very small, they will, they will fix it. The vendor is ServiceNow, right? They will fix it as an hot fix. And if they have some small components, but they feel, oh, I do not have to wait for another 6 months to give it to my customers, I can probably give it to them as a patch. If they feel it like that, they send it as a patch release. So apart from the major releases, which contains a lot of enhancements and fixes, they also have patch releases to bring up small enhancements, and hot fixes to fix the potential or critical bugs. Any questions with regard to the versions, hotfix, and releases?
So will it be automatically upgraded to the newest one version?
Okay. For this one, for major upgrades, we will have to do it. Like as in, we will have to raise a request to upgrade. It will not be automatically done. Usually, companies do it in the sub-production instance and then do it in the production instance. With regard to hotfix or patches, the vendor pushes it by themselves. It will not create a major impact to customers like users using ServiceNow.
So the current version is Quebec, right?
Yeah, current version is Quebec, but not many companies would be using Quebec. Why? Because it is open and people can upgrade, not a problem. But a lot of companies, they always tend to use the current version -1, right? The previous version. Because as I told you, I mean, you can expect little errors. Like if there is, see, any new product, if they bring out with a new design or anything, there is always a chance there might be few errors up and here and there, right? So companies always go with current release -1.
So for my instance, it's showing Quebec, so there will be no problem, right?
That is not a problem. Ours is a personal instance. I'm saying in terms of company's perspective. In company, how many users will be there? There will be a
Oh,
million
okay.
users, right? So
Got it.
companies do
Also,
not
can
want to
we
risk it.
downgrade?
Hmm.
Is there any option to downgrade?
No, we do not have the option to, revert back to the previous version. Uh, Definitely not in your personal instance, but in company instance also it is, close to impossible. But if there is something, a major major roadblock or something, it is a major issue, you are always welcome to raise a request to the vendor, support.servicenow.com.
Okay, thank you.
But on a typical day, it is not possible. So we have, close to more than 20,000 customers. So when I say 20,000 customers, there are 20,000 plus companies that use ServiceNow tool, right? So these are probably the top the customers across different domains. So I mean, ServiceNow is used across literally every single domain. Few of them are manufacturing domains, the entertainment industries, and healthcare companies. So these are the different companies. But just imagine, 20,000 companies using ServiceNow. And as I told you yesterday, ServiceNow can be used by different audience, right? One person is called end user. End user does not do anything much. He only raises request or reports issues. Their job is only that, right? And who is an ITIL user is, you can take it as IT user, right? The employee of the company who works to resolve other people issues. So they are called fulfillers because they are fulfilling somebody else's request or they are resolving somebody else's issues. So they are called fulfillers. And besides this, we have system administrators or developers, you could say. These are basically users, but on a different aspect. They only use the tool to raise and raise requests and report issues. These people use the tool to address the issue or address the request, whereas these people, administrator and developer, develops a platform or the screen or the forms and layouts for these two people to use, right? So this is what is our role. We will be developing a form, a catalog, an application for end users and IT users to make use of it. Right? So these are few of the benefits of ServiceNow. So it is hosted in cloud. So you do not have to worry that, oh, I have to log into my company laptop, nothing like that. You can use it in any of the laptops, just that you need you need a proper internet connection. So all the data is hosted in the cloud and a proper credentials to sign up into the instance. And you have easy upgrades. So upgrades is not something you do a big job, you just on a click of a button it gets upgraded. There might be few errors after upgrades which you would have to resolve it, but that is a different topic. But upgrading doesn't involve a lot of effort from developer. It all happens by the system automatically when you raise a request. And this tool is been developed based on ITIL frameworks, right? IT infrastructure library. Like it follows an agile methodology. It follows this basis of incident change and problem management. And this tool gives you an option to do customizations to the existing functionalities. So you call existing functionalities as out of box functionalities, right? So you have access to do customizations over the existing functionalities, and you can develop new functionalities and you can develop new packages or applications. Also, the data that you have here is confidential, as in, let us say you have 10 data tables, right? You can absolutely configure who can see that, who can edit that, who can delete that, who can create that record. And even in editing also, who can edit which field. So completely you can secure the fields. And it might sound that, oh, it's in cloud, you need an you need a credentials, but it is very secure that without a proper login you will not be able to access the data at all. And ServiceNow has capability to integrate with literally every other tool that you have in the market. So any tool you have in the market, it can be integrated with ServiceNow. And of course, ServiceNow's key job is ticketing. So obviously you have this tracking methodology in the place, and you have great reporting functionalities as well. So any questions so far?
No questions.
What do you mean by reporting?
Reporting means, let us say you have you want to find the list of users who got who got registered in the organization or who got employment date as today, right? So you want to generate a report, isn't it? So this one I'm saying it in a very simpler level. You want to generate a report from the system. System is a database, right? You want to generate a report like list of users whose termination date is next month, whose end date is next month, or whose location is India. So something like that, you will have to generate reports, right? So that is what I meant by reporting. Does that answers?
Yeah, okay.
All right.
What is more integration?
Okay, more integration, as I told you, you have several tools in the in IT market, right? You have Salesforce, BMC Remedy. I mean, literally any tool that you use in your organization, it can be integrated with ServiceNow. So when I say integrated, probably you require data from that tool, or probably you want to push the data to that third party tool, or you want to have an on demand or a daily synchronization. So literally any tool in the IT market, it can be integrated with ServiceNow. So to give you a simple example, you have Active Directory, right? Active Directory is a user and groups repository. So where you have all the user details. In ServiceNow, instead of maintaining a local database, like instead of storing the username and password inside of ServiceNow, it can be integrated with Active Directory, and you can establish a connection with single sign-on, so that you do not have to maintain a separate password for ServiceNow. So your Outlook password, your Outlook single sign-on will do the job, and once you click on to this your instance name, you will be automatically logged in. So this is one typical example of integrating ServiceNow with Active Directory and enhancing it, the login authentication via LDAP and SSO. So now my instance is ready. I hope it's ready for rest of the people here as well. So it gives me a dummy username and password at the initials. Right, so when it comes to ServiceNow or any tool, uh, when it is hosted in the website, web browser, just always take a note of what is the URL that is forming. Okay, so this is the instance name, this is the unique ID that you have for the instance. So with the same ID, no other people of your right now will have it. It is a unique ID for this instance, and this one is the domain name, like how we have gmail.com, like that. And of course, this is the domain extension. And tomorrow when you log in, I would want you to login.do. Right, you can take a note of once you do login.do, it takes you to the username and password page. Okay, okay, so it takes you here, and you give the same admin username and password we just received here. So make sure to note this password, but this password is very complex, right? We can change the password once we log in. So how do you change the password is, yeah, before I could get to that place, let me show you the interface of ServiceNow, right? So this is like the banner frame, and this is where you see all the existing modules. You call each one of them as modules. and this is where your user profile details are there. And small customizations with regard to user preference, like you want to change your time zone and stuff like that, you can make use of this place. And you want to change your theme and the way the form appears and all of that, you can make use of this place. I will explain all of these in detail, but I'm giving you an overview now. This is how your instance appears. Your name appears and your photograph appears right here, and some few personal settings like changing time zones or the theme or the color combination of this instance. All these you can do it by accessing this gear icon on the top right corner. And to explore the existing modules, you call these as modules. Remember that you call these as modules. You can use the search, filter navigator search option. So if I type request, it tells me what are the modules that I have that goes by the name request, right? So there's too many, but I can explain you, one after the other in a slower pace. Since we are admins, we have literally access to the entire content. So we will see so many in the left navigation. But if you remember in your organization or for other users, for other ITL users, they will see only limited modules, right? Because they are going to be only users, right? They are not going to develop anything. So they will see very limited modules. Just because we are admins, we are able to see several modules. We will definitely come back to each of the modules. Now, how do you reset your password, right? So you click on here and you go to profile. So here you see your basic information as in your first name, last name, title, email, and all of that. You have an option to reset a password or change password. But instead of doing this, there's another way to do this. So you see this hamburger menu, right? Menu bar here. So you click here. Here it will tell you the views. When I say view, you can understand, right? Like you want to define different view for different set of audience. So self-services view is a very limited view, meaning what you want to change, as an end user, what are the things that you want to change for yourself. Basically, people will try to update their mobile numbers or the designation or the email address and the time zone and the date and time format the system shows for them. But otherwise, if they want to see a detailed view, I would want you to go to this hamburger menu and click on view and click on default view. So the moment you change it to default view, there's a lot more fields that comes up, right? And when I say, these are so many are editable, right? It is all editable because you're an admin. Always understand that we logged in as an admin, so the privileges are high. We have access to enable or disable account, but other users do not have that access. It's just that we are admins, we have access to this larger columns and edit access as well. So in this password field, I can just give some password, PASS, right? So I gave it as a password as just password or something, any dummy password that you can give here. And you can do right click here and do save, or else you can click on update. So what is the difference between save and update is save stays on the same page, whereas when you do update, it updates the record, right? So it tends to jump to the previous page. So I always prefer to save the record using right click. So far, any questions till this one?
Yeah,
Did,
while registering, we
did your
have given
engineer
our
explain about
credentials,
that?
right?
Okay, we'll go one after the other. So while registering, you have given?
Like our name, our last name, and all. But
Okay, that
while changing our password and all, we are getting a user ID and a last name of administrator. So we are
okay,
changing admin
okay,
password, right?
right. So these are two different credentials, okay? Uh, developer.servicenow.com is something that you log in with your Gmail address and you have a separate password. You generally do not, reset the password again and again. This is a different password, right? When you log into developer.servicenow, there you would have given your name, your proper Gmail address, and a password, right? That is different. Now, getting into this, you have got yourself created an account. For that account only you're changing the password. So these two are different credentials. This is a different credentials, this is a different credentials. For developer.servicenow, your login ID is your Gmail address, and of course your password that you had given when signing up. Whereas this one, it will always be default admin. You can change it if you want to, but just remember what you changed it. Like you want to change it as test or LKME, something like that. You can change it, but always remember it. But I mean, since we tend to forget few things, I would leave it as such. And password alone, you can change it to your convenience, because the password that is auto-generated by system is like a little complex, right? So I request you to change this password for your easy convenience access. Does it answers?
Yeah,
Can
okay.
you again explain about that hamburger?
Okay. So this is what you call it as a form, right? There is a
Yes.
form, and this is something that you call it as a list. You understand the difference, right? List.
Yes.
List is
Yes.
a combination of multiple records in the table. Right now we're looking into the table called users. And form is something you have only one record, but different fields of the record, right? Now, as I told you, like end user or anybody will not see a lot of other fields. Just because we are admin, we are able to see so many fields. Now, coming back to the hamburger menu question of yours. So there are few things that you will be able to change here, right? Like probably people want to take an export PDF, take an export PDF of this record and all of that. So you get to see so many options inside this. So here I was telling you that to see, previously the view was in self-service view. So as the name suggests, in self-service you don't do anything much, right? You only change your name or time zone, date format, mobile number, only this much, right? But if you
Yes.
want to update few other lot of other fields, then you have to go to a broader view. So where would you get a broader view is you will have to explore the other view options. I can explain you each one of them afterwards, but now on a broader context, self-service view is a very limited UI, list of fields. You will have to jump to default view or ITIL view. So when you do go to
Okay.
default view, you see these many fields. So here you see the field called password, which you can change it here. Right? So is that clear? Okay. So let us say that, one of your friend is there and your friend says, hey, can you create an account for me in your instance? So let's say you and your friend are together learning this instance. So you can share credentials with them. Instead of giving your own credentials, you can create a new account for them. So how do you create a new account for them is you go to users table, create new, right? These are called local accounts, which are hosted inside ServiceNow only. So you can create a user ID, first name, last name, password, and you can share this detail with him or her so that they can do dev56295.servicenow.com/login.do, and it will ask for username and password. They will have to give the username that was entered, keyed in here, and they will have to give the password that you shared with them, right? You do not have to share your own credentials. You can give separate credentials for them. Now, so let
So
us
it is
understand.
so it is mandatory to remind the URL. Am I right?
Yeah, it is mandatory to remember the URL. If you work for an organization, it almost comes up just like
Single,
that,
the
right?
same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you work for Wipro, it says like wipro.servicenow.com. That is not something, sorry, that is not something that you'll have to, deliberately remember. Wipro.servicenow.com, it comes like that. If you work for TCS, it comes like tcs.servicenow.com. Just that it is a personal URL, you have to remember that. But let us say you forgot this URL, that's fine. You always know the URL to developer.servicenow, right? You have to go here, refresh the screen, and there it will give you an option, it will give you the URL already. So here you see start building, right? Do you see when you hover onto that, do you see DV56295?
Yeah, the top right. No.
Right, yeah. Okay, I can show you. So when you, when you hover onto the start building, it will tell you. And once you click onto this, right?
Because I just
This
missed
is
my
the,
URL, so I want to.
yeah, if you miss your URL, you just have to go to developer.servicenow.com. If you're in the same laptop, fine, you do not have to log in again. But if you're in a different laptop, you have to log in using your Gmail ID and password. Login, not sign up, login. And afterwards, you will see button called start building. So you click onto that, it will directly take you to this place,
Got it.
right? So now, so far I've explained you, users, and how do you change the view of the form, the list and the form, right? Now, let us say that I get a requirement that in default view, do not keep this logged out and active, right? I get a requirement saying, oh, I don't want to see active and logged out, just hide it for people in all the views. Now, how do we do it, right? This can only be done by admins and developers. So these are, the first 10 sessions of this training will have zero coding. I want to make sure that it has zero coding. You want to have familiarity over the instance, and you should be capable of doing basic configurations instead of ServiceNow. And then after 10 days only, we will jump into some second level of configuration. And probably after 30 days, we will get started with coding, right? And as I told you, coding in ServiceNow is very limited. So it's no big deal. Okay, so coming back to the requirement, today we get a requirement saying that we don't want to see these two fields, logged out and active, in the form. Can you hide it? That is a requirement, right? So there are several ways to do it. I'll tell you one way. So what you do is this is the form, the menu, right, on the top header. So you do a right click on that, configure, right click, configure. Configure means you're going to change something, right? So it's asking you, hey, what you want to configure. So I'm saying form design or form layout, both are actually same, uh, but the methodology is different. So I'll give you form design. Okay, I'll repeat. So you go to right click, configure, form design. So something opens up in a new page. So here you have some schematic representation of how the fields are right now aligned. So let this load. In the meantime, I'll explain you the other things, right? Uh, in any table, there is always a unique identifier, right? Unique key. So in user table, you can say that email address is a unique field, or probably user ID as a unique field. One of these could be a unique field, right? But in ServiceNow, every single record is unique regardless of which tables it is in. For example, you have a table called department. You have a table called user. So in user table, user ID and email address are unique. In departments, probably the name column is unique or ID column is unique. But what is that one unique field that is literally unique across the instance? That is what you call it as sys underscore ID. You call it as sys underscore ID. So you can say it as sys ID, right? So you can see it in this URL, sys underscore ID. So this word, you can see that any single record that you open, it will have a sys ID. So I open up this record, it has a sys ID, right? I will repeat. Across a table, you might have one or two fields that is unique for that table. But the one unique field that is literally unique across the instance is what you call it as sys ID. Like for example, in CMN department table, you have a sys field called, you have the sys ID that gets auto generated called 567, right? Some alphanumerical value. With the same sys ID in the entire instance, you will not find any other single record. This is a unique field, unique value that is for this record only. In incident table, change table, or any table that you take in ServiceNow, you will not be able to see the same sys ID. This is what you call it as a unique identifier. So keep that in mind. So this you will you will start using it in your later sessions. Now jumping into the form design. So coming back to the requirement of logged out and active, so I did right click configure form design, right? So it took me to this page. So you can see that how the the UI has been configured. Table is user table and the fields are aligned this way. User ID, first name, last name, title, right? All these on the left and all these on the right. You can see how this was developed, right? And let's say the requirement is that you want to remove this. So you just remove from here. This is not deleting of the field, just that in the layout, in the UI or user layout, you're just removing the field. It's not deleting, right? And probably, I want to reorder it. So it is all just drag and drops. So you can push that to the right and this to the left, into top and bottom and all of that. And so let us say I don't want it like 2 columns, I want it like single columns. You still have an option. So you can change it to single column, right? All these you can do. I'm not saving any of these. I've refreshed the screen. And now, as per the requirement, I will only remove logged out and active from this thing. And it is important for me to do save. Only then it gets reflected back in your form section. Right now, I refresh the screen. So you can see that 2 fields have gone off. Any questions on this? Okay. So all user.
Sorry. How you have created a new user?
Okay, how do we create a new user is you go to in left navigation, you type users. Okay. Since you're
Okay.
an admin, there's lot of modules that is going to appear, but don't worry. You go to user administration because we're going to administer or create a user, right? So
Yes.
this is the header, right? The application says user administration. Under that, you have a module called users. So click onto that. And if you have doubt also, when you over, it gives you a help text, right? It says manage information about each user on ServiceNow. Do you see that help text?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, here if you see, you will not have that information. So this itself is a small identifier for you to, navigate through if you find any confusion at any point. Now, new. We're going to create a new user, right? So you click on new and you give in all the details and save or submit.
Okay.
Right? So the key thing that you have to share with your friend is the user ID and the password and the URL for this, so that they will be
Okay.
able to log in.
So now we removed column, right? Then how can we add column to the form?
Okay, good question. So how do we add column right now is I've already saved it right now. So let us say that there is a field called building. So all available fields that is in user table, all the available fields that is in user table is available in the left. You just have to drag and put it inside the box. So I will put company inside the box. I can put building inside the box. Avatar. Um, Manager field also inside the box. Right? You have so many fields like this. You can bring them inside and then just save it.
Uh,
And how?
can we add
Sorry.
customize the fields also? Can we customize fields also, or only the standard fields we have to use?
No, you can create your own fields like user details. Like you can bring up a free text called user details as well. And I will show you. So this is one main section, right? So beneath that, you can develop more sections. So you see a plus icon on the right, right? So if you hover onto that, it says add a new section after section 1. So you click on the plus icon. So you can give us a name saying that user uh, other user details, like section header. And then here I can probably give, okay, user location details. I'll give it like that. Location details, and I want to make sure that all the location details are available here only, not on the front. I'll remove the building and all from here. Building Anything regard to building? No. Okay, so I'll bring zip code, state or province, location, country code, building, city, and all of that, right? That goes with location details. I'll put user location details. So I give a save. Here I have not created any new fields. I'm only using existing fields, but I'll also tell you how to create new fields as well. So I've saved now. Now I can refresh the form. So you will see how it appears. Okay, so avatar is the image where you can upload your own images as well. So you see, right? I created a new section, and under that section I had given this location and all of that fields. So it comes up here. Right, so this is how you had your new fields, not new fields, like bring in fields to your layout, remove fields from your layout, add sections to the form layout and all of that.
Once tell me how to add a second session.
On the right side you have this plus icon.
Yeah.
So you click on the plus icon, so a new section comes up. Everything is a drag and drop, so you can you double click onto it, this new section word goes off, and you can type in
So that's how you create user location details, right?
right, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Also, I have one more question. So you
Yes,
create a
please.
new user, right? What is the user, that new user?
I did not create. I just showed you, you can create, but I did not give save and all. Just, you can give Sam, Sam123 is the username. You can give a name, last name, and a password, email. These four are primary fields. So once you give,
Okay.
because the person that you're sharing with definitely requires a username and password, right? So they need this one and this one. And obviously an email address. You can just give dummy test@gmail.com. It's not necessarily a proper email address. What is important is username and password. You can even leave this empty, not a problem.
So if we share username and password, how he will pull up that account? I mean, user account.
Okay, how you will be able to log in, you're saying, right? So
Yeah.
they have to go to dev59 so and so slash login.do. Login.do. It will ask them username and password. They will enter the username and password that you shared with your friend.
Oh, okay.
Right. So for system administrator, there is some existing image, right? So similar to this, for ability to this picture is there, like that you can change your own pictures as well. And now I have told you about form layouts and all, right? So I will also tell you about roles. So roles is what determines what kind of interface somebody sees. So we are admins and we see lot of these modules because we have admin role. So let us see what are the roles that we have. So what I have done is I've gone to the user profile, I've scrolled down and I've clicked on edit button. So these are the list of profiles that you have, sorry, roles you have. Every role has its own meaning. So these are all you'll have to learn, as you go through the process of understanding the tool. But on a general term, I can tell you that admin is the supreme role. In other words, ITL. You remember I told about the fulfillers who can work on tickets and all. So they
Resolver
have,
team.
yeah, resolver teams. So they can use this ITL roles. So like that, you have several other roles. So as we navigate through each module, I will tell you which role is associated with what. So for today, we had, yeah, I think we're almost, 10. So I'll give another 5 minutes for you to, have any questions. But on an overview, so instance login, sign up, and we have talked about user profiles, form layouts. So for first 2 days of the session, probably it might appear slow because I wanted to take it really slow that you understand what is this instance. I do not want to skip up or when you're in a confusion, I do not want to jump to the next phase. But going forward, it will be a quite little faster. Only then we will be able to cover a lot other things, because there's so many things to cover. And this PDF you will receive from the admin team. So once once you're enrolled to this 2-1 session, this PDF you will get it. And in this PDF you can see, for example, I'll show you this PDA creation itself. It's been very well documented. How do you do it? So just in case if you miss out any steps, you can just refer to this document, and it will tell you, oh, okay, this is some field that I missed it, I will have to do it, right? So this gives you even detailed information on all of that. So what is a banner, and what is this gear icon? So all of this you get it, and it will be a lot more helpful for you to review after the sessions, or even come pre-prepared before the sessions, so that we can save some time and jump to the larger contents rather than the basic stuff, right? So for this you can discuss, you can get in touch with your So yesterday we saw about distant forms in in little in an introduction manner, unlike a detailed manner. So jumping back to the user interface, right? So I'll tell you, how a user interface look like. The top one that you see is what you call it as a banner. In the left side, whatever you see, you can either call it as a filter navigator or probably application navigator. So filter navigator is because you do filtering of things here, right? So you call it as filter navigator. Otherwise you can even call it as application navigator, because all of these are in fact applications. Inside this you have modules, right? So inside self-service application I have home page, business application, dashboard, service catalog, and knowledge. So this happens like a toggle. Like I click on your, it gets closed, and if I again click onto it, it gets opened, and I see all of these inside this. So all of these are applications. Each one application will have several modules inside this. Right now I'm not going into detail of what each application does or what each module does, but on a general context, this application navigator is a repository where you can see all the applications, and inside that you will see the modules, right? And if there are so many, you can just use this filter option to type in what you want. There could be a lot of things available, right? It is difficult for you to search, so you can use this as a search functionality as well. And then you see something called star here, right? And the name itself says favorites. So uh, like how we used to bookmark in Chrome, or in any other web browsers. Similarly, you can develop your own bookmarks inside the system itself, regardless of whichever device you connect. This bookmark, since it is stored inside the service now, you do not have to worry about, oh, which system or which device I'm logging in. It is there on your user record. Like, I mean, the bookmarks that you develop is there for your user profile. So let me tell you, how do you create a bookmark. Let us say I go to um, users, right? I'm going to use this because this is something that we have watched yesterday, so I thought it would be easier for you to relate to. So let us say I put up a filter, active is true, right? So uh, I found out that there is a list of users who are active is 616. So this is something kind of a report or data that I daily want to navigate to. So better what I would do is, there is an hamburger menu that you see, right? So I click here and I see something called create favorite, right? Create favorite. So I click here. So I can choose any of the color icons that I want to. So I'll choose yellow, and I'll probably give this icon or this icon, right? Okay, this icon I'll give. I can give anything. This is just for my reference. This is my favorite or bookmark. I can keep it in whichever color I want. I can keep it in whichever emoticon I want, and I can keep it in whichever name I want. Users. So I'll give it as active users, and done. So once this is done, you can see that if I go to favorites, I can see this active users appear, right? So you would have to create bookmarks or favorites whenever you feel like, okay, something that I need to access right away. You don't have to go to the table and put up filters. This is something that you can do it right away, right? That way it works. And I can also say you that um, let us say you have a module called my work, right? So instead of typing every single time my work, you want that also to appear inside of favorites. Then you go here and you see this star icon, right? So the moment you click here, what happens is it automatically gets added as a favorite here. So the module name is my work and it is under the application service desk. So system all automatically suggested its own name for this, and since it is a list of records, it has suggested its own icon in this way. But you feel like, oh, I don't like this icon, I want to change it. Now once you go to this favorites bookmarks thing, on the bottom, if you can see my screen properly, on the bottom you see this pen icon, right? So you click onto this, it takes you a place where it says edit favorites, right? So this is where you can change things. You can change further, you can change the further logo and all of that. And clicking here will also make sure that you remove those favorites. So let me remove this favorite, right? So any questions with regard to favorites? Okay, I'll jump into the history, right? So in Chrome, comparing with the web browser, I told you how do you make bookmarks and how do you make favorites. Similarly, in any web browser, you have this option of looking at the history, isn't it? So similarly, in ServiceNow also you have this option of history. Let me reload it for you for better visibility. So here it shows a kind of a clock icon, and it says your history, right? So as the name suggests, it is your history, like whichever place you just went to, right? So 3 hours ago, so which is yesterday. So yesterday this screen you would be able to see only few records, like as in it will show up only the first 10 records or first 10 searches. So let us say in the same session we go to different modules of 100 modules, we click on 100 modules, but you will be able to, in history you will be able to see only the last 10 or last 20, only that much. So this is with regard to history, and I hope you're clear with favorites. And this is the place where you see all the applications, and inside that you see all the modules. So for developing favorites, you can either use icons like this, or else you go to a page and you set up a filter and all of that, and finally you can mark them as favorites as well. Now, if there isn't any question, I can go ahead and tell you how, as a company, let's say you work for a company, and for that client, you want to change the logo. As I told you, when ServiceNow gives you the instance, it gives you like this. This is the exact way ServiceNow gives you. So once you purchase the instance in the company, the initial requirements from the client would be, hey, I want to change my logo. I want to change the theme color similar to my company color. If you see, every brand and every company will have its color format. Like Coca-Cola will have red. So similarly, every company, regardless of the product, they will have their own theme colors. They will have their own logos, isn't it? So the first requirement is that they want to say, oh, we wanted to feel this instance like ours. So could you please change the logo and the captions and everything? So this is what they ask for. So coming back to where you would get access to change all of this is, all this is what you call it as basic configurations, right? So you go to basic configuration. So you type in basic configuration, you see something called basic configuration, and you see something called basic configuration UI 16. So let me give you an heads up about what is UI 16. UI, as in it says user interface, right? 16 represents version. Like, you know that right now we are in Quebec or Paris, right? Whichever instances are you in. So ServiceNow has evolved from like a, as you can see from alphabet wise, the first ever version of ServiceNow was Aspen, then Berlin. In each alphabet is has its own version, and right now in the past few versions are like Orlando, Paris, New York, and all of that. So you can see every single time they, they bring up a lot of changes. There is a chances that they will bring up UI changes also. So on such account, right now we are in UI 16. So there is always few advancements from what was the previous UI to current UI. The previous UI is actually UI 15. I'll give you a quick example of how does a UI 15 looks like. So on the right side, you have settings, right? So here you see something called switch to UI 15. So let me click onto that. You will see how a UI 15 look like. So this is how an UI 15 was look like probably two versions back. And they developed this new UI 16 so that it is even more intuitive, and it gives you a better user experience. So here if you see the way the favorites have been handled is different, and the history and all of that is little different. So the current user interface everybody uses is UI 16. So I recommend everybody to use UI 16 when they work on it. But I switched to UI 15 to show you as an example of how the previous user interface looked like in terms of ServiceNow. Now, I have told you about this filter navigator or the application navigator, right? So this one is the banner. So in banner, you can see the company's logo and the company's caption, and you can also see, the user profile picture and the name. And when you click onto the name, you can also get into details like, profiles, impersonate users, elevate roles, logout. I think profiles is profiles and logout is something that you should be already knowing. I can get into details about impersonate users and elevate roles. With regard to impersonate user, right, in general English, what does impersonation means? Impersonation means you try to dupe, or you try to mimic a different person, you try to become a different person, right? So when it comes to service now, what do you think this impersonate word mean by? You are trying to impersonate or uh, look the interface like some other person. So once you click onto it, it will ask you, oh, which person you want to become. So I'll give somebody, right. Mm, okay, there's somebody called Abraham Lincoln. So I'll switch to this user. So the moment I switch to this, the user interface gets completely changed, and it will become like how that how when Abraham Lincoln sees his profile, he'll get something similar to that. And let me switch it to some ITL user. There is a user record called ITL user itself. You will not have such records, user records in your company instance. This is a demo instance. So they give you names like this. So I click on ITL user. So you can see what an ITL user can see. You can completely see the difference in list of navigations it was previously having and currently. You can clearly see the difference in list of modules available. For ITL users, the list of modules available is definitely less. Right, for admins it was very big, the list was going too long. For ITIL, this is the maximum list of modules that they have access to. So this impersonation option is available only for admins. Otherwise there is a role called impersonate user. So if somebody is given that role, it will be available for them. So this impersonation option is not available for anybody else, right? Sometimes in organizations, they give this impersonator access to people who works in service desk, because service desk is one place where people reach out for their basic queries, right? So they'll say, oh look, my time, my settings are not correct, I cannot navigate to something, few basic things. Of course, ServiceNow admins or developers are the people who address issues, but uh, since this is a tool, so the service desk in an organization also will be given some knowledge transfer in order to troubleshoot very basic issues of the customers. Like people will say, hey, I don't know how to go to my works because I'm new to this instance, can you please teach me? So few things like that, people will call up the help desk, or they'll ring up to the help desk. So it is important for help desk also to know some basic information of the tool. Considering ServiceNow is some tool that every organization use uh, as a front end for the customers or the users. So few organizations also give this impersonator user access to the service desk members as well. Any questions on impersonating? Okay, I'll jump into elevate roles. Elevate roles is something, see, as an admin, I have got all the roles, right? But why does it say elevate roles is because there are few roles that we can design such a way that it will not be available right away. In order to, get that role, you will have to click on a button. And here you can say it says security admin, right? So as you can read from here, so elevating to this role will help you get a higher privileges with regard to configuring access controls. This regarding security admin, I will explain later. But to give you the concept of what is an elevate roles is, so let's say you give somebody 10 roles, okay? So in that 9 roles, you want to give them by default, like whenever they log in, they will get that 9 roles by default. But that 10th role is something that you find it special, and you don't want to give it to the user right away. You want to have an extra step before they get the access to the role. As in, anytime they log in, the functionalities or configurations regarding that extra 9 roles, they will be able to see it by default. But that 10th role is something special, so you don't want to give it to them right away. So you want to give this information to the user that, hey look, you're going to get that extra role, I sure you want to get it. That extra level of step is something that is required, right? So people have to deliberately click on yes, grant me this access, and okay, only then for that session, until they log out, they will be given that specific role. I hope you would have some basic understanding of what elevate role is now. But in future sessions, when we explain user administration in detail, I will be able to explain further on elevate roles. At that time, this little understanding will help you there. Okay. So now we have seen this favorites, bookmarks, and the history similar to how we have it in Chrome browsers. And now, when you say Chrome browser or Google search, like you can search anything, right? You can search anything on the web. That is what you call it as a Google search or any internet search. Like that, if you want to search anything inside of ServiceNow, then you can use this global search. As the name suggests, if I hover, it says global search, right? So, as the name suggests, it's a global search inside of the instance, not anywhere outside. Like it will not bring information somewhere from the internet. Instead, it will bring the information anywhere stored inside the ServiceNow instance. So, let us say I want to search a incident number. So, I can just put the incident number 123. It will take me to that incident number. Otherwise, I can also search, um laptop. So when I search laptop, it will give me list of uh, knowledge, incidents which has keyword laptop. It will give me list of change request which has keyword laptop. And yeah, so it will give me list of articles which has the word keyword laptop in it, right? So people might want to check, hey, I have an issue in my laptop, something like that. Upgrading to Windows, right? That which is also relevant to laptop. And some people might want to request for a new laptop for their business use. So all these related searches, it will come up there. So they do not have to worry about navigation. Oh, how do I go to, raise a new request? So in just click of a search, they'll be able to get them all. So this is with regard to global search, and this is something I explained before yesterday as well. Um, so there is a option of chat. So let us say you and your colleagues, everybody has an instance access, right? So let us say able tutor is your colleague. So you start up a new conversation, and in this new conversation, you want to chat with Mr. Able tutor. Hey, hi, how are you doing? So this able tutor will be able to get this pop-up, like when this man logs in as instance, you will be able to get your messages. So you can use this even as a internal messenger tool. So you can use chats like this. You can paste screenshots. You cannot share your screen inside ServiceNow, but you can use it as a chat option, as in sharing attachments and sharing messages between your colleagues inside the system. So it is important for them to have a user record inside the system so that you could send them a message. That is with regard to chat. And then I can show you, what is this toggle help sidebar. So for everybody, right, for a developer, for admin, for some end user, for everybody, they might require some help. Require some help. For example, let us say I go to incidents, right? So they might require an help. Okay, so how do I proceed from here? So anytime you feel or something, I don't know, you can always click on user guide. So it will take you to some basic documentation of what these are the informations, right? So I click on user guide. So there are some already documented stuff inside of ServiceNow to teach you regarding list, how does a form work, how does a workspace work, what is a visual task board, and all of that. So workspace, visual task board, and all, we will cover it up later. But we already had a session on list and form, so I'll show you, right? I'll show you in terms of form. So I click on form overview. See, similar to how I teach to you, ServiceNow itself has documented an article which can tell you how does a form look like and what do you call it. Like this A is there, right? You call it as a form header, and all of these, this number, caller, location, all of this is something you call it as a field. And then these are the sections, and this is a related list. So likewise, it tells you what is a section, what is a related link, what is a related list, and all of that. So they have some pre-documented stuff that you can look up on any place you feel, oh, I don't know what is this, something like that. In addition to our our documentations, you can also use this. And this user guide is something that is freely available for everybody inside the instance. You could be an admin, you could be an end user, you could be an ITIL user, regardless of. Okay, so this is how you make use of your search guide. And then settings, coming back to settings, let me explain this in detail, right? So some people during the screen share something, they want to compact the user interface. So they can go to general. So in setting itself, you have different varieties: general, theme, accessibility, list, forms, all of that. So well, let's go one after the other. In general, so the moment you click onto that, the user interface gets a little shrinked up, because some people are habituated that way. So they wanted a compacted user interface. So this gives you the option to enlarge few things and bring few things in compact. Compact list date and time is something, wait, I can show you like this. So this is something a date and time, and this is something a date and time, right? So excuse me. So I give one compact list date and time. So you can see that it got changed, right? Uh, it is right now 22/7 2019 14/4, and you can see how much space it had taken. It has taken probably like some 4 inches or something. So when you undo that, it takes it takes even a larger space. It's got expanded and it included the seconds also, and it took more space to display that. This is all just you would like to have. And this keyboard shortcuts are something like control S. You would have some default keyboard shortcuts, right? If you want those shortcuts enabled, you have to enable this one. And this is something, once you log in, where the system wants to take you. System wants to take you to home page, or the system wants you to take to dashboards. That setting is where you give it here. And in date and time, you want to show the calendar, or you want to show time ago, or you both. So I'll show you what is time ago. Time ago means it will not show you date and time. It will just tell you 2 years ago. Only when you hover, probably it will give you that extra information. Some people, always prefer both. So in both, you can see, right? It gives you date and time plus time ago. So this is all basic user preferences and time zone. Which time zone are you in? Accordingly, it gets changed. And okay, so we do not have anything for Indian time zone, right? Yeah, you can create your own in user profile. I'll tell you how do you create extra time zone entries. So this one has on a common America, Canada, Europe, right? It only covers EST and PST, but there's no IST. So that can also be brought on. So you can switch your time zones in here. And this printer friendly version, the click of it, it gets a screenshot of this page, right? So you click on the printer friendly version. So whatever is the record behind, it takes a printable format. So people can go ahead and print this. This is all with regard to general settings. Again, with theme, I think this is self-explanatory. So you want to change the theme and the look of your instance. So you go ahead with this. You can see, right, the moment I choose rose, so everything, the theme and the color, everything got changed up. And in accessibility, so there is something called data visualization, which will appear on reports. This I will explain in detail when we cover reports. List. Okay. So as the name suggests, right? So let us say I bring description here. Description is definitely a large text, right? Description always has. Okay, let me take a record where I have a bigger description. So, I uncheck this. So what happens is it does not get wrapped. So only when you hover it comes up, right? So when you have fields like such longer, you want to wrap the text or not is what that kind of options you can make use of this place. This is with regard to list. And with regard to forms, okay, I can show you what is tabbed forms and all of that. So I had open up this incident, right? Let me open it on the same page. Okay, now let me change the view, because in self-service view always the amount of data will be less. So always change the view to default view. So yesterday, I explained you how do you change your view, right? So you click onto the hamburger menu, you click on view, and you go to default view. So default view is always a default view which has larger amount of data on the screen. So you could see that it has lot of fields, but it's kind of time taking, when you have to scroll down too much, right? It's kind of little irritating. So how you can change your settings is that, so you enable tabbed forms. The moment you enable tabbed forms, you can see that it becomes tabs. I no longer have to scroll down, but instead I just have to switch between one section to other, right? Let me disable tabbed form. You can again see what it becomes, right? It becomes, it is no longer sections tabbed, it is untabbed, meaning, it goes one beneath the other. So you'll have to scroll down to navigate from one record to other, so which is definitely a time taking process. So a lot of people prefer to have tabbed forms. The other one is related list loading, right? So what you call it as a related list is, this is your form, right? Incident form, and you have further information of the incident here. So all these are coming from incident table, but there are also would be few tables which are connected to incident, but does not resides on the incident table. So all these information you will see it in the related list. So all these are list, isn't it? You do not have data here, but I'm telling you, but these are list, isn't it? So you call them as a related list. So this related list, how you want the loading to be? You want the loading to be with the form, or after the form loads, or on demand? So if I give on demand, what happens is, let me refresh the screen for you to explain how it loads. So now you no longer see that related list. So because we have given the option, I want to see it only on demand. So only when I click on load related list, at that time the related list will appear. So accordingly, these few settings you can change it. But understanding the backend, why people require this, because some people would have some bad internet connection, or some, for some few logic, they would expect, okay, I don't want to see the related list all the time, I want to see it only if I need it. So at that time people tend to keep this option. Again, notifications, you get a lot of notifications, right? In Gmail, there's an option for you to unsubscribe, right? It will tell you click here to unsubscribe from from our future notification. Similarly, like that in ServiceNow also, you can always choose to unsubscribe which you don't like. For example, let us say when somebody puts a comment on the ticket, you get a notification, right? So you feel, oh, I don't want to get that notification. So you can always enable and disable the setting which you want to change and which you do not want to, right? Change commented, so this is the notification name. So if I uncheck it, it means that I no longer want to receive these notifications, right? It's called unsubscribing and subscribing. So you have this option, and this also is available for developers, admins, and normal users, everybody, because notification is something which requires for everybody, right? And this developer option is available only for developers. This will not show up for anybody else. This again I'll explain in detail. uh, we do not have to get it confused at this point. Any confusion with regard to the filter navigator, the banner frame, so all these components in the banner frame, any of these, any question, let me know. I'll give it in another few seconds. All right, then if you're good, we could we could get started with the next one. So, as I told you, right, we were about to talk about basic configuration. That is how we jumped into this settings and UI and all, right? So, I'll again get back to this basic configuration. So, you go to basic configuration UI 16. So, there it opens up a page. So, all these are really self-explanatory. You do not have to worry much or memorizing anything. So, you go here and you can update, see, this is your page, right? So, header caption. So it says service management. Let me change it to ServiceNow training um, demo instance, right? And then logo, I can change it to um, Right now, I can change this banner image. So you'll have to be careful of what size and all of that. So since the image that we chose is a little leaner, it become like this. You can see, and you can see that ServiceNow training demo instance also got changed, right? And what is the date format you wanted to keep for people? Like these are the list of formats available. You can choose any of these. And time formats, of course, you want to keep them 24 hours or 12 hours. So this settings that you change will apply once for all. Like it will go and get updated for everybody. And later once if people want, they can customize their settings. Like, no, I don't want to keep it like date month format, I want to change it. So all of this people can change it, the time zones and everything. The stripe color, I'll give it as this one. You can see what is the stripe color, right? So underneath this training demos instance, there is one divider, right? So if you want to change the divider stripe color, so all these might look like a small thing for you, but whenever a company purchase a new instance, they concentrate very much that this instant is color coded and font coded with their company terms and conditions. So every company, as I told you, every company has its own color codes and formats. So the first thing they would do is change all of these settings.
Ma'am,
Yes.
do company provide white labeling if somebody asks for it?
Okay. So when you say I mean, what do you mean by white labeling here?
It means there will be no name of service now, there will be name of X company.
Right, right. Yeah, that is possible. I will tell you. So I will tell you how do we change this name. Uh, this is something like when you purchase itself, you will have to ask the company, ask the service now that, oh, we want to purchase it on so and so name. Let us say you purchased on the name SAB, okay, something like SAB because SAP. But afterwards, for some reason, the company itself changed the name, right? There are some few starts with a one name and jumps into another name, right? At that time, as a
Mhm.
developer, we also have access to it. I will get to that. I've marked your question. So your question is how do we change our instance URL?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get to that. So all these are self-explanatory. You can just play around to understand, if I change this one, where does the color changes and all of that. So you can see, as and when I change it, so the navigation separator, this color changes, this color changes, this color changes, and you can also change the text also here. So here, where is it? Yeah, the banner text color is right now in white, right? So I can change it to something in blue and all of that. So once you do all these, you have to make sure that you give it a save. So only then it reflects in the place. Otherwise, when you refresh, it all goes wiped off. Okay, so this is with regard to basic settings of your logos and your the color themes and all of that. And besides, people also have access to change their theme like this. Like it is user preference. They can change their theme like this. Theme is I believe you understand. Theme is different, and all these settings are different. Theme setting is available for individual users regardless of their roles, whereas these are the things that only ServiceNow admins or developers could do. Right, so that is clear. We will jump into forms and list. So before I jump into forms and list, I think I would like to explain what is the incident, what is the change, and what is the problem for people who are either freshers or for people who are new to IT. So the concept of incident, change, problem and all would be relevant or already aware for IT people, but this is in the interest of the people who are fresh, right? So So all these that I've explained you now is available in your documents. You do not have to take notes as I've already told you. Right. Okay. So for the freshers and the people who are new to, IT, so, any company you go, they all follow a process called ITIL, IT Infrastructure Library. So these ITIL concepts are, to give you in a way. So you have concepts like incident management, problem management, and change management. So when I say incident, whenever you see a word called incident, just replace it in your mind with another word called issue or some concern, that you have to report to the management or the organization. Let us say you have your laptop is not working. That is in fact an issue, right? Because if your laptop is not working, you will not be able to work. Or else let us say you're not able to log into ServiceNow, you're not able to log into uh, a particular tool. That also impacts the business, right? Because if you cannot log in, you cannot do that work. That again impacts the team and the business. So that is an issue. Let us even say, the water is not running in the bathroom taps or in the pantry. In the pantry, there is something issue. So that is also you call it as an issue. It might not be inside of IT, but this is something. It is an issue, right? Inside of the organization, it is an issue. So that is also you call it as an incident. So to give a few more examples, like you want to access a printer which is inside your cubicle or your floor, but the printer is not working. So you want to definitely explain it to somebody and you want somebody to fix that, right? So you don't know whom to fix, whom to reach and what to do. So always one step solution is you go and create an incident, right? Instead of ServiceNow, you have a module called incident. There you have to submit a ticket. So as I told you in the previous classes, everything is called a ticket here. Based on the type, it could be an incident ticket or it could be a change ticket or it could be a problem ticket. So you have to raise a ticket. You will be getting a unique auto-generated number, INC 12345 that. So once the ticket is created, your job is done. Somebody will look at the inside of the ticket your concern and have that addressed. So from the moment the ticket is created to the moment uh, the issue is resolved, there is a process or there is a workflow that is intertwined or linked. So that all comes under configuration. But for now, for you to understand incident, whenever you see a word called incident, just replace it in your mind with a word called issue, right? So a problem, what is a problem is something, whenever the same issue repeats again and again. So you feel that, uh, let's say the server is down, okay? One time it happens, somebody fixed it, fine. Again it is happening, and it is strange that it is happening every Friday, every Thursday, something like that. So if it is happening again and again, then it means that that issue is temporarily fixed, isn't it? The people who fixed that issue for you just gave you a workaround. They did not give you a permanent fix. So there is something that is still left unanswered. So you identify that, oh, that's a problem. Like, I mean, if something is reoccurring, it is not something easy that we cannot take it a little easy. You have to definitely identify the root cause of the incidents, right? So when a same issue happens 3 times, you can call that as a problem. Or if that there is something a major issue, that you can call it as a problem. So you have a certain process or a workflow to work on a problem, and how do you fix that problem? In order to fix that problem, you can even involve multiple teams, right? Let's say you have a server down, which is happening again and again. So you can invite different teams from different verticals also to fix the issues, because always one team could be dependent on other, right? You can involve the other teams as well. And at this point of time in problem, it is important for you to identify the root cause, because all these time and all these months you have given giving fixes whenever issue occurs. But unfortunately the same issue occurs again and again. So definitely you have to find a root cause for it and give it a permanent fix, right? So now I say that you give a fix, right? Permanent fix, or you give a workaround. So that means that you do some changes to the configurations or to the settings of the instance, right? You change something in the instance. So anything such like that, you change anything to the configurations of the organization, meaning you install up a new server, you restart a new server, or you restart an old server, or you change anything inside of ServiceNow also, it needs to be tracked. The upper organization demands to have a structure where they can see which thing in my company was changed when, right? So they are installing a new server. Company wants at any point of time, company wants to know what are the servers that has been installed in the last 1 month. Or I can say what are the things that has been changed in ServiceNow application in last 1 month. What are the things that has been changed in Salesforce application last 1 month? Everything they will get to know inside of change management. So change, so as I told you, incident is the ticket, right? Again, problem is a ticket. So you understand when you would raise an incident ticket, when you would raise a problem ticket, right? Accordingly, when you are planning to do any change, change to any of the configuration item. When I say configuration item, it could be a laptop, it could be a server, it could be an application itself. So ServiceNow itself is an application, right? A tool. So like that, you can change anything, but you will have to make sure that you have a change request logged for that, and it will have its own workflow, right? So change record is something that helps you to record and document all the changes that you have done. Now there's something called release management, right? So you've done the change, but you want to take it to another instance, or you want to release that change. So you will have to follow a procedure in the release management. So all these I will explain inside of ServiceNow. But before that, it is important for you to understand the definitions of what is what and which is what. Any questions on what is an incident, change, or a problem to the freshers in, as somebody new to IT? If there's no question, we can jump into the further configurations of the form in the list. These are basics. Like, I mean, if you have some questions unanswered here, it might give you some trouble in the future. As in, any questions so far? All right, I take that as a no. And with that, we will go to incidents, right? So under the incident applications, so you have several modules. So let me click onto the module that says all. So what is this all is nothing but it takes me to incident record, list of incident records with no filters put up. So again, as the name says, right, it is self-explanatory. So if I click on assign to me, it takes me to the list of incidents with a predefined filter, which is active is true, assigned to a system administrator. System administrator is nothing but it's me, right? Okay. So with regard to list and forms, so here, you have these options of filters for you to filter up, and you see 20 records at a time. So let us say you want to change it this way, like you want to show 100 records at a time, you can still change it. So I will leave it to you to analyze what are the things that you have it in this show, refresh list, and create favorite. Create favorite is something that I've already explained. And let's say you want to group by assign to. So you can do group by assign to here. Otherwise, you can also always use this option of right click on any field. I do a right click on this field and I do group by assignment group. Now my grouping changes. My grouping now got reset to group by assignment group. So explore
Hello.
all these available. Yes, yeah.
Oh, can you repeat this again because my internet lost
Hmm.
connection. I lost my internet connection.
Okay. Did you had any questions with regard to what is an incident, change, and a problem?
No, I'm done with everything.
Okay.
That's change management and everything.
All right. So this one, so here we have modules, right? So when you click on all modules, as the name suggests, you do not get any predefined filters. Whereas when I go to assign to me module, it gives me records with predefined filters, right? So this way you can easily navigate through. So let's say you want to go to the list of open tickets which are unassigned. It has its own predefined filters. This is all for you, easy navigation. Now jumping into the larger context of what does a list look like, here you have this filter option, right? So you know how to use a filter. And right now I'm seeing 66 records, right? I don't like this idea of scrolling down. So you can change the records, how many records I want to show per page. I say, oh, I want to see only 10 records. So I'll see it as first 10 records and I'll use this next page. Takes me to the next 10 records, so like this. So this is something, a user functionality. Also, I've explained you already what is a favorite. And here you have an option of group by, right? So if you want to group by assign to, you want to list down, group by records based on assign to. You can do it like this. Otherwise, across every field, you will always have option to do a right click. So you do a right click and here also you have an option to do group by assignment group, or I can say group by state, right? Group by state. So all these options I would want you to explore and identify. I will also give you a quick, understanding of what else can be done. So let me do ungroup. So after doing ungroup, so you see other options being bar chart, pie chart. As the name suggests, the moment you click in, system automatically creates a chart for you with whatever is the filter that you have already applied. In this place, we have not applied any filter. So it's going to show up all the 66 records. So it takes us to a report page and it automatically creates a chart because we did create chart, create pie chart on the state field, right? So it has did charting based on states. Like that you can change a lot of things. At one of the chapters I will explain about reporting, where I will detailedly explain you what are the types of report, how do you build a report, and how do you modify them. But this is just on a glimpse because it appears here, right? So it might lead you to a question, oh, what is this bar chart, bar chart and all, bar chart and pie chart, all of these. And export, you want to export this data in this format, this format. So all these you can choose. And okay, let us say you identify the records that are unassigned. So there are 14 records, right? So you want to bulk assign all of these tickets to your team. So what you do is you go here, click on shift, right? Click on shift, and down arrow so that it gets multi-selected, and you can change all of them at one go. So it says 10 rows will be selected, right? So I can assign all these to one specific person. So these are the options that you have, inside this, and there are several other options also I can explain, going forward. But upon your self-interest, I would recommend you to, investigate each options and post me a question tomorrow if you have doubt in any specific thing, so that I can explain them in detail. Any confusions with regard to this list view? If you're good, I can explain further on the form.
Ma'am, the bar chart and pie chart are there, no? Hello.
Yes, yeah.
So we do have bar chart and pie chart now in options. So are going to do any customizing there, or it is only for statistics, like how many incidents arrive
Yeah,
and that way?
yeah. It is for statistics. It is for reporting to managers or team managers or admins, like top administration or middle management. They want to see reports, right? Like how many were resolved, how many still unassigned, all of these reports. So these charts are for reporting.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, I have just give you a glimpse of, oh, okay, so you have an option called bar chart, pie chart, you can make use of this. But reporting is again, we have
Okay.
Have it in the future, one of the details, one full day session to help you understand how do you develop reports.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so jumping into incident form. So these are all you call it as buttons, and these are all you call it as a related link, and this is something that you call it as a related list, right? So what is the difference between this three boxes and these three tabs? What is the difference between these three tabs and these three tabs is these are sections of the same incident form. So if you see, you have a field called resolution notes, right? This field is stored in this table only, incident table only, not in some other table. Whereas all these information like configuration item managed by, owned by, approval group, all these are stored in different table. It's not same table, but somehow they are linked to this table. So that is what is the difference between this. More than incidents, I will show it to you in users. That will make you to help, that will help you to understand better. User administration, I'm jumping into users. I'll go to Abel tutor, and in parallel I'll also open up the system admin user record. That delay. Okay, so I will switch it to self-service view or ITIL view. Right, so you can see, 1 minute. I've right now switched it to default view, right? So you can see the list of differences. So these are the sections that we created yesterday, you remember, right? So these fields, location, state, and all of that is part of user table only. It is not something that is coming from a different table. Whereas if you see these roles and groups and all is coming from a different table. So I told you in previous sessions, whenever you're whenever you're accessing ServiceNow, you will have to be careful of what is the URL, right? See, sys underscore user, right? Which represents user table. Let me open any one of these records in a new tab. Now it tells me that the table name is user role, right? So it clearly tells you that, oh, this table is different, this table is different. This table name is user, this table name is user role. So again, this record, right? I click here and I click on open new window. This again, the table name is group members. So all these are different tables. So you call them as related list. Like these are different tables, but some way they are related to this record. So you call them as related list, whereas these are sections, meaning it is just nothing but the data of this record only, but you wanted to categorize. Look, these are my location details, these are my contact details. So you want to categorize. So you make use of sections. Is there any confusion with regard to what could be a section and what is a related list?
Madam, could you please repeat again?
Okay. Sections. Yesterday we developed sections, right? So what did we do? We did right click, configure, form design, and we only created these sections and all, right? So all these we did it in user table only. The table you can see it as it's user table only. So any detail that you see it in sections is nothing but it is from same table. Whereas related list, so what do you call these as? You call these as related list, right? So these are not data from the same table. It is instead from a different table. For example, all these user roles are stored in a table called user roles table. But But why do you think it is showing up here? It is showing up here because it has some connection with this user, right? So these are the roles associated to the user. So that is the connection established. These are the roles associated to this user. So as the name suggests, these are related list. The related meaning, you can say, use the word relationship. There is a relationship with this table and this table, but these are two different tables, right? I'll repeat again. These are called related lists. So wherever you see the word related, you can, translate it in your mind with the word relationship. So there is a relationship between this table and this top table, and there is some field that is common between them. So those are the data that appears here. You got it right. You can even say relevant records.
Okay, so you mean to say each section we can consider as one table, and each section we do have number of tables associated with each other, right?
Okay, this related lists are different tables, but section is nothing but grouping. Section is categorizing or grouping the fields. See, these fields I could have kept it here also, just to show it a little extra and fancy. We created a new section, right? We just named a new section. These are not from different tables. These are from same table only. Whereas related lists are different tables.
Okay. Okay.
Also, what is the relationship between these related lists and that user? You
Okay,
said
so
somewhere it got connected, right?
correct. So the relationship between user and user roles is, you can see this predefined filter. So the table name is user has role. The table name is user roles. So in that, what is the connection is user is able tutor. That is the relationship, right? Does it answers? You got the relationship between user table and user roles table. User column is the relationship. That is the
Yes.
common. And coming to groups, in groups, you have nothing much. In group members, just group and user, right? So let us take Mr. David Lu. What are the groups he's connected with? These are the 6 groups. So if you go to this Mr. David Lu's profile, in related list, you can see group 7, right? Whereas Mr. Abel Tutor is not part of any groups, that is why it is not showing anything. Whereas for David Lu, we have 7 groups mapped. So the connection between groups and user table is, there is one field called user, right? In this table, you have two fields, groups and user. So this is the common thing between this table and that table. Accordingly, delegates and subscriptions and all of that. Is that clear? All right.
Yes.
All right. So I think, if there's no other questions, we're good for today's session. So as part of today's session, I have some kind of a workshop or exercise for you. So from today onwards, we'll start up with the exercises. So to the admin team, for all of you, step one, you create an account for me. You create a user account for me with admin role, right? Probably you can give username as trainer and give some dummy password. Uh, give the password as just password, right? Don't give anything fancy, just give password so that it is easy for me to access all of your instances. So you create a user account for me and share your developer instance URL with the admin team. Um, and afterwards, so what are the things that I want you to do is change the basic configuration, like as in the color, header, and all of that. I want you to change it. And also form design of incident or user form. Take it anything of your choice. So these are the 2 things that are in exercise for you today. And obviously, and I want you to create an account for me in your all of your individual instances so that I could validate if you have done or not. So make sure this is done tomorrow's class. So probably around 8:30, I will review all of your instances, and if you are good, at 9 o'clock, we'll get started with the usual session as per routine. So this exercise details, you will all be receiving in emails or via chats from admin. I will draft it up like a Word document or something, and ask them to share it with all of you across.
So tomorrow in the sense Monday or what? Saturday only.
Monday. Next class is on Monday.
So okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from anybody?
You share document for this practice.
Yeah, you will receive it from the admin once you're enrolled.
Yeah.
So meantime, if we have any questions, whom do we get contact with?
Okay, so I'll ask the admin. So there's plan of creating a WhatsApp group as well, or we will have a Telegram or some common group that will all be able to connect with. So
Mm-hmm.
all these details you will get to know. Probably, yeah, you will get to know by end of today.
Sure thing.
Learned on the last 2 or 3 sessions. So we have gone through how do we develop a personal instance. So how do you get the name for your own instance and a local username and a password. And afterwards, the structures of the instance, as in the banner frame, the left navigator, or in other words, you call it as application navigator, and then the content frame. The content frame is something that you have it in the bigger box. So again, coming back to the banner frame, so you have option to look at your profile details, and of course a global search to check up all the details, like as in you can check your incidents, users, your list of ticket status, and all of that. You can use this global search similar to how you have your browser search or Google search, right? Like that. And you can use this connect chat or conversation to conversate with any of your colleagues or any users inside of ServiceNow. And this is something a toggle help sidebar which will give you documentations and and instructions in case if you need any help in the middle of a page inside of ServiceNow. And again, of course, you have options to personalize your settings as such, your date and time settings and the accessibility settings and the list however you want to. So all this has been explained in detail over the last few sessions. And again, as a recap, in Filter Navigator, I explained you that what we have, that you call it as an application, and under each application you have several modules. So you could call an application as a category also, like you have several components under one category. And again, we also looked up on how do you create favorites and how do you change colors of them, text of them, and logos, right? The icons. And how do you create a favorite and edit a favorite? So you could use this option to edit a favorite, and otherwise to in order to make a favorite, you can configure a favorite for list as well as for any form users. Like let us say you have put up a filters this way, and you could still be able to create a favorite by using the hamburger menu that you see it on your list by doing like this. Similarly, you can even make a favorite of individual records by again clicking on the hamburger menu, and you have an option called create favorites. And again, you have something called history, which will tell you what have you done in the past, like which are the navigation page that you have accessed in the past. So all these will come up in the right side history. And we did also look upon how do we change the form layout, right, using form designer. So as a continuation to that, we will look up more in detail with regard to the form designers. And I think, yeah, we also did see, how do we change the properties, right? Basic configuration properties, as in changing your banner color, your own entire theme colors, the font sizes, the logos, right? The logos of the company and the title of the company. All these can be changed, and all those was covered in basic configuration UI 60. And I've also shared upon a few exercise for you guys to modify it. I hope you would have done, and I expect you please pass on to the admin your respective uh, instance names and the username and password that you had created separately for the trainer to validate. So this will be helpful for the future sessions when you start doing more exercises, so that I can validate each one of your instances and try to see how I can help you if you've got stuck somewhere. Okay. And in the previous sessions, I had also told you that in ServiceNow we have several versions, right? The upgrades concept. Like as each year we have two upgrades. For example, this year we have Paris and Quebec. So in order to identify, let us say you have a company instance, you join a company and they give you an instance, but you want to identify in which version they are in, right? So how do you do that is, so you just type in the left navigator stats dot do, right? So the moment you do it, you can see that the data has changed in the URL. So it has got appended with stats.do. So it gives you statistics of this entire instance, as in the database level memory, memory and all of that. And as you dig in deeper, you will see more of the server and database level configurations of this instance, and how many nodes we have, what is the workload of the instance at this moment. So all these details in detail, you will be able to see it here. uh, let's say, in some companies they'll say the instance is down, right? So the first thing that you have to check when somebody complains that the instance is down or something, how many databases are connected to the nodes. So all these details you will see it here. But on a general context, it gives you details, as in what is the current build name, as in our language you can call version, which version are we in. So this instance was, I purchased this instance in Quebec version. A lot of you, when you installed, probably you might have opted for Quebec, or you might have opted for one version prior, which is Paris. But neither way, it doesn't really makes a big difference. It is fine. And which IP address are you connected with, and all of that shows up right here. You see your instance name, and every instance has its unique ID. So this is the unique idea of that. So this is how you get in detail of all your statistics of your instances. Now let's get into incident form, and I can explain further on the how well you could make utilization of your form designer. So before we could get started with today's session, any questions with regard to the last three sessions we have, so that we could get that clarified and jump into the other one?
Hi, only we have two searches in this. I mean, left navigator and global search.
You have furthermore searches, like for example, so you remember I told you the different categories of accessing an instance. There are people called end users who only raise a request and submits a issue request, or a requirement request, like I need a laptop or I have an issue in laptop, right? Issue versus request. Those are called
Okay.
end users. And there's a different category of people called ITIL users who work on tickets. And third category, admins like us, admins and developers like us. So coming back to your question of searches, you have multiple searches across different places of the page. For example, I go to service catalog, right? So this is something that you can call it as a search, right? Not just this search. Here also you have something as a search, right?
Okay.
And other places, do you see? This is also another search. I can explain. Yeah, I'm gonna, my next part of the session is explaining what is this related search and all of that. But to answer your question, not just one search, we have multiple searches across multiple places. And to set you a context, uh, we not only have one interface, we in fact have two interfaces. One is portal. They call it as native interface, right? Native. The other one you call it as portal interface. So when I type service portal, I see something called service portal home, right? So I dig in right into that. So it takes me to a different altogether UI. So you call them as portal interface. This is a different interface which is used exclusively for end users. So their job is not to work on tickets or work on issues, nothing. They will just raise requests, they will approve requests like end users or managers like that. So here again you see a search box, right? So these are the various
Yes.
places where we have search boxes,
Okay.
right? Okay, any other question? All right, if there isn't anything else, we'll get started with um, further learning about form designer. So I think by now you should have some basic understanding of what is an incident form, right? So let us see how well we could configure this form design so that a lot of informations are available and unnecessary information is taken from the layout. We're not removing it from the table, but we are going to remove it from the user's view because we think it is not required for the user, something like that. So what you do is you do a right click and you go to configure and you choose form design, right? So here you can see that the table is incident, right? Table is incident, right? And here you can see that the view, it talks about the view. The view is self-service. You can see from here that the view that we have chosen is self-service. And whatever shows up here is all the existing fields that we have right now on the incident form. So let us say that I wanted to have a short description field. Oh, it's already there. Hmm. Okay, we do not have assignment group here, right? So I'll just type assignment group. So it filtered down to me the list of fields that starts with the word ASS. So I just drag and drop this data up here, and I feel we do not want to show the on hold recent field to this user, right? I can remove it. I can remove it from here and save this up. So as I told you another day, we can make it as one column or make it as two columns, right? And again, we have options to add sections and remove sections. Okay. Now let me refresh the form so you could see the changes that we have done. So you can see that assignment group field shows up, and there was previously a field called on hold recent. It got eaten up here. Now there is something that says Reddit search results. So it is unclear for the users at first point, like, okay, what is this? So when you click onto it, whatever you type in your short description, right? um, Laptop issue, it gets reflected back here, and all the knowledge and catalogs. So when you say knowledge, those are KB articles, right? Knowledge based articles. I mean, the articles that might be of help for any IT users to review and see if it can be a self-service guide for them to help by their own. And what is a catalog? Catalog is something It's like a menu card, right? When you reach into a restaurant, you open up a menu card and you choose what you want to have for the dinner. So that is what you call it as a catalog. Now, so as and when I type in my short description, uh, it fetches results that might be relevant to this short description. So why is this important for incident form is because um, let us say I raise an issue stating that salary not credited. Okay. So there are not enough knowledge base or catalogs for these keywords. So because of that, it shows only one uh, article that might be of help. But what is the intention of having this related search is because, so let us say, somebody has an issue that salary not credited. So before they raise an incident means an issue, right? So system will show you the relevant articles and the catalogs that the system thinks might be helping the user, because if they can get the answer what they want, they need not raise a request or an issue, right? Once their issue is resolved, there is no point in raising a ticket. So it gives you few suggestions, but even after that suggestions are read and all of the guides are read, you still feel nothing of help. My issue is a different issue and I want to raise a ticket. Then people can go ahead and create a ticket. So this search articles and knowledge base and catalogs will help them to identify whether this issue can be resolved by their own self. This is beneficial for both IT and for the end users, right? It's like you have your chatbot, right? In chatbot, it gives you suggestions. Do you think this will help you? All of that, right? So this is something similar to that. Now, since I had told you that whatever is typed onto the short description, it comes up here, right? But there might be people who don't even attempt to click on this button, so they will not know, right? So let us do one thing. So let us keep a text on top of this so that people know that, oh, I have to click onto this button. So if you want to keep a text on the form design, probably there's something called annotations. Okay, here let me show you something. This is something called fields and this is field types, right? So what is a field type is, incident field is a free text, whereas caller field is looks a little different, right? Because that field is a reference field to some other database. The some other database is nothing but user database. So caller field is a reference field that points to the user database. So you call this as a single line text, you call this as a reference field, and you call this as a list. So why do I say list is because you could enter multiple people here. These are some of the field types. So you could enter multiple people here, right? So you call this as a list. Again, assignment group is a reference field because it again points to a different database, but you could choose only one particular record from that. Here in assignment group, it is referencing to groups table. And then here you have something called short description, which is again a free text. And these two opened and closed are date and time fields. This one is a choice list. So every single field uh, is mapped to a different data type or the field type. So because in such a way the field is designed, and see, you cannot put this opened in this place, right? The date and time format. What will happen if you keep it like this? It will be difficult for you to generate reports, right? The date field has to look like has to be mapped to a date and time field. Only then it is easy for generating reports, and also to on a larger basis it is easy to identify the data. Now with this understanding, just look at what are the different field types we have. So we have field types like audio, calendar, choice, currency, date and time, decimals, due date, duration, and all of that. So each of these words are self-explanatory. So as an exercise, what you could do is you could create one field and just change the field types to one to another so that you know, oh, which field is capable of what, right? So in this, let me give you an explanation of what annotation field type is. So let me say I create a field called annotation. So I double click onto it. It appears like this, and I'm going to change a few things to this field. So how do I change this? You have a gear icon here, and it shows, you know, it gives me a pop-up with two options to fill in. This option would differ for each field type. For annotation field type, you just require to feed in two information, whether you want your annotation type to be in blue box or red box, how do you want it to be, and what is the text you want to display. Whereas if I click on editing a different field type, it will show me different columns, right? Because for a reference assignment group, you want to tell the system what is the type and which table is it referencing to, and should I keep it mandatory, read only, and all of that. So as per what the field type demands or requires, accordingly different set of feed in options will change. So let me give it as info box red, and I will type it as click on related search results button to based on your short description. Okay, for some reason that save button doesn't appear here. So I will show you another way how we could update the annotation. For now, I have just saved up an empty annotation. As you remember, when you do a right click configure, there are two options, right? One is form design and the other one is form layout. Both typically does the same job, except that the interface is little different. Meaning form design, opens up in a way that it is easier for anybody to drag and drop and bring the data. It's as easy as it looks. But when you do form layout, it might look a little different. Um, all right, so you can see that gives us a message that click on related search result button to view the results based on your short description. So when somebody reads this message, they know, oh, okay, I know this is the point of it. So whatever I type here, and when I click here, it's going to render me results based on that, right? So if you feel that you want to give a user some information, then you could make use of the field type called annotation. So this is about annotation. And again, next I want you to understand about formatters. Right. So as I type formatters, you see there's a lot of formatters that is currently available. You can see that there is already a formatter called contextual search result formatter and activities filtered formatter already put on the right. So that is why it doesn't show us on the left. So I will explain in detail about what is a contextual search result and what is the activity formatter. As the name suggests, it gives you results based on the context, right? So you have what context data in this. So this contextual formatter, this entire box, right? The one that you see from this related search results button up until this last, right? When I click on it, marks up a blue box, right? This entire box is what you call it as an contextual search formatter. And what you call it as an activity formatter is underneath the additional comments you feel you see fields like activities, right? See, whenever somebody changes a state or any other field as such, it gets logged into the activities. In progress, was new, and all of that gets appended here, right? So all this is what you call it as activity formatter. Now you have the option to identify what are the fields that you want to update and which you do not want to show. So on to the right of the formatter, you see something called filtered activity, right? So you'll have to click onto that and you'll have to select what are the things that you want to see. For example, people will say, okay, when I change the short description, I don't want to see it in the formatter. Or people will say, when I change the short description, that also I want to see it in the activities. Then, okay, I'm just looking at your short description is not available in this list. So even if I change the short description, it is not going to reflect here. Now, how am I going to have that reflected in the activity is, so you click on to that filter icon and you click on configure available fields. So it gives you a slush bucket wherein on the right it says whichever fields, when changed or modified, that will show up in the activity. So rest of all these left side box fields will not show up in the activity even when you change it how many ever times. Now I'm going to choose short description and push it to the right and save it. Yeah, now once I have done that, you could see that whatever is the activity change that has happened to short description, it started showing up in the this place, isn't it? So this is how you make use of your activity formatter. Any questions with regard to contextual search result formatter and activity formatter?
Ma'am, regarding form design, I have one doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. So,
Yes,
can we
please.
create one customized? Can we create one customized field? Like,
Hmm.
if, for example,
Yes,
we don't have short description. So, can we create short description field, new one?
that is, it will all come under configuration of the form. For example, let me duplicate this tab for you. So you do a right click, okay? You do a right click, configure all. So let me put it in a language. All these are called as dictionary entries, right? So in one language you can call it as fields. In other language you could call it as dictionary entries. So now what I've done is I did right click, configure all, so that I get access to configure everything. Now in that I go to something called dictionary entries. Do not jump to dictionary entry override. Stick with dictionary entries, okay? So here you go ahead and create a new record. When I say new record, it's a new field. And now, so as you said, you wanted to create one more field called short description because you feel that short description field is not available in this particular form.
Correct.
So before creating, we have to choose the data type. Like, is it going to be a true or false? True or false means like a checkbox, boolean, right? And audio, calendar, which one you want to do. So I will just put it as a string. So I choose string and it asks me what is the column label. So I give it as any suggestions? Okay, let me put it as conversation notes, technical notes.
Notes.
Okay,
Okay.
technicals, technical notes. So I just take my hand off that, and system automatically creates a backend name for that. So the point, in creating a backend name is it has to be unique across the table, and it should not have any special character or I mean as in comma, semicolon, nothing like that, and there should not be spaces. So system automatically puts an underscore. So again, why system puts a u underscore is because this will differentiate how there are some out of box fields and there are custom fields, right? What is an out of box field? Short description is an out of box field. Number is an out of box field. Urgency, whatever you see already in the base system is called out of box field. Whatever you create by your own is called custom field. So system recommends and suggests to put u underscore. U means user, like we user are creating it, right? So that in documentation also it can be better differentiated which is created by us and which is created by the system. I can show you what is the backend name of short description. So I go to this field and I do a right click. You can see, right? What is the backend name? Short underscore description. There is no such thing
Yes.
called u underscore. It is because it is created by the system when this instance was developed. It's not created by users like that, like us, right? So maximum length, this is again self-explanatory, so I'll give it in 100, right? People can enter maximum of 100 characters, and you have further options like this. I will get into detail in the end of the session about this. Just because you asked me this question, I'm jumping right away to this topic, but this is all in our curriculum, but I wanted to take it one phase after the other.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Now we have added this technical notes. Let us add this technical notes in our form layout, right? So I drag and drop it probably on the top and save this up. I refresh this form to see if it got reflected. So you could see on the top right? All right, if there isn't any other questions, I think we can jump into the next one. Okay, I can, so we have seen enough in incident form. I can show you change form, right? So if you remember what is a change is, it has its own workflow. As in, um, you can see the process of the stage. See, in incident, it can jump from one state to other state at any given time. It can directly jump from new to on hold, new to resolve. But whereas when you see change, it has its proper flow. First, it has to be new, and then it has to jump to assess, authorize, schedule, implement. So each one has its own definition. So each of these state has its own definition. Now, how to bring something like this bar inside a form, right? So this is what you call it as process flow formatter. I will repeat. So incident and change form, like in incident, it can jump from any state to other. This is all business requirements, okay? Here you do not have a definition of, okay, it should jump from new to resolved only, new to in progress only. Sometimes, let's say on ticket assignation itself, people the subject matter expert has an answer to it, so right away they will put it as on hold and awaiting user confirmation, something like that. But in change, it has to follow a sequence of workflow. As in, first it will be new and somebody will assess it and then authorize means approvals, then schedule the change. And once the schedule is attained, like let's say there is a change planned for coming Friday. So right now itself, I will create a change because this is something a planned change, right? And until Friday comes, it will be in scheduled phase only. So on the same date and time of Friday, it will jump into implement state, and then once it is implemented, review. So you can identify when I say itself, it has a proper flow. For something like this, it will be nice for users to have a process flow formatter so that they can know what's going to be the next one, right? And it will also look aesthetically good also, because when it is in a different state, the color will also change. This blue bar will jump into authorized this thing, right? So this will say tick tick, meaning this has passed, this has passed, and it has come to now authorized. So it looks good in that way as well. Okay, this is a previous state. All right. So now let me get into the details of how do you handle a process flow formatter. So I'm into incident form. Let us say I want to create a process flow formatter for incident. Now I again go to my form fields. So type in formatter, but I don't see anything called process flow formatter, right? But instead, if I choose change form, right? See, I can do right click, configure form design and go. But in other ways, shortcut, as I told you, this first box represents the table and the second box represents the view, right? So instead of doing that extra step, I can directly switch to change form design. So I jump into change request and default view. So here you can see that, oh, that process flow formatter is there. You can see something called process flow, right? But in incident we did not see. This is because process flow definitions was created for change form, but it was not created for incident form. That is why it did not appear in this search place when I tried to insert a process flow formatter for incident form. Now the next question is, how do we do that, right? So I just type as process flow. It gives me one module. I can see the list of flow formatters that I have. Let me group it by table. So how do I group it by table is, I go to the field, do a right click, group by table. I can see that for change table I have 8. For another table called CMDB business process I have 4. Problem 6, problem task 4, and there's another table called publications which I have 6. Now let me show you that 8 process for flow formatters. So you can see the labels: new, assess, authorize, schedule, implement, review, closed, cancel. Isn't it the same that you saw here? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, it's 8. So you can see the exact 8 here, right? So before we could create one for ourselves, I will explain you how do we, how does it works in the existing change request form. So before that, to handle and play around with any lister, so I have told you how do you do a group by, right? So let's do an ungroup. And if you want to see the data based on sorting in Excel, how you do sort A to Z, likewise, you can sort any of these fields, like right click, sort A to Z or sort Z to A. And here you have a filter, right? So in filter, you go to and click onto the filter, wait for a second. Yeah, it will open up something like this. So you have to, you can, this is what you call it as field value, and this is something you call it as operator, and this is value, right? So let me put a filter. So here you have only 28 records. This is fine, but there might be a table where you have lakhs and lakhs of records. So you cannot, open each of the records. It's difficult. So what you do is you put up a filter to fetch the data that you want. So you give table. Yes, there are a lot of, operands here. I will explain one of them. Table is change underscore request, right? So the backend table name is change underscore request. So I give it a run. So I can see all of these. Now, are these the only fields that is available in the record? So I just open these, first record. So I see a lot of other fields also, but for some reason I can only see some 6 fields here. So how do I bring them up here is you click on the gear icon. So you call this as personalization. Clicking on this gear icon and I'm bringing all the data like, control A and pushing everything to the right and giving it okay. Now I am a user called system administrator, right? So whatever I have done right now will apply only to me. So when I say only to me, I'm talking about personalizing list columns. Like what are the columns I want to see? This applies only to me. It will not reflect to the other people, even though you're an admin, right? So this is called personalization. As the word says, it is exclusively for you. You're not changing it to anybody else. So having all these set for with regard to filters and how do you personalize your columns and grouping and sorting A to Z of any columns. Now let's see different fields that we have when we create a process for formatter. So you can see that for everything you give a name and of course it is active true and you give the conditions, labels and order, table, so all of these, right? I will create a few things for incident tables so that you have an idea. So as I told you, we do not have in the base configurations or out of box, we do not have process flow formatters designed for incident table. Let us create one. So I choose the a table as incident and I give the name as, probably I'll give it as new only. This is something that is, on the for the developer documentation, this name. But what you want to see it for the user is the label, right? And order is, as I over, you can see a help text that says order to display label. Like for example, in change request, this is of order first, second order, third order, fourth order, fifth order, right? The sequence of displaying. So I'll give it as 100. I can instead give it as 1 also, I can give it as 10, doesn't matter. As long it is a smaller number, doesn't matter. Let me give it as 10, right? So you are going to put up a condition on which condition this particular label should show. So I'll just put state, right? Yeah, state is new. Right click and save. So I created a first flow formatter record for my incident table. So as soon as I did that, system gives me a message, process flow formatter automatically created for the incident table, right? Now, if you look at incident table, now you see something called process flow, right? Previously you were not able to see. It is because system checks, oh, do I have at least one configuration record that was developed across this table? So until 5 minutes back, we did not have anything such, so it did not show up. Now we have, so it shows up. So we'll just drag this and put it on the top and save this up. It doesn't show anything because right now state is in progress. Have I put it? Okay. Okay, let me show it for the other few fields as well, so that because a process flow formatted to work, you need several stages of the incident, right? For example, for new we have developed, what are the other states we have? In progress, on hold, resolved, closed, right? So let us create one for in progress. So instead of creating new, I will just do right click, insert and stay. Insert and stay means the existing record that I was in, it is undisturbed and it created a new record, like how you do a copy button, right? So something like that, copy and save. Insert and stay is nothing similar to copy and save. Okay, I forgot to change the label, so I'll change the label as well. right click save. Now I have two things done. Next I will jump into what is the other thing that I have? On hold resolved. On hold. On hold. Right click and insert and stay. Next is resolved. Okay, I think this is enough. So I will do created Z to A to see the list of records that I have created. Okay, what is the mistake that I've done is I've given them all an order same. I will do show matching of incident to avoid confusion. So you can see that we have created 4 records. Everything is fine except for that we have given everything as order 10, 10, 10. So it doesn't work like this. You have to give a different orders. Like for example, this one I'll give it as either, I'll just give it as an incremental. Like I'll give 20. I'll give like 40. It doesn't have to be, multiples of 10 or anything. It can be anything, but just that it has to be in incremental values. Like I can give 66. But if you see on a larger context, it is smaller number, a much bigger number, a much bigger number, and a much bigger number. So it works like that. Now, in form design, we chose the table as incident, and we chose the view as default view, right? That is why previously it did not show for us, because right now we are in which view? We are in self-service view, but all our changes are done in default view. So we need to switch the view to default view. So once we switch the view, we can see that, but it is not looking good, right? This is because of the reason that it is because you can see this process flow formatter is here, but the split, right? The container start and split. This is one container. This is container start, this is container end, and this is where we have developed a split. So instead of developing a split here, we should have brought it a little bottom so that this contact and all will start up here, and in the form look also it will look good. But hope I hope you understood how a process flow formatter works. So if I change the state to on hold, so you can see that on hold. Okay, it switches back to in progress, which does not generally happens. Let us review. The system does not allow us, possibly because all right. Right. So when I debugged, I was able to find that when you switch your states, it is important for the assignment group to be mandatory. Otherwise, system does not allow you to. So after identifying that, I made sure assignment group is filled, and afterwards, when I changed, it started saving. System allowed to save it. It wasn't restricting because there was a backend configuration to abort or stop updating the record when assignment group is not filled. So that is done. So that issue is fixed. But all these debugging concepts and all, I'll teach you, in later part of the sessions. It might look a little complex for you at this point of time. Right. So, any questions with regard to the process flow formatter? So we've discussed on why do we need it and how do we design it, and when does it show up on this form design and when it does not show. So all of this has been discussed. Any questions with that?
Hi, can we create process flow format for incident as well?
For incident, right? So we created for
Yes.
incident. We just created it for incident.
How did
Previously, we
we
saw.
insert?
Hmm.
How did we inserted that process flow format and insert the incident form design?
Okay. So how did we do is, so we went to incident form default view. Same, right? Right click configure design. In that, you just have to type formatter. It will show you the list of formatters that is available in the system. It was like this. You see something called process flow, right? So I just type formatter on the search. It gives me list of formatters that is available for incident table. Here I see something called process flow. So I just drag and put it on the top and I save it. So this process flow will appear on the search only after you create a flow formatter here.
A flow formatter for design incident forms, right?
Yeah, see, there is a word called process flow appearing here, right? It will appear only after you create one record for the incident table. Like until 30 minutes back, there was no flow formatters available in the base system for incident table. So we created these four. You remember, right? We created these four. Upon
Yes.
creation of one or more records on the incident table, automatically you will start seeing up a formatter called a flow format process flow formatter inside this box. You just have to drag and put it wherever you want it. So since it's like a workflow indicator, I'm putting it on the top so that looks good and it serves the purpose.
Can we add extra states like I mean like closed and resolved states to the process flow format?
Then we need to automatically select the radio button value. So if you don't want to create, that's what like you said. So if the file
Hello?
name is not null,
Yeah, one at a time, please. Yeah, file name is. Yeah, you don't call this as a file name.
yes, yes,
These are different field types, right? These are different field
yeah,
types. So there is something called formatter. That format, under this formatter, you have something called process flow formatter. You have something called activities formatter, right? It will start showing up in the left box only when there are relevant records in the system to display. So, in order for process flow formatter to be available in the left box, it is important you create flow formatter records for the incident table. So, if you remember 30 minutes back in my meeting, we were able to see that in change form it was available, in incident form it was not. So, we were trying to bring that for incident form and we typed upon a word called formatter, but it was never showing up. So we went ahead, went to process flow formatters, clicked on create new, and we created just one record for an incident table. Afterwards, it started showing up. Right? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, can we add extra states to the process flow formatter like resolve state, closed and cancel states?
Hmm. Yes, so we created four formatters. One is for new, in progress, on hold, resolved. We can also
Yes.
further create for how many other fields we have. Closed and cancelled. We can create
Yes.
two more for closed and cancelled as well.
Okay.
So whatever we have done now, make sure you do the same in your personal instances. If anywhere you have an issue, never mind, just document that issue and let me on the next class. We will I'll help you to fix that. But make sure you practice it. Otherwise, as each session grows up, the amount of things that you're learning will increase. So you will have to practice it then and there. Otherwise, it will get keep on accumulating, and you will lose touch in that. Right. So jumping into the next topic, um, I will explain in detail. So let us say you have a user called Abel Tutor, right? Again, jumping into form design, um, you can see, you can understand that what these field types are. This is string, this is string, string, and this one is a reference. Again, this is a reference, reference. These are true or false, right? And this one is the image. So quickly, how do you identify what is the type, what is the data type is? You just go into any field and do a right click, and there you see something called show, right? So click on that show. It will tell you what is the field type. That field type is email, right? So I do the same for user ID. Let me see. So you do a right click and you click on left click on show. It tells me that this username field is of the type string. So the front end name for user ID is user ID. The back end name for user ID is user underscore name. So every single thing has a front end name and a back end name. So in mobile phone, you can see, sorry, in business phone, right? In business phone, if I click, the front end name is business phone, back end name is phone. And the type is, there is one field type called PH phone, PH number. And here I have a field called avatar, right? I do a right click, show avatar. Backend name is also avatar. The field type is user image, right? So like that, each field has its own backend name and it has its own field type. So all these you can see it like this. Now, this is a reference field, right? So reference field means it is referencing to a different table. Right now we are in user table. So when I click on the magnifying glass, it tells me that this specific field, the company field, is referenced from a table called core underscore company. In other words, you can say company's table, and it brings in data from there, right? So there's a company called Fujitsu Freedom Scientific. So you can choose the fields like that. And if I click on this info icon, right? So it gives me the preview of the record. You see a small information about this record. For example, you can see which state or province this particular company belongs to. You can see it like this. Now, let us say there is a requirement such a way that in user table form layout, instead of clicking onto this info icon, I want to see it probably right away, next to that. I want to see company's state or province. So how do we do, right? This is what you call it as dot walking. As the technical name suggests, what you do is you go to that dot and you walk from there, right? You touch a knot in the thread, and from there you move to the next step. So that is what you call it as dot walking. So let me tell you, how do you do a dot walking in the form design? So as I told you, you have form designs, right? So there's two ways I told you could change the form layout. Either use a form design or use a form layout. The difference between these two is that form design is a better looking interface, but form layout is like little technical. It looks like a slush bucket and it is little confusing for people coming new. But I would like to teach this specific concept in form layout so that you understand it easier. Now, this is the company field, right? This is where we have company. We have it beneath the password need reset manager, web service acts only. Beneath all these fields, you have a field called company. Now the requirement is that you want to see company's state or province. So when I put that is, right? So in left navigation, you just type C. So it will show you the list of all the records that starts with word C. So this is the one that I'm looking for, right? So you see a plus icon, whereas in city or class, you don't see a plus icon. This is because city or class is not a reference field, whereas company, cost center, all these are reference fields. Now I go to this company field and I click on this one, right? So this helps me to walk into or expand this particular selection. So I click on this and just leave it for a second, and then I will be able to see all the fields that are available in my company table. Like inside my company table, what did we discuss? We wanted to see state or province, right? So I'll just type yes. Yeah, so I can see state or province here. So I've chosen that and I'm bringing it to the right. So once I bring it to the right, it becomes to the bottommost, but I want to push it to a little top. So I just click on this move up icon. I basically want to show it up just underneath my company. So yeah, this looks good to me. And whatever change I've done, done it on default view, right? Default view, and I give save. Right. So as you can see, company fields comes up. Underneath you see state or province. So to help users to understand, from where this field is coming up from. So when you hover onto this, it will tell you that it's coming from company. So you can see, read it, right? It says company, state or province. So it's for the user to easily understand. This is what you call it as the dot walking. This we have discussed about in regard to form layout dot walking bringing of fields. But let us say you want to run up a filter. um, okay, so I want to see the list of users whose company, okay, let's say I want to see the list of active users and whose company, whose company stays in, whose company is located in America location. Okay, so I need to dot walk here. Now I've gone into company, but I need to go to company dot state or province, right? So what I can do is I just type state or province, but this state or province represents user state or province, right? But I want to go to company status province. So what I do is I type on a word called show related list. Show related list. Now that we have enabled the option of showing related list, now if I type company, you can see it is a little different, right? It shows up two companies. One is the general company, the other one is if you want to uh, dig into the details of the company. So I chose the second option. So you choose second option, and afterwards I given detail like state or province contains. If you're very sure of the value, you can basically put uh, state or province is, but if you're not really sure, you can use this operator called contains. So I give America and I give run. Out of 617 users, I have 143 users who are from the company wherein the state or province is America, right? So when you open any one of these record, Acme North America, you can see that the state or province is America. So what I'll do is um, I'll just choose Acme South America company. Here also I'll go. Here also I'll go and update the data with America. Now it is 179 records. It does not only shows North America company, it also shows South America company. Any questions with regard to how do you do a dot working and why do we need a dot work and what is the purpose of it? Any questions with regard to that? All right. So we will wrap up the session in another 5 minutes. So whatever we've done today, make sure you do a practice, and to keep you engaged. Probably I'll give up an assignment. This is something a little too advanced, but I think this batch might be interested in it. So we have a table called users and it has some fields, right? How do you create your own table and fields? So we'll look at that quickly in 5 minutes and I will give that as an assignment for you to develop your own table and come back tomorrow. So in current scenario, a lot of companies are trying to document the COVID details, right? So let us create a table that says COVID, COVID status request something or vaccination. Okay, let's create a table called uh, user vaccination details. So how do you first create a table is you just type tables and columns. When you type tables, it's going to show a lot of things. Don't get confused. There's something called tables and columns, right? So you click on there and you choose an option called create table. I'm definitely going to take a detailed section on how do you create a table and expand it furthermore. But to keep you engaged, probably this might be of interest to you. Now, what is the table label that you want to give? So as we discussed, we'll give it as back, user vaccination data. Okay. I don't have to worry about creating a backend name. System will suggest by its own. And there are few checkboxes enabled, right? Like create module, create mobile module. What do you mean by a module? Module is something that gives you access to show it in the left navigation, right? So is it asking like you want to create a module, you want to create a mobile module? By default I've checked it as yes. Under which you want to show. So there are several applications already available, right? So I'm saying that show this under menu module self-service, or else I'll just leave it to create new. I'll create my own module in the left navigation that again goes by the name user vaccination data. And I do a right click and a save. Now the table is ready. But this is an empty table. You do not have any fields as of now. So once you create a table, there are some default fields like created by, updated by, sysid. So all these are created by its own by the system. Now let's create few more fields like status. And what is the data type of this field? We can leave it as a string for now. And of course, who's, right? User. And this obviously has to be a reference field. You cannot key in like random names. It has to pull in from the user table. So I given user against column label, I've given reference against type, and in reference I have to give which table it has to reference to. So I click on the search icon, I see a lot of existing tables, so I will choose user table from here. Okay, here again you see a lot of tables, right? With the starting name user. So you have to choose something that says sys underscore user, system user. So that is why I have been focusing on how do you remember the backend names of the table. For example, company table backend name is core underscore company. The user table backend name is sys underscore user. So it is important for you to memorize a little few things. You don't even have to put a deliberate effort to memorize. As you start working in the system, you will automatically have this registered in your mind. So I give it as user, right? And dose one. Um, I can put this as a true or false, which means like have they, had their first shot or not. And again, dose two. Again, this I can put it as true or false. And I can put dose one date. I can put this as date field, not date and time. Date is more than enough. Again, dose two date. Right. Next, claim status. Like there are companies offering, reimbursement claim for vaccinations as well, right? So we can put that, or we can put um, current current city, something like that. This I'll give it as a string. Okay. After doing all of that, it is important to do a right click and a save. So this is just a very basic form that I've created for now. And now you know that the table name is user navigation data, right? Just refresh your screen once. Type user vaccination data in the left navigation, and you can see an application got created and a module. So you just click on this thing. So you see that, all these columns showing up. Since there is no data, it doesn't show up. Like I'll just create one record. Those one date is, I'll put it as last Friday. It's for able tutor. One dose done. Requested. Right. So this is only like 10% of table creation. Just creating a table is not important, and it can be done in Excel also, right? Then why do we need ServiceNow? So with this you can play around with a lot of things. That is what is handled in this configuration. Inside this configuration it says business rule, client scripts, and all of that, right? Those are very detailed things. But I'll, for today I'll leave it here for you to just explore more and get your hands on and creating a basic table, something similar to this. So you can either use the same idea of user vaccination data, or probably a COVID health record table, something like that. That is relevant to current scenario, or anything, any business requirement that you come across. So you create a table, and from there we will see by this end of the training, that table itself we will use to expand your complete application development. Any questions so far? All right.
Like applications. One is ITSM, and after that you will have something called HRSM, CSM, and all of that, right? So ITSM represents IT service management. Similar to that, you have something called HRSM, Human Resources Service Management. You have something called Customer Service Management. Again, Project Portfolio Management. Like this, you have several applications, right? but the parent of all these application or the core of all these application is IT service management. So when you say IT service management, it contains incident, change, problem, and knowledge management. So I will tell you how these four are interlinked with each other. So I'll put KB instead of knowledge management. Okay. Let us say you have an issue. You have an issue with a laptop, or you have an issue with the server configuration. Anything. I mean, literally anything in the organization. You have an issue, and you want a specific team to address an issue, right? Because it cannot be done by yourself. Then you will raise an incident. So wherever you see the word incident in your back of your mind, you think it is an issue, right? So here are few of the incidents that have been raised by people in the past. These are dummy data, demo data, right? So here it says SAP sales app is not accessible. It is an issue, right? So somebody says that, hey, my SAP sales app is not accessible, and the other person says, can't access exchange server, is it down? Manager can't access SAP controlling application. Wireless access is down in my area. I can't launch my VPN client. Rain is leaking on the DNS server. Need help with remedy. How can we configure it? Sometimes people tend to, put request also inside incident. For example, if they need help, uh, it will be little confusing at a point whether you call it as a request or an issue. But just that, they are not able to operate something, you can still regard that as an issue, right? So employee payroll application service down. So all these short description itself should be able for you to able to understand what are the different questions that could come on an incident on a general basis, right? And again, there is something called P1, P2, P3, P4, P5. Each of this priority as a specific thing. Like, not everybody could raise a P1. P1 is something that is a global issue. Like the outlook is done, down for the entire organization. Then it is a major outage, right? If outlook is down for the entire organization, then the work schedule of the organization itself is at stake. At that time, that you can call it as P1. But somebody not able to access one person not able to access something is not a P1. Don't get confused with that, okay? And P2 is something that is across a region, not around the world, but across a region. Like, let us say Hyderabad people are not able to access something, or a specific team. When I say a specific team, Active Directory team, the entire team has a problem, then you call it as P2. Otherwise, rest all minor issues can be regarded as P3, P4, P5 based on the impact and urgency of the issue. So, always you have a field called impact and urgency that determines what is your priority. You see, right? When you choose impact and urgency, accordingly priority is auto fill. Let's say impact I put high, but urgency I just put low. Changes to moderate, right? Priority gets auto set to moderate. Now I will downgrade the impact. I'll put impact is 3 and urgency is 3. Both are low. Then my priority is P5. No, it's a low priority. Not really it is an issue, but it's not really a threatening issue. So whenever a ticket is assigned, based on what is the category and subcategory you give. So you say that inquiry or help, or you give email, right? Automatically either gets assigned to help desk or Outlook team. These things and all is in the scope of the developer to configure. So how do we configure assignment group based on category, subcategory, and all? We'll come back later. But any question with regard to how an incident process would work as such?
No, how to
Hmm.
put the priority as critical. So both should
You
be
will
high,
have,
right? Impact and
yes, yes,
urgency.
yes.
Okay.
But if you see, except for admin and help desk admins, nobody else will be able to create an P1 ticket. Why? Because this in all organization, when there is a P1 ticket, like literally everybody from every verticals, right? IT verticals, every tower leads will join the session. Like there's something called breakout room. You will have a war room to address the issue, because if it is a priority one, it has to be fixed by maximum 4 hours, right? Because when I say by the definition P1 itself, it means that is a global issue. So then everybody, all the top leaders will join the call and will see how they can help or contribute. So in a lot of companies, they will disable the option of high urgency high here. They will only keep medium. Why? Because this, if somebody wants to really create a P1, they will have to contact help desk. They cannot create it by themselves, because somebody feels that, oh, this is extremely urgent for me, let me create a P1. It does not work like that. In organization structure, P1 has a separate definition, so we cannot teach this definition to everybody, right? So better companies will remove this options this high impact and urgency high will be removed from this form. And if at all somebody really wants to create a P1, they would have to contact help desk to upgrade their existing incident as P1. Now at that time, help desk will review their incident, will identify, oh, like, okay, this is really a P1, and according to their calculation, they will either raise it or they will give the explanation to the user, stating, see, this is not how a P1 works. Like we will keep it as P3, P4, like that. They will give an explanation.
All right. One more question.
Mm-hmm.
So, with this instant, what is our job? So, is it
Okay.
creating priorities or what? Or assigning
Okay.
this ticket to someone else?
No, assigning this ticket to someone else is an help desk or some support teams. You remember I told that there are three different users. One is end users, the other one is ITIL users, IT
Yes,
or
yes.
ITL users. The other one is admins or developers, right? Our
We are
role,
admin.
yeah, our role is to develop this form. And right now, when impact and urgency is changed, priorities auto set, right? How is it getting auto set? Because people like us, developers and admins, do that configuration in the backend, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And when category and subcategory is set, this gets autofill, right? Assignment group and assigned to gets autofill, because there is a backend configuration. We are the people who develop that configuration. And the changing of the layout, these are all very simple admin stuff. Changing the layout, and and of course, if they say that, oh, I want to create a new field like technical notes, yesterday we created, right? So these configuration oriented stuff is what we do. And of course, as you go on, as you go on to this training session, we will also be doing scripting. Like for example, you cannot save this form without having to fill the short description, because short description is mandatory. So configuration such like, these are the things that we do. Coming
So,
to hmm,
to include all those fields, we need to script, right?
to include, we do not require script. I'll give you a small example. Now, to make short description always mandatory, you do not require script. Whereas you require short description to be mandatory only at a specific point. At that time, you require a script. By default, if the short description needs to be mandatory, then you don't require a script here. Like you do right click, configure dictionary. You remember I said dictionary represents field,
Yes.
and here you have a checkbox called mandatory. So you just mark it as mandatory, job done. But you want that short description to be mandatory only on a specific condition. At that time, it is important. Uh, uh, there is the partial scripting, and without scripting also we will be able to handle. But as the requirement goes a little more, more validation, more complications, then you definitely require some basic scripting.
Okay, got it now. Thank you.
Okay. I will also explain what is a change management and problem management. Change management, you remember I told you it goes through a phases of new, assess, authorize, schedule. You remember the stages, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So any configurations changes that you do to the organization, you have to follow the change management process, right? So this process you need to know because you work for the IT, but otherwise, whatever configuration we do here, same like that, but a different palette, a different pattern, you will have to do it in the change. As a developer or admin, I'm saying change form is again a similar form, right? It has a table, it has fields, it has client scripts, all of that, but just that the field names are different in change, right? From admins or developers perspective, both are nothing but ones with different logics and different fields, right? But since we all work in IT, it is important for us to know how, what is the process of change management, right? The theory concept. And problem, the definition of problem is that if a same issue repeats again and again, right? If somebody says that, hey, SAP sales app is not accessible, okay, I raise an issue today, and they fix it for me tomorrow. What happened is, again next Monday I have the same issue, again they fix it for me another day because I raised an incident. This keep on happening every week, so it means that every week they are giving me a workaround. What is a workaround? Like a temporary fix, temporary solution. Now we tell them, dude, this is not a simple issue. Probably you have to find the root cause and fix the root cause such that it does not happen again, right? So, problem is, in general, you can say a recurring incident which requires the root cause. And coming back to KB, as the name suggests, knowledge base, right? So you will have a lot of articles inside that, and it could be some troubleshooting articles, or it could be some knowledge articles. Uh, an article could be anything, right? So all that will come under the concept of knowledge articles. Now, what is the connection of knowledge article with incident or change or problem is? So somebody is raising an incident that, oh, I don't know how to change my time zone. So there could be a knowledge article inside of ServiceNow that any somebody would have created that will give them instructions how to change their time zone, right? So having this knowledge article uh, removes the step of the user to raise the issue. Instead of that, you can just look at the article and you can close this, right? It doesn't have to reach an incident. Same like that, it goes, it might be of help for people who are doing changes, but people are, who are working on problem tickets as well. Any
Okay.
questions? Does that give the clarity?
Yes. Now it's completely
Mm.
clarity.
Ma'am, just one more small doubt, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
After making certain changes to basic configuration, how
Mm-hmm.
can we put them to default just by one click? Is there any option like that for basic configuration?
There will be an option, right? Okay, there isn't anything that stores as a history, but if you see, all of them are actually properties. Like,
Okay.
okay, there is something called system space properties. Okay, so you go to system properties, and under system properties, basic configuration UI 16. So this is where you have it, right? Um, Coming back to your on a question, there is no one click where it gets reset to the existing defaults. But to give you a broader context, so these are all properties. This is the label of the property, right? It says page header caption. So I just hover onto that. It tells me that, okay, when I hover onto that, what does it tells me? Glide dot product dot
Okay.
description. Do you see it on my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I went to a table called sys underscore properties underscore listed.do. I'll put it on chat for you guys. So in this table, in name column, so you just put glide dot product dot description, right?
Okay.
Yeah, glide dot product dot description. So you can see that it got saved here. So like that, what I'm trying to say is that each of them are one properties. You can see glide dot product dot name. This one is glide dot sys underscore default dot ts. So all these are one system properties, just to make it easier for us, just to make it easier for the admins or developers to do it. They have in out of box they have created one user interface, like wherein we can easily change, right? But again, coming back to your question, that is not possible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Hmm.
Yeah, under the theme section, it will available on the default, I think. And the settings general theme is there, the top right corner. Yeah, on the theme section, is the system is that one default way. System is there right here. System black and white themes under theme section. Yeah, the system is there right here. Yeah, that is the one which we change the colors and everything. I think here it will appear. I think actually
Okay, so
my presentation look
this
like here.
yeah, yeah, this is
Whatever
system
we
settings, but this focus on the color, right? Color, probably the font size and stuff like that. But this logos, the the modules that we give, setup here, we have this setup here and all, right? So that and all is coming up from this property only. So that will not change. This banner design is something, as you said, it can be changed in the themes, like
yes,
as
yes.
per how the user wants, they can change it. But otherwise, this all these things is something that is can be done in the property. And one more thing, if you notice, whatever we have saved here, it is nothing but default. For example, here I have put header background color is this a little blue, right? So if I switch to system, it tells me that it is blue. But if you see in your system, if you switch to system theme, it will show some other color. The reason is because the instance is considering whatever you have configured here as the system defaults. Now I will change this to some red. Okay, I'll save this. Afterwards, so afterwards when I change it, the default still sticks with this red color, right? So what I'm trying to say
Yes.
is that this left navigation, the color, the slight color changes and all, coming from the your user personalizations. Otherwise, the logos and all of that is stored inside the properties. The properties are rendered to you in such a way that it is easier for you to edit it. So for all that, you will have to change it. When I say you, not the end users or IT users, only admins have access to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Ma'am, what is the use of activity format?
Okay. Yesterday we saw activity formatters like hmm, okay, we saw several formatters. One of them is activity formatter, right? In activity formatter, you see all the activities. When I say activities, let us say you have an incident form, right? Here, this one is what you call it as activity formatter, right? Now, coming back to the question of what is the use? What do you think is the use of this box? You get to see the comments, right? Get to see the comments, and oh, this field was changed at so and so time, and oh, this ticket was created on so and so time. The entire activity of the incident, which field was changed when, let us say, the short description was originally laptop, and somebody changed it to test 1, and again 10 minutes afterwards somebody changed it to test 10. Now people will from seeing the short description, people only know the current short description, right? But how do people want to understand that, oh, like previously the short description was like this and it was later modified, right? So you need to understand the activities happening to the incident. Okay, it was like this and it jumped to this, like that. You need to understand the activities of the incident. For example, while creation it would have been p5, and after that somebody would have changed it to p4, or else assignment group at one point of time it would have been this group, and after 1 hour or 10 days it could be some other group. So you want to understand the activity of the ticket, not necessarily every time, but there will be some scenarios, right, where you want to know, oh, okay, let's say, I changed this to some other group, but the ticket was created 10 days ago. Now, we should not blame the new assignment group for that, because to their queue, meaning to their plate, it just came 10 minutes back, right? We cannot blame them saying, hey, you have been keeping my ticket on hold for 10 days. You cannot blame them. You have to give them that time because it just got created to them 10 minutes back. So, all these basic information you will be able to answer for yourself when you look at the activity formatter. And if you see that, if you feel that this is too much of data, this is something always customizable, not configurable. This configuration can be done only as an admin, but customizable, like um, to personalize, they can turn off, okay, I don't want to see when there is a change in assigned to, I don't want to see an attachment. So all of that, you can personalize it for yourself here, right? Next question, any questions? Okay, then we will jump into the regular sessions now. Right. So yesterday we were, looking at in details about these things, right? So I thought I would also tell you about this activity stream. So on the top, little right, you see something called activity stream, right? So what is this is, let us say, I am somebody who work for a help desk, or I work in the software assignment group. It will be difficult for me to look at open each of the ticket and see, right? So this one gives me a quick overview of what each ticket is about. It is an easy navigation, kind of, you can say. Instead of opening each of these tickets in a new tabs and checking, so you can just enable activity stream. So the short description is will tell this header is nothing but um, the header is nothing but the short description of the ticket. So all these are the tickets that was created by system administrator, or recently updated by system administrator, you could say. So clicking up here will take you to the ticket. So you can either choose to open the record or just update your comment. Like for example, hey, can I have a status update? Something like that. You can quickly do it from here instead of opening the direct record. Otherwise, you feel, oh, this is something I need to check more. Then you click on open record. So it takes you to the full view of the record. And without even having to open the record also, you could directly add a comment. Test. I will tell you what is the difference between comment and work notes. You see a checkbox called work notes, right? So you enable this dabba becomes a work note. It's no longer a comment. Comment is something that is available for everyone. Work notes is something it is available only for ITIL users. You understand the difference between ITIL and end user, right? So comment is available for literally everybody, but work notes can be seen only by the people working on the ticket. Like let us say somebody is working on the ticket, they want to document the technical notes, but at the same time they don't want the caller or the end user to see the technical notes. It could be some server configuration details or something, but it is required as a process that he wants to document those data inside the ticket. Then he can definitely make use of the work notes, right? So I just give post. So that one is a work note, and the general one is the additional comments. This is the difference between work notes and additional comments. And I can also tell you there's something called watch list and work notes list, right? So whenever a ticket is assigned or anything changes, right? Anything important changes like priority or assignment group or assigned to, or a comment is updated, an email is automatically sent to the caller and the assignee of the ticket. You cannot expect everybody to be always available in ServiceNow and look for the updates of the ticket. So there is some mode of communication that is sent to the caller or the assigned to whenever required. So that is all taken care. It is already available out of box. When I say out of box, already available in the existing system. In addition to the caller and assigned to, you find that somebody needs to be notified, probably the caller's manager or the some other team members. So you will have you will have to add their names to the watch list. So as the name represents watch list, any changes to the ticket will be notified to this persons. You can add more than one people, right? So you could relate watch list similar to comments, like anybody can see as long as they are added to this box. And work notes is something that you can give one or few more people in this list, and whoever's name is this on this list, they will be able to read all the work notes that is part of this incident, right? And these people also will be getting emails. So the advantage of work notes list, apart from watch list, is they will be able to see the work notes. This exclusive functionality is that they will have visibility to the work notes apart from the assigned to of the ticket. Okay, this is about activity stream and comments, work notes, and all. Um, okay, so in search, you have different types of search, right? See, in the search box, you see different options called run, save, and or. I guess you understand the difference between and or, right? So let me create a filter that could further explain this functionality. So we put that we want to see all the activist to ticket, and you're right. There's a difference between this and this and. I will come back to that later. But let me finish the and that is available on the same row. And short description. Short description is one of the fields that you have it in the incident. So you can use one of these. Short description starts with, ends with, contains, does not contains. All these are self-explanatory. This less than or greater than will always apply to only values which have numbers. Like priority is something that is numbers, but short description, description, and all are not numbers. An incident is a incident number is again a number field. So generally for short description and all, you would not use less than or is, greater than or is, and all. For this, you would probably use one of these. Starts with, ends with, contains, uh, till is one of, right? This is what you would use. Now let me put short description contains SAP, SAP. It doesn't matter, it can be uppercase or lowercase. So you give it as run. So it gives you all these records, right? Now I have a requirement wherein I want to see either this way or right or. So you can understand the difference between this or and this. Okay, let me fill it up. Active is true and assigned to is not empty, and short description contains laptop, maybe, yeah. Previously there were 6 records, now there were 7 records. The reason is because there is one record, okay, this record, right, it does not have the keyword SAP, instead it has the keyword laptop. So as a result of this second section of the filter, this record shows up. The rest all 6 records shows up because of this filter. Now I had shown you an example using this big OR, right? I will also show you another example. This OR represents uh, an OR condition between the previous condition and the current condition, but this OR is thus it's like a subset of the complete condition. Either this box has to satisfy or this bottom bigger box has to satisfy. So it works like that. Okay, now the count increased from 7 to 10. Why? Because is, as you could read, uh, we are asking the system to render the tickets which are active as true and short description contains SAP. Otherwise, this condition has to satisfy true, or this 4 condition has to satisfy true. What is this 4 condition? Is active is true, assigned to is not empty, and short description either laptop or work. So this one you can either put it as like this, or you could possibly use is one off. Like, let me show. Number is one off. So you just start up with a new line. Right now I give or run. So I see only 6 records. The reason is because I see record number 55, 52, 53 because it satisfied the bottom 3 conditions. The other 3 records I see because those 3 records contain the keyword SAP. SAP, SAP, SAP. Any questions with regard to how do you use an AND or OR and this AND and OR? Okay. Okay, so let us say you saved this, okay? So for easy access, so you might want to create it as a favorite, like active SAP, oops, sorry, create favorite. So you give it as active SAP incidents, right? And give it a done. So it will start appearing inside this place. The other one is also you can save your own filters, like filters, right? This view option, you know, right, there are different views to a form and the list. Same like that, group by, show, refresh list, create favorite and all is already you are aware of. I will explain on to details about filters. So you can see that there are already existing saved filters. Let me choose one of these. So I go to filters and I choose active. I just leave my screen. I can see that the filter has been reset to active is true. Again, let me look at the other filter, active unassigned. So it says that assigned to is empty and active is true. These are like existing filters that is already created by the system. Again, assigned to me, right? So this gives you an idea of how it is beneficial to have filters like this, right? These are for easy access and navigations of the ticket. Like this, you can create your own filters. Like you have to give edit personal filters, and you have to give new SAP active tickets. Okay, laptop issue tickets. Okay, active is true and short description contains the keyword laptop or description contains the keyword laptop. Now I'll go to the list of incidents. Here I will choose from the filters laptop issue tickets. You could see that it is already set. So this is something it will be very handy and useful for people who work on tickets. And there are some shortcuts as well, like as in there are something called like um, if you know the exact word, instead of clicking onto this filter in Excel also, when you use, there's always a shortcut, right? Like that you have in ServiceNow also, you have always have a shortcut. Like there is an operator called equal to, you have to just paste which one are you looking for, right? So I don't have to click those filter icon and do it and all. If I know it, I'm looking for a word called a sentence exactly by this word. If I'm sure, I'll just put equal to and do this. And if I'm not sure, I know that okay, it starts with SAP, I'll just put SAP. So it will show me the list of short description that starts with the keyword SAP. And if I want contains, right? So contains is something like wildcard search. So you would have to put star and SAP. So when you put star SAP, it shows a list of records wherein short description contains the keyword SAP. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the beginning or in the ending, but anywhere in the sentence. So it has SAP here, it has SAP here. So it could be anywhere in the sentence. The word itself means contains, right? And this exclamatory mark is there, right? So it's called negation. So negation means not. So not contains SAP. Let me give it a run. So there are 33 tickets which does not have the keyword um, SAP. So as you can see, as we do this here, the filter gets automatically set in a certain way. Here you can see the meaning of that. Short description does not contain SAP, right? Like this, you have several shortcuts. These shortcuts would be helpful and handy to access the system faster. But you do not have to
Do
worry
we
about
have
it right now. Hmm.
hello? Yes.
Yeah, tell me.
Do we have another shortcut for that contains and negation?
Contains is star.
So contains is star, right?
Right.
So as well as negation that I need laptop board to be contained and SAP not to be contained.
Okay, you cannot do it together. So,
Ah, that's what my question is.
short description contains laptop and short description does not contains SAP.
Hmm.
Run it. Right? So it has to be done via list, filter only.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So yesterday we were discussing about personalizing list controls, right? So if you, for your better knowledge, always in incognito open a user called ITL user. There you will find a user called ITL user. You will identify what are the things that are available extra as an admin and which are the things available not available for an ITL user. For example, an ITL user will still be able to see something called gear icon, but um, they will not have access to do right click. In right click also, they will not see this configure options. They will see export Excel and all, but they will not be able to see configure options. As I told you yesterday, this gear icon is available for everybody, like ITL user, normal users, because it is their own tickets and it is like a personal preference. Like in this form, in this list form, what are the details I want to see? I want to see number, open, short description, but also maybe I want to see who's the caller, right? So they can definitely change it, um, change their personal configurations but you want to push a configuration for everybody, right? At that time, it comes to the requirement of the developer. So what you would be asked to do is do a right click, configure. You remember doing a form layout, right? Form layout, you identify which field comes beneath what, how many sections. Like that, you have an option of list layout as well. So I give configure list layout. So here I get to choose what should be available in the default configuration. So I see that in self-service, these are the three columns: number, open, and short description. In default view, you have number, short description, caller, and all of that. Let me bring created and created by as well, and I will give save. Now here you have a view called self-service view, right? And we saw just 2 minutes back that in self-service view you were able to see only three fields, right? Number, open, short description. But here this user is able to see multiple fields. This is because he has personalized his choices. Now there is an option to reset to column defaults, right? This will be available for everybody. So when they give reset to column defaults, you can see that back to original configuration. They're able to see only the three things that are originally designed for this view. Same applies to all other views also. So let me change the view to default view. In default view, you will not be able to see the field called uh, reset to default column. Why? Because whatever I see on my screen is already default. You remember, right? We just added created by. So whatever I see on the screen is already default, so this button no longer appears. For example, I just move few things and bring in few things. I just mix up the list as per how I want. After that, if you click on this gear icon, you will see this button called reset to default, right? So this is with regard to personalizing list layout and configuring list layout. And let me give you a few things about list controls, list calculations. So I did list calculation on priority field, right? So you would always do calculations only on number fields. So this one is in fact a number, even though it appears to your eyes that there's a word called HIGH, high, critical, and all. But in fact, in backend, these are all numbers: 1, 2, and 5. So you always have an option to bring some calculations around this field. So I go ahead and do a right click on this field, and I do go to configure and list calculations. So it asks me, what do you want to do? So I say, okay, I want to look at the average value. So it takes an average of this thing: 5 plus 1 plus 2 divided by 3. So this is the average. It might not be the right example for priority, but let us say you have some tables wherein you enter some cost details, or you enter some rank details, like that. At that time, these average, the scorecard will be really handy. So all these you'll get to know when you really get into real time requirements in the IT industry. Okay. So in list you see a button called new and all of that, right? So where do you change it is list control. Right click, configure, list control. So I give omit new button. This button called new, just omit that. I don't want to see it. So this got hidden, right? You no longer see a button called new here. So these are the few things that you could do from list control. So like that, you have several other options. Omit edit button, omit if empty, omit columns is if empty, right? Let us say that you have one field called technical solution. You have added it in the layout as well, but If the entire list is going to show that as empty, you don't want to show it in the form, then you will just put it like omit if columns is empty. So all this is something that is available only for admins. Now if you see, just a minute back I enabled a hierarchical list, right? So I'll show you what is an hierarchical list. Before that, I'll tell you how did I enable it. So I go to configure list control. You see a checkbox called hierarchical list, right? So I enable that and give update. Now the moment this triangular thing that starts showing up. So what is this hierarchical list is, when you generally open the incident in new tab, okay, solutions, okay, load related list, right? You see task LAs, SLAs, affected CAs and all of that. These are related list, right? So whatever is there in the related list, you do not have to open the record to see it. Instead, you can see it from the list view itself. So that is what you call it as related list. Since we do not have any proper related list records showing the box, the tables as empty, but if there are any records available here, it will show up directly here. You do not have to open the record to see this. These are like quite kind of shortcuts, I would say. Any questions on uh, any questions on this hierarchical list? All right. Finally, we'll sum it up with plugins for today. So, as I told you, when you purchase an instance, it comes with ITSM, right? Excuse me for a minute. I'll just close the door and come back. Yeah, thank you. I'm back. So I told you that in out of box you have something called ITSM. Like that, you have packages called HRSM, CSM, and all of that. In right now the training industry, not just ITSM is in thing. ITSM is very basic. On top of it, you have HRSM, CSM, project portfolio management, and all of that. Now, how would you enable that in an instance? For example, if I type case, I don't see anything, right? But if you might realize that if you had worked in few ServiceNow instances, there would be something called HR case or cases, project, something like that. But why is it not appearing in your system? It is because you have not activated that, right? I'll repeat again. If I type case, I don't see anything called case. But if I type incident, I see incidents. This is because incidents comes under the package of ITSM, which is a default and free package when you get, add-on when you get with your original foundational ServiceNow instance. But how do I bring in case management? How do I bring in HR case management and all of that? I can bring all of that when I activate the respective plugins. So, how do we activate the plugins is the next question. So, I go to plugins, right? You just have to type in plugins and click on plugins. Probably few versions back, we had this option of activating the plugin only after reaching the vendor. But now we have option to activate it by ourselves. So I click on plugins, give it a minute for it to load. So you will see a lot of plugins coming up here. So I will show you the list of plugins we have. We have like 100 plus plugins actually. Okay. Okay, so in the left side, you can see something called filters, right? Uh, the list of plugins that have been already installed, not installed, which requires update, and which has been customized, and which are free and which are paid. So every company will have a product manager with ServiceNow. So they will have the details of what is the pricing of each plugin. For everything, there is a cost associated. So as developers, we should also have some basic knowledge, because only then as you grow, up the like a technical lead or probably a architect, uh, you would be the person to choose whether to purchase this plugin. Is it really helpful and all of that? And plugins are again categorized based on whether it is a customer service, software asset management, or IT operation management. So like that, there are some categories you could split it upon, and you can see what are the free plugins available, what are paid. So let me choose the free plugins which are not installed, right? So you have these many agent chat and all of that. So that is why I told you ServiceNow is a big concept. All of these you can learn easily when you have your core ready. Now let me show you a plugin called human resources core management. So all the all the companies have a HR strong HR vertical, right? So they would be using a separate tools for that. So instead of that, they could use the human resources uh, plugin that is already available in ServiceNow. It comes with demo data. It comes with all existing configuration. So as a developer, you will have to sit through and read through the documentation and explain it to the business, saying, "Look, this is how it is designed originally. Now what are your proposals to change? Like, you want to change the form, you want to change this thing, you want to bring a new workflow, you want to enable a notification." So all these you will sit with your product managers or process owners, and you will finalize, you will draft the development requirements and do it, right? So you even the paid ones you can install in personal instances, even though it says paid, right? uh, Human resources that I've given is in fact a paid one, but I can install it in my PDA, not a problem. It costs you only if you want to. It costs you only if you want to do it in your company instance. In company instance also you have instances like production, development, test instances. Only enabling it in production instance will cost you. Otherwise, no cost. So what I've done is I gave install. So it tells me that these are the dependency plugins which will be automatically activated upon activating this particular plugin. So I say, yeah, okay, and I enable load demo data. Demo data is something like, see, we did not create this incident, right? It was available as a demo data. Like when you have an instance, they don't want to give it as a clean canvas. They want to populate some data and give you so that you have some decent understanding. Like that, when we install the plugin also, we for some reason we wanted demo data so that we understand the process. So we enable that and we activate it. It will take some 2 to 3 minutes for the plugin to activate. It might extend up to 5 to 10 minutes also. So this is how you activate a plugin. Plugin activation and all is comes as an admin role. It doesn't require any technicality as such, but few basic steps. So this is gonna take its own time. Let us leave this tab and jump to the next tab to do whatever we have. Okay, so as for today, we have finished all the navigations, user settings, forms and list. How does a form look like? How does a list look like? Next, from tomorrow onwards, I will jump in detail about the proper table creation. In yesterday's session, I showed you a very simple and a basic table, which does not require a lot of complexity, right? We will drive it from there, like we will extend the table to add more logics, more configurations, and so by then you will get to know what is a client script, what is a business rule, how can we configure notifications, how can we do validations. All of that you will know when we develop the table further. Do you have any questions so far, and did you get any questions while trying to practice a table yesterday? Okay, so okay, Audit. So if you guys have created a developer instance, could you just give me have you created an account for me? Like you remember, in one of the previous session, I told you create an account for me with admin access and give me the URL of this, right, and username and password to access that particular instance, so that I
Madam,
can review your work.
could you please tell me how to create that access for you, admin
Okay,
access?
okay. Now you go to users. Okay, under system administration you have something called users. um, okay, so let me put Vishnu. So I'm going to create new account for Vishnu, and I what I will do is I will share this URL chat. I'm sharing this URL to all of you guys. Also I'm going to share the user ID and password. So I'll put Vishnu.snow, and remember, the user ID should not have any spaces or special characters, just dot something like that is enough. And first name is Vishnu, last name I'll put Snow. Snow represents service now. Okay, I'll put developer. Password is something is important, so I'll put like
Admin.
I'll just put password. Okay, nothing much. Password is password, and I do right click save. Now I will share this credentials with you. So I have already shared the URL with you, with all of you guys, in fact. And I have sent you the username, and the password is nothing but password, right? The next thing I got to do is load related list, because related list is the place where you have roles and everything. So here you have something called roles, right? So you give an edit, and you give admin, and you push it to the right and save it. Give admin and security underscore admin role. Okay, there is one more role called security admin. In order to grant that role for this guy, I myself have to elevate my roles. So in profile there's something called elevate roles, enable security admin, and then go give okay. Afterwards wait for a second, and then go to roles and give security admin. But for now you don't confuse any of these. You just create a new account with some unique, and first name, last name, and a password, and give ADMIN admin role to that user and share that credentials with me. So all these you created in your instance. Now, so anybody in this class, if you try to access this link with these credentials, you will be able to see my instance.
So that means someone is impersonating my account, right, ma'am? So
No, they are not impersonating the account. This instance is not meant only for me, right? This instance can be used by several users, right? See, in
sorry.
your no, let's say you work for a XYZ company, okay? In XYZ company, Vishnu is not the only person who is the developer. There can be 10 developers, right? So they cannot have one developer account and share the credentials with everyone. It should be 10 different developer accounts, right?
Yes.
So now I have created an account for Vishnu. What Vishnu can do is go since he has admin is since he is an admin, he can go and change his password. So that right now I given the password as just PASSWORD. He can just change it to something that he feels, so that I don't know, and he can continue to use that. Like he can reset the password once, because I have just created an account for him. I have shared him a password. It is important for him to reset the password, or else if he wants, he can use the same password. These all security things comes when you jump into company instance, but this is just personal instance, right? It is no, it will not create any harm. It's okay if you all of you guys log into my instance with this credentials that I have shared with you, because it's just a personal instance, and this is created exclusively for this training module.
So we have to manipulate data. Like, so we have to create a table something else using this same instance, right? Using this account, like
No, you do it in your company instance, I'm saying. Sorry, not company instance, your personal instance.
yes.
Whatever development you want to do, you do it in your personal instance. But what I'm telling you is that you create an account for me and share the credentials with me, so that at any point you say that, oh, I have, I cannot see. For now it is easier, like after 1 week you will all start learning client scripts and UI scripts. At that time you will have an issue in your script. Now I need to come into your instance and debug that, right? To make it easier for both of us, I'm saying create an access for me in your instance, so that I can open your instance and see what you have done and what mistake you have done, and I can correct it and I can explain it quickly in the next class. Otherwise,
Okay.
addressing everybody's issue in the same class will we will not have time, enough time in it.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Right, all right. So I'll create another account called student account, and probably anybody who wants to talk to me can use that, connect search, and you can post me questions. So this one, let it be an open account. Right. Anything else? If not, we'll wrap up the session for today. I'll just give ITL role, not admin role. All right, guys. So I've disabled sharing. Any questions further to this? Right. So we just created a table, and there was an option that says extends table. We did not give any value in that. We just left it empty.
So anyhow, the table was created. So now I'm jumping into the table. Let us identify what are the columns that are available in the system. You can see only 5 columns, created by, updated by, and updates. Nothing much. Now let us try to see how what happens when I try to create a table that extends from some other table, right? For example, I'll give um, my custom table extending task. This is my table name. So in an extends table, there are a lot of options of existing table that I can extend it from. So probably I will use the task table. So if you see what is the task table, the backend name of task table is task. So to identify the records, I will do task dot capital list. So it's a shortcut to take me right away to the table. Now you can see that how many fields are there in task table. You have more than 20 to 30 fields, right? These many fields are available in task table. Now what will happen if I create a table that extends task table is, the moment I create it, all the columns or fields that are available for task table comes free of cost for me, like free of effort for me. I do not have to create a separate fields like assign to and all of that. It comes automatically along with that.
It's like interlinking the current table with another table, right?
Yeah, interlinking, but this is like task is parent. See, this one is parent, this is the child.
Yeah.
So as per concept of inheritance, whatever fields is available with the task will be granted to this child also. Now you can see that this
Oh,
is the custom table that I've created. I have given it as it should be extending task. So what happened is, instead of me creating any of these fields, system automatically extended all those columns, like because the parent is task, right? So the child got everything free. Like it got inherited of all the fields that its parent was having. Now, in addition to top of this, we can create our own custom fields. So now this one has automatically got all these 70 plus fields here, and you can go ahead and create a few fields exclusively for this table. It will not affect anything else. It will just reside on this table. Now to let me tell you what are other such tables that are being extended from task table, right? So I'll put extends table as task. So in out of box itself there was 40 and I just created one. So 40 plus 1, 41. In this, the familiar tables for you is incident, right? These are something that you should be familiar with. Incident table is in fact inherited from task table. So whatever fields that you have in task table also comes, at free for incident table. Same with change task, same with problem task, and with change request, and literally all of the 40. But I'm trying to highlight the tables that you might already be aware of. Requested item, catalog task, right? So all these tables, these are nothing but inherited from task table. So when I say inheritance, it is not just the field columns. It is also about it is also about the logics that you have written in your task table. Let us say you have written one logic that when a ticket is created, it has to send an email. Uh, all these logic, let us say you have written in your task table. All this logic will also be inherited and granted to the child tables. Right? Any questions on this inheritance concept?
so if we need to edit these dictionaries, can we do that?
Okay. Now let us say that you have incident table and you have something called dictionary entries, right? But the problem is, if I change a common field, probably assigned to some field that is available in task. So if I change that, I should be making sure that It does not affect any of the sibling tables. When I say sibling tables, problem, change, or these are all siblings, right? Because all of them are inherited from the same parent, which is nothing but task table. So I have to make sure that this does not cause any issue to my sibling tables. So you can see that the assigned to field is stored where it is stored in task table. But in your company, you get a requirement that um, they want to change, they want to modify something for incident table alone. Now, there are two options. You can create a new field called assign to for your incident table, but again, the problem is there will be two duplication, right? In listed it, if you see, there will be two assigned to. People get confused. Instead of that, there is something called dictionary overrides. The fields are called as dictionaries, and whatever you try to write on top of it is called as dictionary overrides. So you have an idea how do we get it, get through this. I will tell you how to get to this page. How do you get to this page is you can open incident module, right click, configure all. You remember, so I said anything that you want to modify in a table, you have to do right click, configure all, so that it opens up a page and you can see all the configurations that we could edit at this place. Now you have 97 dictionary entries and 8 dictionary overrides already.
So earlier we used to enter the dictionary, but now we are overriding it, right? In order not to duplicate it.
Correct. So dictionary is something is called a field, right? And
Yeah, field, yes.
but current scenario is we have fields that are being inherited from the parent, which is task. Now changing the label. See, you have something called assigned to, right? Where is my assigned to? Here you have. Imagine changing the label of this. I open up this record. Changing the label of this will impact, let me put it like this, okay? Changing the label of this will impact for all the tables. Like in change request, it will say like this assigned to, in problem, everywhere wherever this field is being called out, everywhere it will reflect. But we don't want this to be done for all the tables. We want it to be done only for incident table. At that time, you have to make a dictionary override. Now, there are some existing dictionary overrides that is already generated by the system. Let us see what are the overrides that we have for incident table. We have one override for incident table. You should not get confused with incident and incident task. Incident task is a different table. So talking about incident table, we have one override. Let us see. Okay, so they are trying to override the reference qualifier and they're trying to override the attributes. In terms of field, you have several components, right? Let me go through one after the other before I jump into overrides. So, as up until yesterday, I would have shown you how do you create a field for a table. So you would just give the table name and you would give what is the column label, like what is the field label you want to the field to be displayed, and this is something auto populated by the system with no spaces and an underscore replacing spaces. And you have an option to give whether the type, you can give it as a reference or a list collector or a string or an integer. There are several types that we have. You can give one of them. And of course disabling and enabling of the dictionary entry. Now this is something called read only, right? As the name suggests, if you mark it true, what happens is people will see the data but nobody will have access to edit the data. For example, priority field, right? We have priority field, isn't it? People cannot manually change the priority. It is changed by some configuration which is dependent upon impact and urgency. As soon as somebody changes an impact and urgency of an incident, priority gets changed, right? So priority is never editable by anyone. So if you look at priority and all, it will be read only true. So for such requirements, in the field level itself, you can make it read only true. And of course in field level if itself, if you want to make it mandatory true, you can enable it. And this displays something, uh, so there is for every table there is one display value, right? For example, for incident table, what is the display value? Inc number is a display value, right? For problem table, which is the display value? PRB so and so is the display value, right? For user table, what is the display value? Any answers? For user table, what is the display value?
Sys
In user,
underscore
okay, that is the table name. That is the table name. The display value of user table is name, NAME, name. See, how do you identify what is the display value is? Right? It says able tutor here. Able tutor is nothing but the name of this user record. Likewise, if I open up an incident, if I open up an incident record, I open this record, right? And I can see all the field, which is fine. And I can see the incident table name also here and the backend name also here. But here there is some number, right? INC. That is nothing but display value, right? Like that, for user table, name is the display value. Like that, for problem table, that problem number will be the display value. So for each table, there will be one display value. So this display checkbox, if you enable this, what will happen is in task table, number will no longer be display value. It will get jumped to assigned to. So we should not enable that. Is this clear? The understanding of display value? Okay, I can show you another example to give you better
Yeah,
clarity.
once check it the display option and show how it will look like.
Okay. Um, Let me do it for incident. Override display value, okay? Okay, I'll just enable this assign to and do a right click and save. Do you see what is the info message we received? Previously, number was the display value. Do you remember I told you INC or PRB, whatever is the number. Now, since we enabled this, for any table, only one field could be a display value. Since we enabled this, we had a number set as true for display value that was automatically changed by system to false. Says setting display value of assigned to true and changing display value of number to false. Now let me refresh this incident record. Okay. Do you see Beth Anglin? Previously, it was saying INC0055. Now it says Beth Anglin. The reason is because the assigned to of the ticket is Beth Anglin. So as I told you, whichever you mark it as a display field, that that comes up here, right? So let me turn it off. Any questions? I think the demonstrating this could have helped you on understanding. Let me disable it back so that it gets back to its form. Okay, now we have disabled this. Let's refresh. Okay, it automatically got resetted to its original, the incident number. Okay, so any questions with the read only mandatory and display? And if you ask me why this is read only, it is because for reference field, the function field will be always disabled. Function field is something like you want to do calculation or something like that. This is used. I will show you another example to explain this. For reference field, it is like a referencing record, right? Why would you require a calculation? Where if it is an integer, if you're creating a field with an integer or something, at that time function field will be editable. So that is why this is not editable here. Let's leave this and let me take you to reference specification. Now we have given that we want this field to be a reference field. So it is important we have to choose which table it has to reference to. Since it is an assigned to, we know that assigned to names are stored in the table called user table. So I want this to be referenced from user table. We have given that. And what are the records that we want to see it from user table? In user table, you have like let's say you have 5,000 records. You don't want to see all the 5,000 records, right? You probably want to see the records which are active is true, and probably email ID is not empty, and there is some existing condition. Roles is ITIL. There is one field called roles in your user table, so they have put up a filter that roles is ITIL. Only those users should be listed up here, right? This is with regard to reference specification. Okay, choice list specification will not apply here because this is a reference, this is not a choice list. Okay, dependent field. In incident, you see something called assignment group and assign to, right? So here you have service desk, and in assign to, if you see generally in user table, you have nothing less than 100 records, right? But it shows only 3 records. Why do you think so? Because assign to field is dependent on assignment group. I'm doing a right click and I'm clicking show assign to, and it says that it is dependent upon assignment group field. So what is this concept of dependency is that uh, this assign to field will only show the list of users that are mapped with this assignment group. Every group have members, right? Every group has members, right? So whoever is a member of this particular group, only their names will be showed up here. In addition to that, we saw that there was one other condition. ITL roles is ITL. So it is important that these it should be from these three people, and also in that whoever has the role ITL, only those names will be popping out here. It seems that all the three people have ITL roles, so all the three names are showing up. So this is how your dependent field column works. So here you have to put the backend name of the dictionary entry which you want to be referenced, right? And calculated value is again is something that is available for integer such kind of fields. So here you would not require. Now, coming back to dictionary entry override, right? So now you have a decent understanding of what is reference qualifier, what is dependent. Okay, attributes, I'll tell you. There are a lot of attributes, um, uh, as in like, for example, do you see something, a different icon here, but you don't see that icon here? See, this is also reference field. Caller is also reference field. Assignment group is also reference field, right? But what is the difference between caller and assignment group is that this is referencing to user table, this is referencing to assignment group, which is fine. But in addition to that, what is the other difference is that there is something called show related list button available up here, right? It is because there is an attribute added in order to show this button. Like that, you can keep adding attributes to this, and there are some existing out of box attributes available, so I will give you the list of those. You could make use of them as per your requirement. Override default value. Um, usually let us say you have state field, right? In state field, in default value they would keep it as new, but let us say the default value of task table state field is new. If you want to override that in incident, you can just update like the value, the in progress value here, so that the default value of the field will get overridden. Same applies with mandatory, read only, and the display value. Any questions with dictionary override? So as an assignment, what you could do is um, you could try out, changing the existing task table database using dictionary entry overrides. Like, okay, if I change this, what happens? And all these you can, try it as a exercise. Any questions with dictionary entry overrides? Okay, so here you see override reference qualifier, right? But here it was even more simpler. It was easy, like no scripting involved. You just have to do roles as ITIL active is true. But in override, we do not have such options. It looks like this something looks like kind of script or some keywords, right? Like a SQL statement. So how could you possibly write this? Is it is nothing difficult. Um, it is from users table, right? Assign to is referenced from users table, right? So here you put up the condition. What are the conditions? Roles is ITIL or roles is incident, right? This is the role name. This you'll have to uh, uh, either memorize or you will see it in the roles table, the list of role names. So to find the exact name, you can refer it from there. So you give it a run. So once this is done, you go there and use your right cursor on the mouse or your keypad something, do a right click, and then you find something called copy query. I'll repeat. So whatever filter that you want to put, you just manually put with no scripting, nothing. You give it a run and do a right click and do a copy query. So once you've done a copy query, it gets copied to your clipboard. Now let me paste it here as a notepad. Do you see any difference from this and this? No, right? So this is how you generate your uh, a filter queries. This is how you generate filter queries. Okay, any questions with regard to um, dictionary entry overrides? Okay, so let's jump into next section. So now we have seen table and process flow formatters. How do we create fields and how do we make them mandatory or read only in the field level? But how do we do it when there is a change in the requirement as in so let's say there is a requirement such that when short description contains SAP sales, then description should be mandatory, or else we could make one of these fields mandatory. So let me put up a requirement that when short description contains SAP sales, then description should be mandatory, right? This is a requirement, let us assume. Now, how do we do that is do a right click, configure all. Okay, so you see these are the components we have, right? And you should be aware of dictionary entry by now and dictionary entry overrides by now. Now let us go to UI policies. The next topic that we will see is UI policies. User interface policies. Let me give true a new one. So I'm clicking on UI policies new. So it automatically comes pre-filled with the table, which is incident. And then I'll just say that uh, make the make the description mandatory when short description contains the word SAP sales, right? Now you can see that there are two tabs into it. One is when to apply and the other one is script section. Now let's not jump into the script. We'll just see with algorithm. In when to apply, it asks you like when you want this condition to be happening. So we're saying that we want this to be happening only when short description contains SAP sales. Okay, that is done. And this global is always enabled true. Only then it will work in all the modules, regardless of you're using in mobile or laptop, whichever version. And you want this when the form is loading or not, right? I will show you an example of what happens when if checked and what if happens if it is unchecked. This also I'll show you an example. So let me do a right click and save. So we have given the table and we have given just technical notes that we're going to make this description mandatory when short description contains the word SAP sales. This part, right? When short description contains the word SAP sales, this has been accomplished here. But how am I going to accomplish? Make the description mandatory. For that, I have to load the related list. In related list, you have something called UI policy action. Action meaning what you're going to do, right? So let me click on new. What we're going to do is you're going to make description mandatory. So you click onto this field name thing. It will show you all the field names that are available under incident table. Now you will have to be concerned only about description field. So I just do a control F description and I can see the field here already. So I choose this. After choosing, I have four options. In this, I'm gonna make mandatory true and do a right click save. I'll explain the other components also with each set of examples. Now I do a refresh. Do you see previously we did not have this mandatory field here, but now we have it. It's because we created an UI policy. Just to confirm, I can show you again after disabling the UI policy that we just developed. I'm going to disable this, save it, and refresh the incident form again. So you see that in description field is no longer mandatory, right? And even you are allowed to save it without filling up this form. But when I make it active, it will become mandatory because we have written a condition when short description contains the keyword SAP sales. Short description contains SAP sales. At that time, we want to make description mandatory true, right? Now read only, right? So this UI policy actions is capable of three actions: mandatory, visible, and read only. So I'll do read only true and I'll refresh for you to see how it comes out. This will become mandatory and obviously it will become not editable, right? So you could fit this particular scenario with any of the requirements that you have. Now the other way around is I will leave this as such. Leave alone means leave this as such. False means if it is already true, like undo it. That's what you call it, false. So I'll just do read only, leave alone, mandatory, leave alone. Leave alone means like I'm not bothered, like let it be as such that way. If any other script is pushing it to be mandatory, let that work, but I'm not interested. That is what the leave alone word means. And in visible, I'm gonna make it as false. So visible false means that it is the visibility has to be hidden, right? So let me refresh. So what's going to happen now is description field is going to get hidden from the form layout. So as you can see, we find short description, but we no longer find description, right? It is because we have kept this thing. It is because we have kept this visible false. Now let me turn it back to read only, visible leave alone, and I'm gonna make it mandatory true. Okay, so give you an example of what is this onload functionality is. Now we have mandatory true, visible leave alone, read only leave alone, right? So visibility and read alone, if we're not handling it, we're only handling the mandatory when this condition satisfied. So I showed you already. If I reload this form, this field is going to become mandatory. Now, let me say that I uncheck this box, okay? I uncheck this box and save it. What happens now is that when the form loads, it will not be mandatory, right? The form loads, it's not mandatory. Then when is it going to be mandatory is the next question. So it will be mandatory only when we change the field value. For example, our condition is the short description should contain the keyword SAP sales, right? Now let me enter SAP sales and take my cursor off. You can see that it become mandatory, right? So now you understand what is the difference between onload checked and onload unchecked. So I'll repeat. When onload checked, what happens is this logic or the UI policy action, the entire logic works when you load the form, when you refresh or load the form. But when you uncheck the form, what happens is the functionality no longer works on loading the form. However, it works only when changing the field value, like that condition field value. When you change it, only then it will work. Here the condition is short description containing SAP sales, right? Any questions on this onload? If this is clear, I will jump into reverse of false. All right. We see that it is onload unchecked. Um, so on the form load, description is never going to be mandatory, but on changing this field value, it is going to be mandatory, right? Which I've already told you. Now, coming back to this reverse if false, what happens is that since this is checked, as the word suggests, it reverses the action when the condition is becomes false. Whatever the actions that you have defined, it gets ulta when this condition returns false. So what is the actions have you that you have defined? You want to make this mandatory true, right? So what is the ulta is getting it mandatory false. Upon what condition? Upon the failure of this condition. So when can we make this condition failure? The condition will become failure when it no longer has the keyword SAP sales. Now it has the word SAP sales and description is mandatory as per requirement. Now I'm trying to remove this. The moment I remove this, you can see that the description mandatory has gone off, right? And again I put it back and it becomes here, right? So reverse if false will do a reverse action when this condition returns false. Now let me uncheck this. Let me uncheck this reverse if false and save this, and I'll show you what happens. Now, since the onload checkbox is not available, we did not get this mandatory on form load, but we're going to get it when you enter the data here. Right, we got it. Now it is expected that when we remove this, it should clear off, right? But it will not clear off. The reason is because we did not instruct the system to reverse the operation when condition goes false, right? So it will not clear off. It will stay as such. Any questions with regard to on load or reverse of false? Okay. So coming to this inherit, you remember I told you that incident, change, problem, all these tables are inherited from task table, right? Let us say you write an UI policy on your task table, and you have an option to keep that UI policy only for the task table or to keep it extended to the other child tables also. So by enabling this inner checkbox, what happens is tomorrow if you're going to create a new table which is extended from incident table, then that new table will have this logic in its system as well. So that is the point of inherit, right? Now we understood that you have you can make use of UI policy actions to make it mandatory, visible, read only. But let us say you have a requirement where you want to do something extra. Probably you want to give an alert message or you want to do some setting of values, something like that. Only at that point of time you would make use of this advanced script. So I can put alert hey hi or alert uh,
please enter your description, something like that. I can make use of this scripting place. I'll not jump into scripting yet. You just focus onto the algorithm and working onto the system without scripting. And once you get familiarized with this, probably after 4 to 5 sessions we will start with the basic scripting. Now there is one more thing also that you would be capable of doing in your UI policy action, which is nothing but clearing of field value. Now, so you have something called clear field value, right? Clear field value. So I will show you an example of what happens when this box is checked. What happens is whenever that condition satisfied, this box gets cleared out, right? So let me make this as reverse of false true. Save it. And this clear value, let me enable this and do a save. So here, so the moment you put SAP sales, not only this description becomes mandatory, but also it gets cleared. So my cursor is still here, right? Let me take the cursor off from there. When I take off from there, you can see that it becomes mandatory. At the same time, the value is cleared, right? It means that you're trying to reset the value. So whenever short description, this keyword changes, you're trying to reset description and you're asking the user to feed it again. So that is what is the functionality of this clear value. Let me disable this UI policy. This was just created for testing purpose. Any questions with regard to UI policies right now?
Tell me about onload memo.
Onload, okay. Now, in a simple logic, you want this particular functionality to be working when the form loads, or when only when you change a specific value, right? If you want the functionality to be working when the form load itself, then you would mark this checkbox true. But if you feel like no, I don't want this to be working when the form loads, instead I want this to be working only when this field value changes and the condition satisfies, then you will just uncheck this, right? So here right now we have this onload unchecked. What happens is our requirement is making the description mandatory, right? You can see that UI policy action says that description mandatory true, but it is not coming up. Why do you think? Because we have not kept onload true. Okay, but when you make onload true and save it, what happens is the logic starts working at the time of refresh or when the form loads itself. So you can see that at the form loads itself, description becomes mandatory, and as per our configuration, clear value is true. So this also gets cleared out, right? Hope that clarifies your question. So anything with regard to UI policy? Okay, so in UI policy, I've covered everything, all the fields that is important, except for the script section. Script section, we will come back and revisit once we start learning script, okay? Basic scripting. And you have a field called order, right? Order is nothing but, you remember when creating variables or options, I told you that order has to be in incremental order, as in the lowest one takes first precedence. It is like ranking. In order, you translate the word order with rank. So the lowest number is the is takes higher priority, right? So in UI policy also, whichever has the lowest order, that will run first and the highest order will run later. So let us say for incident table you have 10 UI policies, for which 8 UI policies are checked on load true. So the system is expected to run all the 8 UI policies when the form loads. but system cannot run all the 8 policies at the same fraction of second. Instead, system will go through and see what is the lowest order I have, that will be run first. Next, the next highest order, like 110 or 120 or 200, right? The next highest number. So to make sure which UI policy should run after which logic, then we should make use of this order column. But if you do not have any such requirement, you're absolutely fine with any script running first or later. And if you do not have any interconnection between these 5 or 8 UI policies, you could just leave it as 100 or 10 or whatever. Should not be a problem. Right? If there isn't any question, we would probably move into uh, the next component. So I'll do right click, configure all. Okay, so we've seen this UI policies, dictionary entries. Okay, so how about looking at notifications today? Okay, so I will just give you some heads up on notifications, and tomorrow we will see notifications in detail. There are some 23 notifications, that 23 out of which how many are active? 22. 22 notifications that is already created by the system. So see, all these records that you see are already created by the system because it comes as a package to you. But when you develop your own application that is something similar to incident or your own logic or the vaccination application that we discussed the other day, you would end up creating this much amount of business rules, client script, notifications all by yourself. So that is why it is important. And also, if there is any bug in this existing notifications, you have to fix it. So in day-to-day company work, these are the kind of requirements that you would get. So let me take you to the existing notification that says incident assigned to me. So in incident assigned to me, you just give this name, and this name is just for developer reference. And of course, the active is true, and the table that it wants to run on, incident table. Category is nothing much, just that you're trying to categorize your notification. Like you're setting a tag, but it does not affect notification in any way. This is just a categorizing of notification. There are some existing categories available. You can choose from one of them, or you can create your own categories also. See, there is a category called approval, there is a category called assessment. Assessment mean like survey and all. And this is a category called automated test framework. So whichever notification that are regarding automated test framework will be put under this category, so that it is easier for documentation or for review, right? uh, it is like, see, the purpose of categorizing itself is to make sure that when developer documentation or anything, it is easier to reference to. Now, incident management is something that is an ITSM process. So they've created a category called ITSM, IT service management, and they've mapped to it. Now, there is three main components with regard to notification. You might want to know when you when you would want to send this notification, and who's gonna receive the notification, and what the notification is going to contain, right? So let's look at the first component, when to send. So it says that there are options like event is fired or triggered. These and all is a different concept, which I'll explain later today, tomorrow. But the simplest one is when a record is inserted or updated. So if you want the notification to be sent only upon inserted on satisfying a specific condition, you just give this checkbox true. And if you want this only when a record is updated, not at the time of insertion. Insertion means creation. You want it only at the time of change of the field. At that time, then you keep this true. And if you feel like you want this at both the times, you keep both of them enabled. And so let us assume I remove all the conditions. You know what will happen? Every time the incident records gets updated, this email will go. So it is important for you to put under which condition you want to trigger this email. So this incident assigned to me email gets triggered upon insertion or updated as long as these two conditions satisfies. Meaning, when the assigned to is changed at that point of time and the new assigned to field is no longer empty, it's not empty, right? When both of these conditions get satisfied, the email gets triggered. Now, who receives the email? Here, the email is sent to the assigned to of the field. In incident table, you have a field called assigned to, right? Which is nothing but referencing to user table. In user table, everybody will have an email ID, right? So that incident tables assigned to user email, that email ID, email will be sent. Now, how do you choose this is you have these two, right? Users or users group in fields. If you want to keep somebody's name default, like regardless of whoever ticket is that I want to send an email to Abraham, then you could put names here. And let us say you want to send it to people outside of the service now, like your Gmail address. Then snowdev123@gmail.com. You can put it like this also. If you do not have this particular user inside your system, this is some external account or something, it's fine. You can just make use of this email address column and click on to that so that it gets pushed inside and closes. So you can choose as many people as you want in this box. And let us say the value is dynamic, it is not static, it is dynamic, it might vary based on the record. At that time, you could use the fields here. Let us say you want to send this to assignment group or assign to. Then let's say you want to send it to all the peoples of the group, so you bring it assignment group also, right? So here in outer box they have given only to assign to of my incident ticket, right? So similar to how I told you that we can choose people, like we can choose Abraham Lincoln or Abel Tutor, some user account. Similarly, there are a lot of groups available in the database, right? You can pick up a group also and trigger this email to them. These are all static, right? And what happens when you click on subscribable is there is something called click here to subscribe, click here to unsubscribe, right? So if you uncheck subscribable, this option will no longer be available to them. So this again comes under the requirement. And in what it will contain, so you have to give a subject and you have to give a body. Don't get confused with this. I will give you a simple thing. So subject will put incident is assign um, incident assigned to you. That would be the email subject. Now we'll say, hey, hi. We'll have to put the assignee name, right? So do you see something kind of a box that says fields and there's a plus icon? You have to extend that and do a control F, assigned to, right? So you get assigned to, but again you see a plus here, right? Because it is a referencing field. So you have to get assigned to name, name of the assigned to. So I do a control F, assign to, and inside that, yeah, control F, assign to, and I did plus icon so that it could expand. I could see the all the fields that is inside of assign to, and here I see several. In that I'm going to choose name, so LMN. Okay, N. So I just click here. The moment I click here, you can see that it automatically got pre-filled with this text, assigned to name, colon, and all of that, right? This assigned to name colon is something that you can remove. It's just a free text. This is your script syntax. Dollar assigned to dot name. So what I'm trying to say is that you do not have to write it on your own. You just click it here. System is automatically going to push that for you. You don't have to put an effort to make this syntax. So hi assigned to name, and then put up a comma. Then inc so and so has been assigned to you, right? So this is nothing but inc number, right? So I want the number. Do we have the number in the incident table? Yes, we have. What is the field name? It's called number, right? So I can look up onto the field that says number, right? You have it here. So the moment I click it, it got populated here. So I just need to cut this up and paste it here. Has been assigned to you. Thank you. Like this, you can bring description, short description, every field inside your email. And I'm gonna do a right click save. So let me click on preview notification. So before sending an email, you want to see how it's gonna look like. So at that time, you can click on the button called preview notification, which is on the top right, and it will tell you how it's gonna come. So this is the short description that we wrote. Incident assigned to, and afterwards we gave hi. Can you see hi assigned to name? So that assigned to name. Let me click on this incident. You can see this assigned to. Assigned to is David Lu. So his name has come up here, and we have put dollar number, which is dynamic, right? So number has come here. Now instead of ticket number 60, I'll choose some other ticket. Like I'll choose ticket number 8. So ticket number 8 is assigned to somebody called ITIL user. So it says hi ITIL user. This so and so ticket has been assigned to you. So the notification that we have developed is a dynamic notification. So this is about some basics of the notification. Tomorrow we will look at this in detail. Any questions so far? So today you can go to notifications module and give it a try. You can write few UI policies and give it a try. Any questions so far?
Hello. Uh, Earlier, I asked you a question about
Yes, please.
integer or number. Uh,
Yes. So you said you were not able to see the integer field, right?
yes, yes. I have shared my instance URL.
Okay, I'll look at this. In the meantime, anybody has any other question?
At the starting of session,
Hmm.
you were telling about tables and columns, right? That editing.
Right, right.
So search for employee abscond. Employee.
Oh, you come up with a very good name. Okay, I'm opening up a sample record. So I'm doing right click, configure all. So I'll try to create a new dictionary entry. I'll say employee ID, okay?
No, it's already created, right?
Do you see integer here?
Yeah.
Okay, but I
But
got your
once,
question. Why are you not
yes,
able to see in the field that you already created?
yeah. I
Probably
I
this
just tried
one.
to edit that.
Correct, correct.
Mm.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. The reason is because you already have a record in your system. This is to everybody. Listen to this. You already have a record in your system wherein you have a value for this particular field, and this is a combination of number and string, right? So, what will happen when you make this as integer? Let us assume system is allowing you to make it as integer. What will happen? This value will get automatically cleared out, right?
Yes.
So you're not supposed to change your data type after creating a field, at least not after having data in the database. That is why you're not able to see anything called integer here.
So in that case, can I only enter integer value? Then can I able
You
to
can
change it?
okay, you can create a new field, or else what do we do is you can either change it as an integer like 1 2 3, and then save it. After that you should be able to see, or otherwise I'll remove off this value. Now this field
Hmm.
has nothing. Now let me refresh this. I will remove the string and I'll give it a search. I should be able to see the integer. Now you see integer, right?
Yes.
You understood the
So
logic,
what I
right?
did is I
Mhm.
clicked on once open that table. Yeah, open that one.
Yeah, you just clicked on to that field. It automatically gives you that field type is string. So you continued with that.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it's fine, but I'm saying that okay, it gets created, but after getting created, you open that record and manually change it before creating a record. Or
Yes.
otherwise, you would have to delete
Okay.
the record in order
Got
to
it.
change the data type. Okay, so there. Okay, I hope your question is answered. There's somebody who's asking about tables and column, which I explained in the start of the session. Could you please repeat that?
Yeah, that you, I mean, that's not recorded, right? Means for practice purpose. So I asked once
Okay,
again.
okay, sure. Okay, that is quite simple. So you just type on tables and you go to tables and columns. So you see a lot of tables here. Whichever table schema map or the details of the table you want to see, the existing table, you do a control F. Right now I'll show you for change request. Change request. In this you might see multiple, but just focus on to the table that says change request alone, right? This one alone. And once you click on, you will be able to see the data of this. So you give on edit table so that you comes to this page and you can change your this thing and everything, right? You can see all the existing columns, what table is this extended from, and the other details. This and all I've not explained, I'll come back later. All these fields, everything you can see it here. And if you want to jump to the list of the form, see, these are the related links you can explore. So if you give show list, it will take you to this place, right? If you click on show form, if you click on show form, it will take you to the change request form for a new record. So like that, you have several related links here which you could make use of. And if you click on show schema map, again you have access to that schematic representation of the table, which will tell you the detailed information of which table is referenced from where. Allow me a minute. All right. So this is the schema map is nothing but a graphical representation of how each table is interlinked with the other. See, we are trying to check change request table, right? You can see that change request table is connected with several other tables. And what is the connection of this table with other tables? You can explore it here and identify the options. And there is a color code for everything. The blue color, the navy blue color says that the tables that are extending from change request. Um, Task table is extended from change request is extended from task table, right? Similarly, change request table is extended to, like, change request child table is something called change request IMAC table. So like that, how many tables are connected with each of them, everything you will be able to see it in the schema map. And then what else you could see? Okay, the layout of the form and the design of the form, all these details that you would be able to see. And in the tables and columns itself, if you click on create table, you will have access to create a table, just like how you did yesterday. Right? Any questions? All right, so if there isn't any other question from anyone, we'll close for today's session. All right, thank you guys. You should be seeing my screen. So my instance is waking up. So in the meantime, I will show you in the documentation. After that, I'll again explain you from the personal instance. Let you understand the concept of dictionary entries, right? Dictionary entries are nothing but fields. But in that field, you have several attributes and field configurations as such, having a field mandatory, or what is the reference qualifier of the field and read only, and what should be the default value, and is it a display value. So you have several components that are attached to the dictionary entry. Now, a dictionary override will come into place only if there is a field and that field is shared among different tables. For example, task table is the parent, right? Under task, you have several child tables. Example, incident, change, problem, catalog task, RITM. All these tables are child table of task. So what happens is all the fields of task table is automatically inherited to child tables. Now, not just the fields, but also the configurations of the field. As in, let us say in task table, if assignment group is mandatory, then obviously in incident, change, problem, everywhere, assignment group will be mandatory. But you get a requirement that in incident table alone, you don't want to keep the assignment group mandatory. Now, how would you do it? Simply, what we would do it is rightly configure dictionary entry, uncheck the mandatory checkbox in the field. But here, since this field is shared across several other sibling or child table levels as well, we should not right away change it. Instead, we should create a dictionary entry override that works specifically for this table alone. Now I can show you this way, right? So as I told you, so if there is a field on the task table, you can write a dictionary override in order to change the default value, or to change the mandatory, or to change the read only, or any configuration of the field that shall apply only to the specific child table. For example, incident table or anything. And whatever you change in this dictionary entry override will affect this table only. It will not affect the task table or any of its sibling table. Like as in change table is a sibling table of incident, right? Because for both of them shares the same parent task. Now, what are the things that you could override is you could change the reference qualifiers, you could change the attributes, default values, calculations, dependencies, display values, mandatory and read only. Reference qualifiers will be applicable only if the dictionary entry, original dictionary entry is of type reference, right? When you give a reference at that time, it asks you which is the referencing table, and asks you what are the records it should display, right? The filter down records. So that is what you call it as reference qualifiers. And attributes help you to give colors or some designs, something to that specific field. And default value is, if you always want to keep assignment group filled with service desk, you will give the value of service desk assignment group in the default value. So it means that by default, that assignment group field will have the default value of service desk. And calculations, if there is any formula that we need to handle for this field. And field dependency, right? Yesterday I showed you about a field dependency between assignment group and assign to, right? Assign to is dependent on assignment group, as in assign to there is a reference qualifier that it should show only the users who have the role ITIL. But since it is mapped with the dependency of assignment group, there is also another condition wherein it will only list down the users who are member of the assignment group that you have chosen, right? And display values, when I say display values, you remember I changed the display value of incident table from number to assign to, and afterwards it started showing that Beth Angeline, that you assigned to names on the incident header. So that is what you call it as display value. For any table you could have only one display value. And of course, making a field mandatory or a read only in the field level only. Right, so in this documentation you have a sample configuration where you could do a dictionary entry override. So in this, they're trying to change something with regard to priority. So they do a right click, they go to the field and do a right click configure dictionary. If you scroll down configure dictionary entry, you will see something called dictionary entry overrides. In that, you could create one for the incident table, or if it is already available, you can just access that record and modify whichever configuration you want. And now in this place, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make they're trying to make the uh, read only overridden. In task table, it was never read only, but incident table, they're trying to make it as read only so that it cannot be inputted by users. Instead, it could be inputted only by system or some backend. Right. This is with regard to dictionary entry override. If there is any question, please be specific so that I can demo that specific point to you. I will take one sample record from the incident. To give you an understanding of this parent and child tables, watch me what I'm typing. I put task.list, right? So when I put task.list, it takes me to task table. So here you could see change request, and if I scroll down, you should be able to see incident and everything. See, I'll just put up a filter. Number starts with INC, and you should be able to see INC record also. So I'll put up a filter starts with P. LCP problem records also. So literally any child table records of the task table, I will be able to see it all at one place, because for all of them there is one common parent, which is task table. Now, how do we in task table, how do we identify apart from this number which table does it belongs to? So there is a column called task type. You will have to do a group by so that you understand how much data we have that is split across several child tables of task. So now that I have done task type grouped, so I can see that there are several tables. Like there's a table called transferred order line task, there's a table called follow on task, and to be specific on something that you should be already aware of, you should be knowing change request, change task, incident, problem task, request item, catalog task, and incident, of course. Yeah, incident, of course. So as I told you, all these are child tables of task, so everything can be seen at one place. But if you go to incident dot list, right, you will be able to see only incident records, no other records. Similarly, if you go to problem table, you will be able to see only problem records. PRB number starts with, nothing else. But in task records, everything is stored because this is a parent. Now that we have taken a sample incident, so I can show you to identify where these fields are coming from. For example, this technical notes is one field that we created by ourselves, right? So if you do it right click and you click on show technical notes, it will tell you that this is coming from incident table. Do you see incident dot u underscore technical notes? So it's coming from the table incident, and it is of the field type technical notes. So it tells you that it is from incident table. So anything you change it here. For example, let me do a right click and do configure dictionary, and I make it mandatory, right? there are several components, as I told you. There are components like default value, display, mandatory, and all of that. Let me just touch this mandatory and I'll do update. Now, whatever I have done now will only impact incident table. Why? Because this technical notes field is available only on incident table, none other table, right? So I've made this mandatory. But there's a field called description, right? Let me do a right click and I click on show description. So it tells me that it has been coming up from the table called task and the field name is description. Now keep this in mind. This field is coming from task. Okay. Now I'll take some other change request records. Some random change request record. And here I do a right click and I click on show description. So here it tells me that this description field comes from again task. So what does that mean is this description field is common between incident and change, obviously. Now let's try to change. Right now it's not mandatory, right? Now let's make that as mandatory true. So I do a right click and I do configure dictionary. So directly here I will make it mandatory true and I'll do a right click and save. Now you could see that it would have impacted both the problem record and the incident record. So in incident record, you could see that the description has become mandatory, as well as let me open up a problem change record. Change or problem, it could be anything. So everywhere you see that it become mandatory. You can see, right? Change request also it become mandatory. But you now feel that, oh, I don't want to make it in mandatory in change request. I just want to make it mandatory only for incident. So now what you have to do is undo your changes. Whatever changes that you have done, you have to undo. And then if you scroll down to the related list, you will see something called dictionary entry overrides. So for this field, we do not have any dictionary entry overrides already defined. So let us create one. Once again. So we were explaining about dictionary entry overrides. So any questions with that? So what we were trying to say is that uh, if you're trying to make any field level changes for a field which is a shared field, then it is going to impact all the other places where this field is shared, right? So instead of that, you want to do it at only one place and that change should not affect the other ones. If you feel that way, then you have to make utilization of your dictionary entry overrides. Is that clear? Any doubts on that? Okay. So previously, you remember what we had done is we had marked this mandatory field checkbox true and we saved it. After that, we could find that this was mandatory throughout. Throughout, as in, it was mandatory in the incident level, it was mandatory in the problem. I'll open a sample change record, I'll open a sample incident and a sample problem record, 3 records at a time. And you can see that we have marked this mandatory field true, and you can identify that in change it become mandatory, In problem also it become mandatory, and incident also it become mandatory. And not just these three tables, literally across these 18 tables, the description field would have become mandatory. But this is not what we expected, right? What we were in fact planning is, we just did a right click dictionary entry on incident, and we were hoping that only incident should become mandatory. But what happened is, since this is a shared field, it has become mandatory at every other place. Now how would you undo this is, you just have to make mandatory, whatever you've done, you uncheck it, save it back. Now everything will become non-mandatory. Now whatever you want to do, you want to do it only for your incident table, right? Then at this point, look at the related list of the specific dictionary entry. You will find something called dictionary overrides. If there are already existing record available for the available in the system out of box, just try to find the record which says table is instant. Here for this field we do not find any existing dictionary entry overrides. So let us proceed to create one for ourselves. In this I will choose the table as incident because I want my current changes to be done only on the incident table. And there are, these are the components that you have access to change. In this we're going to only override the mandatory. So in existing or in core system it is not mandatory, but in your configuration or customization you're going to make it mandatory true. So let's do this and we'll give submit. So once this is done, you could see for yourself that in incident record, it will be showing mandatory true, whereas in change or problem, it will no longer show it as mandatory true. Because whatever we have done has gotten applicable only for incident record.
Thank you.
Okay, in incident record, you could see that it's become mandatory. In change request, it is no longer mandatory. Let me refresh problem. In problem also, it will be no longer mandatory. Right? Yeah, this is how dictionary entry overrides work. Now, since we are in this concept of this thing, I will also explain about labels. So in labels, so let us say you have a requirement for a specific table. You want to this description field itself. You want to show it as the label as description on all the tables. Otherwise, you want to show it as a different label. Then you could make use of this labels entry. Let me explain you. So for all the child tables of task, the label is called as description, right? But you have a specific requirement that you want a field called instructions, but that should be applicable only for incident. Now you have two options. Either you can create a new field called instructions or just customize the existing one. Again, customizing the existing one should not impact the other child tables. Now you could make use of labels, and you could create a label for incident alone, and this is similar to dictionary entry override, except for the fact that it focuses only on the label, nothing else, nothing like mandatory or anything. It focuses only on the label. So I'll give the label as instructions. The plural form of the label also is instruction, and I give submit. Now you could see that instead of creating a new field, it just relabeled the one in the incident table from description to instructions. Here you can see it says description, and here you can see it as instruction. Whereas for problem and all, it will still say as description only, right? So creating a label entry is nothing but similar to dictionary entry override, but only specific to label of the field pertaining to any table that you want. Now, this label option is also capable of doing a special thing, like kind of language translation. So you go to configure label and you can define translations for specific fields. For example, right now we have for English, right? Now let us say you wanted it a translation for some other language. Description in French translate. Okay, looks like in French it is la description. So what we can do is we can create a similar record, uh, same like this task, but we will just change this one and um, French language code. For English you call it as en, right? Mm, we have something called a language file. Let me see the code for other languages. Okay, I'm not really sure what is the code for French, but for English it is en, right? For German, I think it is d. So like that, if you make an entry like this and do an insert and stay, what happens is based on your user personalization. Here you have something called language, right? I will change it to default view. Okay, in the out of box system, you have only English language, but you can enable more languages by including more drop downs to the specific place. So at that time, when you create your field labels, at that time, what will happen is system will automatically translate for the fields you have. This having said, there are also few plugins that will help you to enable translations by automatically by systems. For examples, I will show you few plugins and I will also activate them and show you how does it reflect back in the system. So if you are into a PDA, just in left navigation, look out for plugins and look out for the keyword called normalization. Right? So these are the individual translations. So let's look out for French and German translations. So let's install this. So it says that enabling this plugin might take 2 or 3 hours. But install this, let it run in the background, shouldn't be a problem with us. And in your personal instance also, you better just keep few translations activated, so that in one of our future sessions we will see it in detail how we could load data for translations, so that if you have a company which caters to the audience or employees across different regions of the world having multiple language. uh, if you see like the Chinese people will not uh, will not be much familiar with English, and all the tool interfaces they will want to be in their own languages. So of course same similar goes with French and German. So these are few languages that are common. And ServiceNow as a plugin as in it is a package. You do not have to create a translation for each and every word. There is a huge file already being installed by the system. You just have to like a plug and play, you'll have to install them such that it is activated for all users. And once this is activated, automatically in your user profile you will start seeing the drop down that says in languages field it will say French, German, whichever you have activated. And people will be able to opt their language of their choice, and the entire systems will be auto translated to that specific languages. But as we know, it cannot do an 100% translation. There could be some 70 to 80% translation that was already made. And if there are any few keywords that are not being translated, we will still be able to translate, set up translation. So now how do we do that is, there is a module called UI messages. Right? So under system UI, there is something called messages. So it tells you what are the different translation that we could set up. For example, okay, we do not have any record generated for other languages. Probably once this plugin is completely installed, you can see that this record would have doubled up. You will see further more records in this table. Now, there is a word called click on the title to rename the board. There is one sentence, right? Let us say you want this to be translated in some other languages. So you just click French. Now I can see French is, this is because this is in middle of installation, right? Otherwise I will not even be able to see this French. Now here I'll put, imagine this is some French text. So whoever is a French user who has chosen French language, and in the system if it is supposed to say this wording, instead of this wording it will say this one, right? I will do an insert and stay, so that I create a new French translation record created. So to summarize, the moment you install a plugin, in your user profile languages drop down, automatically the other languages would start coming up, whichever you have installed first thing. And also system by its own self, without admin's intervention or developer intervention, it will be able to provide translation for 70 to 80% of the words inside the system. But what about that remaining 30%, right? So people have to find them, and once we receive concerns about that, we will document it, and we will find translations for them and make a entry at this place. So the English word here, like for example description, the English word here, and the French description for it, um, LA description, right? Something like that. So that if there is no translation that is available out of box, the one that we are creating here, it will help. So this is all about translation. Any questions on that regard? All right, so let's get into the next topic. So probably we can cover up. So UI policies, actions and all we had seen yesterday. Okay, we have data policies, but before I could explain data policies, I can show you. Okay, I can show you SLAs. Because data policy, I'll give you an example. UI policy represents user interface policy, right? Meaning whatever happens in front of your eyes in the client level. When you say client side, it means that like in front of your eyes or in front of the browser screen. There is another component called server side. Server side is what you call it as backend. This is something that need not be, not necessarily be on the screen, not necessary to be on the screen. So when we would have requirements like we would like to do a validation on the client level, on the server level. So when you say server, don't think too much. It is just on the back end, right? Translate it in your mind in such a way that when I say server side, it means like in the back end. So let us say that there is a requirement wherein assignment group has to be mandatory, right? You can make it at field level, or in UI policies you can make it at mandatory. But what if there is some integration or some Excel file upload or some import system that helps you to create incident, but your UI policy will not help there, because that is something happening through external systems or through some import, unlike the usual path of normal form layout, right? At that time your UI policy will not be of any help. So in order to perform the same operations that UI policy does, but that validation should be on the database side or in the backend, then you would create a data policy. Again, data policy is one of the components of a table configuration. So as usual, let me take you to incident table. So I'll do a right click, configure all. So you can see that the view is little changed, right? This is because right now we are in self-service view. Configure all, so that you get at one place all the configurations that could be done for the incident table. Okay, there is an existing data policy that you have. Let me show it to you before we could create one for ourselves. As I told you, UI policies and data policies are exactly same except for one difference. One difference is data policies works also on server side and client side both. It is like making really sure that this condition is satisfied regardless of the approach of the incoming data. It can be coming from client level, or it can be coming from import set or some integration, anything like that. So similar to the components that you have in UI policy, of course you have a table, you have a inherit checkbox, reverse if fails, active. Short description is just for developer documentation. Again, description is for developer documentation. And condition is when this policy should apply, right? So this policy should apply only if the state is one of these two, either resolved or closed. And this should be applicable when you do an import set. Import set is nothing but from third party system, or from, let's say, a small thing, a Excel upload. At that time, through Excel upload, you're trying to import some 100 records into your incident table. At that time, should this validation be done? So that is what, if you have such a requirement, you can just enable this one. And SOAP is like integration, right? Through an integration SOAP or REST, you have a record updation. At that time, do you want this validation to work? So this will happen. And do you also want this to be happening on the client side? So at this time, you do not have to write a separate UI policy. Just enable this one. This will do the job. Now, how you have an UI policy or UI policy actions. Similar like that, you have data policy rules. In that, it again does the same job of an UI policy, making mandatory, read only, these two things. So if it is a mandatory, then what happens is it is from backend, right? So system will not update that specific record unless and until resolution code is filled up. Like if you're trying to upload an Excel data and this Excel is containing a list of incident with the states being marked as resolved, now it is important that the Excel should also contain the column resolution code. If not, that particular record will not be updated. Same with close notes as well, which is nothing but resolution notes. So the front end name is resolution note, back end name is close underscore notes. So that's why you see it like this. Don't get confused. The back end name of resolution notes is they've developed it as close underscore notes. Similarly, front end name is resolution code, back end name is close code. So that's why you see in the display value as close underscore code. Any questions with regard to data policies? I can demo this when we get into this concept of import sets, as in how do you import your Excel into your incident. At that time, I can create a data example for this, and I can show you how this is working. But otherwise, on a general context, it is same as UI policy, but it will also validate when the data is pushed from any source in addition to form level, like not just while filling up of the form manually, but via import sets or via web services. At any point of time, if you're trying to push in a data, this validation will happen. So that is the job of data policies. Now let's review what all we have seen so far. We have seen dictionary entries, if you've seen dictionary entry overrides, we've seen UI policies, we've seen data policies. Now, let's get into notifications. Yesterday we had some basic, basic introduction about notification. So today, for the rest of the 15 minutes, we'll see notifications in detail. I've enabled every field out to be coming up in the layout. And if you're working on your personal instance and if you really wish you want those emails to be coming to your mailbox, what you can do is you just type mailbox in the left navigation, and here you will get okay, just type email properties, right? Mail properties. So under system properties, you have something called email properties. Go there. Right. So here you can see inbound. Inbound means the emails that are coming to our system, meaning the ServiceNow system. Outbound means the email that are being sent from ServiceNow to some other people, right? Now, if you create an account, okay, so I will tell you the importance of this particular field, okay? This you will have to be very careful when you play around with your company's instance. Don't touch this box until you're really very sure. I'll tell you what happens when you mess up with this particular field. So in user we have lot of email address, right? So let us say there is a notification that is defined in such a way that whenever the incident is commented, it has to either go to incident caller or incident assigned to, right? So at that time, let us say able tutor is the incident assigned to. Now, what the system will do is the system will send an email to able.tutor@example.com. Since such an email ID does not exist, fine, no issues. But let us say you put your email ID in, in top of this user. You put it as test123 or snowdev123. It's let's say it's my Gmail address, okay, at gmail.com. So let us say this Gmail ID is a genuine ID and it does exist. Now, what will happen is it will literally send an email to this particular Gmail address. Even though this is a personal instance, it will send an email. if you want to avoid this during testing. Now all these emails that you see in user table are example.com. Such a domain does not exist, so it's absolutely fine. But if you import the data of actual user email ID, you'll have to be little careful. Now, as part of testing, let us say you put your email ID, your friends or colleagues' email ID, and everything like 10 records, right? Now, you want those email ID to be here, but at the same time, you don't want this email to be sent to them, because right now you're just in testing or validation, some requirements, something like that. At that time, what you have to do is, in this place, you have to give your email address. For example, let us say Rakesh 123 at gmail.com. Let us say this is my email address. Okay, what will happen is, instead of sending to any of these people, whichever email is there, it will send it only to this user, right? This is a testing email address, and it also has to be made sure that this particular property is enabled. If this is disabled, it doesn't matter you have a value in this or not, it will not go to anybody. So you'll have to send keep your email sending enabled. And if you want the actual recipients to receive the email, you just leave it like this. You just leave it like this, and it will be sent to the actual recipients. So these recipients and all does not exist in anywhere, because example.com domains and all never really exist. But if you keep real original email IDs here, what will happen is they will definitely get an email, even though this is a personal instance. So now you have a requirement wherein, like, it's okay that you want to keep original email address, but for testing, because you're testing some functionality, then you probably put up your personal email address to this, so that any email that needs to be sent from the system will automatically be redirected to your mailbox. And also be aware of this. Your mailbox might be like dumped with hundreds of emails, so just be careful about it before you do anything. Right, I'll show you a few how do you validate whether an email is sent or not. Now, to get to this place, we went to email properties, right? Is this being recorded? Just want to be sure. Okay. Email properties, right? So you have something called system properties and email properties. So that is how we came up here. Now you want to check the email logs, let us say. So you just go to mails. You type mails and you can see system logs, emails just under that bottom line. And you can see none of the emails were triggered today, and nothing, yeah, something on the past. So let's do created as a 2A. Right. So until, yeah, 3 days back, there was an email. Now, I can show you a live example. Like, I can go to some specific incident and I can put up a comment, test comment. I should be expecting an email coming up here. Right. Now you can see that there is a subject that says INC1 as new comments, and the email was sent to snowdev123@gmail.com. It is right now in send ready state, right? You can see send ready. In a fraction of second, it should jump from send ready to sent. And it goes to this particular email address, snowdev123. It is because the caller of the incident, I kept it as able tutor, and able tutor's email address is snowdev123@gmail.com. All right. So I'll filter down to the only the emails that were triggered today. Now let me open this email log for and we can identify each of the components of this particular email. So you can see that there is a subject like this, and who's the recipient is this, and you can see kind of an HTML section of how that email would have been received. But to see the actual email, in the bottom you have something called preview the HTML of the email, right? So you click on preview email, so it gives you the data. It shows up here. So they would have received an incident, an incident notification like this only. They would have exactly received like this in their email body, right? And obviously with this specific subject, incident as news comments will be their subject, and this could have been their body. And this button is something, is a link. If you click on new tab, it will take them directly to this particular incident. And you have an option of unsubscribe, notification preference, and this is something that you call it as an watermark. Now, what is a watermark in ServiceNow email is, it is like a unique identifier. Every single email will have a watermark. Now, let's say they receive this email, okay, and able tutor, Mr. Able Tutor, reply back to the email. He does not have to come to ServiceNow to reply back. You just click on Outlook reply all, and you can send up a message, yeah, sure, something like that, and it will come and gets appended to this incident. Now, how do you think that ServiceNow is capable of accepting these messages and mapping it to the exact incident? It is because of this watermark. In ServiceNow knows that, okay, I received an email from with such a watermark, and this watermark is same as the one that we generated for this incident, for that specific notification. So it goes and correctly updates to the specific ticket record, right? And from email logs, we can also further identify what is the notification configuration that you have. So in email, you have something called notification, and it's an hyperlink, right? So you jump into this, you click onto this. So the email notification display name is incident commented for ESS. Right. So as I told you, yesterday, we have components like when to send, who will receive, and what will contain. So all these components. So any existing applications, you would have all these notifications already configured and all of that. Only for the new notifications or new requirements or new application that you develop. For that, you might have to start it from the scratch. Like you have to define by yourself when this email has to be sent and who should receive and what should the email body contain and all of that. Right? Any questions so far? We will have another session for notification in detail as well. But today, I'm glad that I was able to explain you about this email properties and how you could identify your emails from the logs. Please, get in with your questions if any. If not, we will close the session for today. And again, I re-insist, make sure you practice it in your personal instance. Otherwise, the sessions or the trainings that you might take will not be really beneficial as you think. It will only become beneficial the more you practice, the sessions would become beneficial, right? Just keep that on mind. Okay, if there isn't any question, I think we can drop for today's session. Thank you, everyone. All right. So there is some parts of user administrations we will cover for the first, next 15 minutes, and then we will jump into the other sections. So as you could see from user administration or user profiles, there are several components interlinked, right? You have a user, the user is mapped to a group, and user is assigned with a role. So I'll explain today for how we can leverage the roles and groups functionality.
Okay, there are multiple ways that you could assign a role to the user. For example, you go to a user profile, in related list, you automatically click on edit, and from there, you give them whatever role you want or remove those roles from them, right? But the other option and the correct method is we will have to map roles to groups, and that group we will have to link to the user so that they inherit the role. Let me take you to groups table. So under system security, I have groups. I'll probably look into some random group. Okay, there's a group called change management. And if you see, currently there's only one person mapped to it whose name goes by the name change manager. And that person has the role change manager as well. Now let's see if able tutor has the role change manager. CHANG. Now you can see that able tutor does not have the role change manager. Now there is two options that we can give him this role. One is click on edit and just type in change underscore manager and give him this role. If not, I'm going to give cancel. I'm not interested in giving this role right away to him. Instead, what I will do is I will add him as a member of change management group and save it. Now what happens is you can see that the roles that are linked with change manager gets added to him. For example, change manager role, ITIL and other stuff. So let me refresh the form. You can previously it was 27, it jumped into 31. And there are fields called inherited true and all of that, right? So you can see that okay, it will give you an idea how is the inheritance map and how the role was obtained to the user. For example, I will filter down to the change manager role and I will click on the inheritance map. It will tell the, it will tell you how this role was granted to the user. It is because he was added to the group change management, which contained the role change manager, hence he acquired the role, right? And again, there could be a question. In this group, under role section, there is only one group called change manager. Then how come suddenly when I add able to this group, it is showing like adding role this, adding role this. There were four roles. So that might be confusing for you. This is again a role within a role, right? Meaning there's a box and inside that you have another box. Probably inside that other box, you have another box. Now you present it to your friend one box, okay? So while receiving, your friend might think, okay, I'm getting one box, but in fact inside that you have kept another box, and inside that there's other two set of box that you have kept. So from looking outside it might appear to be like one single box, but in fact there were several boxes kept inside each of them. So that is how inside this change manager role, there are other roles like personalized decision table, ITIL, change SOC admin. Now, how do we see, okay, what are the boxes inside is? So you have this roles thing, you open up them and you can see that this change manager role, the role is change manager, it contains further three more roles, right? SOC admin, ITL and all of that. And in fact, even if you can see, this role may or may not contain even more roles inside, right? So I just opened up this ITL record and I can see it contains another 15 roles, right? So one role containing multiple. So like that, this chain can go on. These are the roles that were created out of box when the system was developed, and and it is used across all the incident change problem management. But when you develop your own application, you can design something similar or having this kind of functionality in mind, and probably align it with your requirement. So what is the benefit of keeping like this? What is the benefit of keeping the roles inherited from groups rather than directly giving roles? Is because uh, you want this person to become a change manager, right? But tomorrow we want to remove him from the change management access. Then we do not have to worry about, okay, what are the roles? Yes, we just have to remove him from the group, which in turn you will automatically be revoked of the roles that he has already received, right? So in terms of user administration and for reporting, it is even more convenient and easier, and this is how the process work. It is always advised to map roles to the groups and thereafter add users to the group as members so that they inherit the roles, right? Any questions with regard to how to play with groups and the roles and users?
Once again, show me how to add to the group.
So in left navigation, you go to groups table, right? And then you choose one group probably. So for testing, I've taken a group called change management. So I've gone to this tab. When I click on this, it opens up to this tab. Underneath, you have a related list called roles and group members. So as simple as that, you just click on edit. It will open up a slush bucket. You call this as a slush bucket. And you choose people that you want to be added to this group, right? And save it. So now what happens is these four people are now granted with all the roles that is expected, right? Now, so these are out of box, I told you. Uh, let's get to the point of how do we create roles, right? How do you create roles is again, left navigation you go ROLES roles. Under user administration you have roles. Open up the record, click on new and testing underscore role. Never give a space or capital letter here. Always try to stick with small cases and probably using dot or underscore rather than any other special characters. So this is for developer documentation, right? Now, what I can do is I can map this role to change management group. Right now, change management group is containing only one role, right? Now, I can map the new role that I created with the change management group, right? So the moment you added this, there are already six people, right? So we need to give these six people that role. So you do not have to do anything with the members. Automatically, you insert a new role for this group. System knows what to do. So system will automatically add this new role to the available six people who's already present. So you can see six records, right? Now, now there's a question of what is this thing called elevated privilege, right? Uh, so for example, right now, this role has no functionality. We have not defined this role that this role can have access to this, there's nothing. What we can do is, you remember we created an application yesterday, a menu module. Okay, so let's say my custom table, right? So what we can do is, I will update this testing underscore. All right. And now I have changed the configuration such that people who have the role testing role will be able to access a module called my custom table extending task. You remember in one of the previous session we created two tables. One goes by the name my custom table extending task. The other one goes by the name my custom table non-extending task. So for this table alone, I have given this role. Now, if I impersonate able tutor, if I impersonate able tutor, you will be able to see that. My custom table. My custom. Okay, you can't see it yet. This could be because the modules also we will have to map it. So under this application, you have one module. I will also add this non testing role to this my custom table non-extending module. Okay. Application is just like a category. Under that you have a component called module, which is nothing but a table where it exactly takes you to the table thing, right? So if you do not have access to the inside box, but just give them the access to the category, it will not show up. Now that we have updated the roles of both application and the modules with testing underscore role, now when we impersonate able tutor, you should be able to see it. Right? My custom table extending task. Now he is able to see it. But he is able to see the module, but not the table because he requires table level ACL. But you got it right. So this is how you give access to the modules. Modules are nothing but like redirection links that are available in the left navigators. Now coming back to the topic of what is called as a elevated privilege. Let me enable elevated privilege, save this, and afterwards now I will impersonate able tutor. So I just type my custom. You will not be able to see that, right? The reason is because I have marked this role as an elevated privilege. Now coming back to the understanding of what is elevated privilege is, just because he's logged in, he will not get that access of the roles. Instead, he has to elevate his profile before trying to access the components of the role. Meaning, let's say I am able tutor, so I need to go to my profile and click on something called elevate roles. Give me a minute. Okay, maybe I would have to refresh. But what would happen is you have something called elevate roles, right? So you will have to click on elevate roles so that this comes up here. Let me add myself as well in the change management group. So I've added myself to change management group. So I'm going to get all these two roles, testing role and change manager. Again, if you see, I will not be getting that testing role right away. I would have to click on elevate roles, and here the testing role checkbox will again pop up. I think right now we're not seeing it because of cache maybe. Okay, probably when I log out and log in, I'll be able to see. But the point of elevate roles is that you will not acquire the benefits of the role just because you're logged in. You will have to go, click on elevate roles, enable this checkbox, and give OK. Only then you will be able to attain the privileges of that specific role. So let me show you what are the roles that we have in our system that are defined as elevate roles, right? Okay, I will do right click filter out. Filter out means filter out the false elevated privileges, meaning show me the ulta. Show me the ones that are marked as elevated privilege true. Security admin is one thing, testing role is just what we gave, and work with some other role called workspace list admin. So only these are the three roles that are defined for elevated privileges. Among them, we have the first two, so it comes up in the bar when we log in. So if you ask me what does this security admin role does is, there is a table called ACL, right? Access controls. So you do not generally have access to um, edit any of the ACLs. As in, like let's say I want to modify the create ACL, I will not have a direct access if I do not elevate my profile. Like I'll do a logout.do, so that my session is kicked out. All right. Now that I have logged into the session, so let me refresh this ACL thing. So you can see that even though I'm an admin, right? So see, this person is a system administrator, but even though this person is not able to edit any of the components from the access controls. So in order to edit them, what I need to do is go to my user profile and click on elevate roles. And there you can see testing admin. And you remember like 10 minutes back, we enabled a testing underscore role as well as elevated privilege. So it starts coming up there. So I mark this testing admin and I'll probably enable testing role as well. But for this requirement, just so it tells you that grants modification access to the settings, allows user to modify the access control list. So now that I have elevated my privilege, then I will refresh the screen. Now I should be able to edit all the ACLs that are available in the system. Right? Now there could be a question, why something like privilege? It is because there are some very crucial or sensitive roles which ServiceNow does not want to have give it to you by default, because if you end up updating something, it is a trouble, right? So hence it is always given as an elevated privilege if there is a lot of crucial or sensitive information configuration is required, so that you are in your own senses and you acknowledge to the system that yes, please proceed and give this elevated privilege to me, right? So it's like a secondary affirmation before you attain the access of the specific roles. So every time you log out and log in, but you feel, oh, I need to update some ACL, every single time you have to enable the elevated privilege. Now that I have elevated my privilege, This will be enabled for my session until I log out. The moment I log out and log in, again I have to enable that elevate my privilege like that. Elevate privileges and groups and roles, all of that.
Ma'am, I have some poor internet connection, so I couldn't follow this properly. So in short, elevate roles are like we are providing for the user with separate roles, right?
Okay, so
By through the box.
mm, see, elevated roles are like nothing but a normal role, but just that you have the checkbox. There's a checkbox called elevated privilege. You have a checkbox called elevated privilege that is checked true. That is what you call it as an elevated role. Nothing a difference, right? But what is the point of checking this box? How does it make a difference from other roles? Is that, let us say I have testing role, okay? And you could see that I gave role to able tutor. Now that I have logged out, so I think it should work now. I will impersonate able tutor. So this role is mapped with an application called my custom table extending task, and again a module called my custom table extending task. So now, just that we have already given the role called testing role to able tutor, we expect him to be seeing it in his left navigation, but he can't see it, right? So this is something weird. So here you will see something called elevated privilege. Let me do one thing. He still does not see it. The reason is because I need to log in as him and log out and log in so that his session, a new session ID is created for him. Okay, I'll just put a dummy password. User ID is able.tutor. Password is just password. I will go ahead and do a log out and okay, in login.do, I'll give able tutor and password. Okay, now that is logged in with uh, now that is logged in with a new session ID kind of a logged out and logged in, right? Now I will type my custom. So again, as I told you, that my custom table extending task is accessible for people who are admins, and apart from that, people who have testing role, right? But we have given able tutor already the testing role. So it is strange that he's not able to see it in the left navigation, right? It is because we have enabled the checkbox called elevated privilege for testing underscore role. So once it is checked, they they have to go to the user profile. There is something called elevate roles. They have to elevate the role to testing role and then give OK, right? Now if I type my custom, he will be able to see, right?
Okay. So to access few tables, so we do give few roles using that groups. So here also we need to elevate him to that particular user, right?
Okay. As you said, in order to give access to few tables, modules, and all of that, we need to give him role. There is two option.
Yes.
We can give a role to some individuals using roles edit, right? Other option is we can map the roles to the groups. We can map the roles to the groups and then add the person that we want to the group. So automatically, as a concept of inheritance, they will acquire that role, right?
Yes.
Now, while developing a requirement, you could create two types of roles. One is the normal role. The other one is a elevated privilege role. The point of having an elevated privilege role is where role is something like the formal role or something, at that time you would use elevated privilege checkbox, because just because the person is logged
No,
in.
no, your
Hmm.
voice is getting stuck.
Okay, is it better now?
Yeah, it is better now.
All right. So the point again is, just because somebody is logged in, we don't want to give them role during certain times. So for such crucial and information roles, crucial and important roles, we will enable this elevated privilege checkbox true. Otherwise, 99% of the roles are like this only, unchecked only. Like 1% of very important roles are enabled with elevated privileges, such that when people log in, not just they will get it directly, they have to do extra double clicks, meaning on the login session they have to go to my profile, elevate roles, and choose that elevate privilege checkbox, so that they acquire that role only for that session, like that. Again, if they want to do
Okay.
something with that role, again they have to do the same procedure. It is like an extra check and extra affirmation, because we identify that this role is something, it has a great thing to do, it is very sensitive role, something like that.
But, okay.
All right. Okay, so now I have quickly showed you as well how do we map roles to applications and modules, right? While explaining this testing role concept itself, I've told you. So there are several modules and applications that you would create, right? In left navigation, the bigger one, the one that's in black color, you call it, the ones that is little aligned to the left border is what you call it as an application navigator. The one that is a little like 2 inches right, 1 inch right, is what you call it as a module. This is what you call it application module. This is just menu module. Okay, application module is nothing but it is a category. When you click on this also, nothing happens. It is just expand and show and hide. It doesn't do anything much. It is like a category, right? It does not have anything. It is just containing few elements inside, and you can have one or more modules inside this particular application navigator. For now we just created one module. Like this you can create multiple modules as well. Now, so these modules are there, right? These modules are nothing but redirection link. It could be a redirection link, or it could be displaying you a table, or it could be anything. Let us identify how this module was developed. So I just go on go to the right and click on the pencil icon. This pencil icon is available just because you're an admin. For other people this pencil icon would not be available. So now that I have clicked on the pencil icon, so it tells me that the title of this module is my custom table extending task. So I can rename it to quick link to table, something like that. And this is mapped under the application that says my custom table extending task. So just because it says application menu, it did not mean that you created an application. It's just a menu, like a category that you have created, right? And this one is non-editable. The moment I say save it, this will also get appended with the title value, so no worries. And visibility, who can see, right? So we have given that the people having this role and the people having this role can obviously see it. And in addition to it, since we are system administrator, we get to see most of them. So without having to write it separately, admins also will get to see it. And then what kind of a module is this? So you have several link types. So you have these many options. Like you could just give like slash google.com. If you give like slash google.com, it will open up, but it will open up like this.
right? So any page name you can give. So arguments is that after that URL, what has to come is what you call it as arguments. And assessment is that you have several surveys inside the system. So probably if you want the user to be taken to a specific survey, change request satisfaction survey, something like that, you can just pull and pick it from your. And content page is again, so once I save, uh, I mean there is another field that starts appearing, and there you can give the page link to it. And like that you have HTML from arguments and all of that. In window name, like nothing but if you want to open that in the same window, same tab, or in a new tab, like if you give underscore blank, it will open up in a new window. If you just leave it like this, it will open up in the same tab. And list filter I think is what it was originally there. So when you say list filter, so you want to tell the system what is the table that you want to display, and do I have any filter specifications, like only the ones that are active is true, assigned to so and so, like that. Okay, I have something called a list of records. Again, this will work with window names and arguments. You can just give the redirection link, and you can even define view names. So you creating views for um, creating views on form and the list. See, when you open up a record, you see certain data, right? You probably see some 10 to 15 fields. Now you see a lot of fields, but I have option to change my view to self-service, which will end up in showing very few fields. Like in self-service view, I have few fields. Like that, there are several views in form. Similarly, there are several views in list as well. So these are the list views, right? So in URL, you can see that the backend name of this view is ESS. So it says spam view is equal to ESS, and I can give incident, so that when the record opens up itself, when you click on that link, instead of showing the previous list view, it will show in this list view. Like that, you have options to customize that. Like that, this separator is nothing but like it will generate like kind of an application menu, a kind of a separator underline it will form. Again, similar that you have option to click as a survey. These are the different module types. And now coming back to override application menu roles, right? So what this does is, application is a bigger category, and inside that you have components called modules, right? So usually we assign a role to. So if you leave this checkbox unchecked, what happens is, whoever satisfies the role of this one, my custom table extending task, will automatically get visibility to the inside modules as well, unless and until you mark it check and you put some fresh roles, right? So you give them a token like, oh, you can see this application menu bar. If it is unchecked, what happens is, um, without having to define explicitly, they will be able to see all the contents in the inside of the application navigator. But if you want to restrict only one module, which is different from the application, then you will just enable this true, and so the system will evaluate, do they really have these roles, right? One of these roles. So this is how modules and link type works. So what you can do is, you can try to, as a part of an exercise, you can try to create new modules for your new tables, and just switch the access of the modules and applications based on this module roles. Any questions for this? All right. Yeah, was there a question? Okay. So here in user table, you see a lot of fields, right? In this, there is a field called department. Let us say you want to create a new department. Now, what do you do is you click on the search icon. Um, right now, there isn't any other department mapped, but you can see that all these data is stored right now in a table called departments table. So you have one option. You can just type departments and system will take you to departments table. So you see 7 in this record. Otherwise, let us say if there is no left navigation available, so it is always a shortcut to identify and decrypt the URL. So this is your instance name, right? Dev so and so dot servicenow.com. Afterwards, whatever follows, cmn underscore department, right? And you have to ignore the underscore listed or do also. It is like a parameter. So cmn underscore department is what you call it as your table name, the table, the backend table name. So always the shortcut to access a table is okay. So always the shortcut to access the table is you give the table name here and you give dot list, right? This is the shortcut. If you might want to take a note, you can table name dot list. So this what it will result is you have to give enter in your keypad. It will take you to this table. But let's say you want to go to this table in a new tab, then same but list in capital, right? So it takes you to a new tab. And one more thing is, you remember that I've told you, when you want to configure several components of the roles of the table, then you have to do right click configure all, isn't it? So the shortcut for this again is, so you get to see this page, right? So instead of going in double clicks like this, so you just have to remember your table name dot config, config in capitals, and you give enter. So what happens is, in a new tab it opens up, but not the form or the list, instead the configuration components of that particular table. So as I told you, any table for that sake has several components like business rule, client scripts, dictionary entries, dictionary entry overrides, notifications, and all of that, right? So like that, um, this is a department table, and what are the other reference table? This is a company table. So if I click on, can tell somebody tell me what is the backend name of company's table? Were you able to identify from the screen what is the backend name of company's table?
No, ma'am. I couldn't. Sys
For
user
company,
to
company underscore company.
That's right, yeah. So when you open up the table, you have to focus onto your URL, and you will see your instance name followed by whichever word is there, right? So in between the instance name and underscore listed or do, whatever you see is called your table name. So it's called core underscore company. Now I will put core underscore company here dot list, right? So why it is important for you to know the table names? It is because you cannot always expect a module. What is a module? It's like a redirection link, right? You cannot always expect that there is a module created. Imagine what if this is deleted, right? If what if this was never in your screen? If it is not there, you will never go to this link, right? But you should be able to access the company's table or whichever table, even though there is no direct redirection links for you available. I can show you few more examples. like change, right? So in front screen it might look like change request, but you can see that in the URL the table name is change underscore request underscore list, right? So the table name is change underscore request. To be very precise, you can open up a sample record and there it will tell you what is the table name just after the URL .com/change request dot do and sysID. SysID means I told you, remember, it is a unique across the instance with this some 32 alpha numerical combination across the instance. You could not find the same sysID value for any other record except for this record. You can't find the same sysID for an incident table or user table, nothing, right? And obviously this record is right now opened up in default view. So it says default view is an empty view kind of. So it says syspam view is equal to empty. Now I can change it to ESS. ESS is self-service, right? So just watch my URL. Previously it was like this. Now in syspam view is equal to, I'm putting it as ESS. ESS means employee self-service. In other language, self-service view. So I just give enter. So you can see that the view would have been changed. Hmm. Okay, so you can see that both are the same view, right? And syspam domain is equal to null. So domain and all you do not have to worry. And number of records it shows is 1. Syspam record rows is 11. It is because it was originally 11 and we opened up one record from that, right? So it was saying that the original set of records were 11 and from that one record was opened up. And what is the filter query that you used here? The filter query that you used here was active is false, right? So the query that was used is active false and it was sorted based on descending order. DESC represents descending. Order by represents sorting, right? In Excel you do sorting A to Z and all, right? So we have you can see, right? We have done sorting Z to A on the number field. So that is what this it says. Active is false is a filter that we had applied and we did sorting. Sorting means order by, descending means DESC, right? Based on number. No stack, this you can ignore. So if you read the URL itself, you can identify how this record was originated, what are the several components of this records, right? And one more thing I can show you. So when you do a right click and you give show XML, so I mean you know this XML concept, right? Like when you work on integrations and all, the data that you receive or send is most probably in XML formats. So in your front of your eyes, you can see that number is so and so, requested by so and so, short description is so and so. But when you look at the XML, it always gives you the backend values. For example, every field that you have in the system has a backend value. Additional assignee list backend value is this additional underscore assignee underscore list. Instead of giving this, if you give additional without space assignee without space list, it will not work. So you'll have to be careful of what is your backend name is. And okay, so there is a field called assignment group. Its display value is service desk, and its backend value is this ID, right? This is nothing but since assignment group is a reference field, the value will always return the SysID because it is a referencing table, right? So if you open whatever is the SysID 6D25, that is what would have come up here. 6D25, right? So this is how you look at the XML of a record. XML always shows fields even which are not visible in front of your eyes. Like for example, in if I remove this layout, change this layout such that I can see only number and requested by. However, if you click on show XML, you will be able to see all the hidden field backend values as well. Just to see that value, you do not have to do right click, configure list layout, form layout, nothing like that. So you can just do right click show XML and look at that record that you were trying to find. Any questions on this? Okay. So you remember yesterday we were working on notifications and we created notifications and all of that, right? Now let us say in your company how you will have your instances. Instances is that not everybody will have a direct production instance. For example, let us say uh, um, you work for a company called Mahendra. Okay, so they will have an instance called mahendra.servicenow.com, and they will have another instance called Mahendra hyphen dev or just dev, whatever, develop or just development, however they want to rename it, right? Service hyphen now.com, and again Mahendra test dot service hyphen now.com. So this name is the first parameter name is up to their own choice. So this they call it as a production instance, which is used for end users and all. So when you do a development, like when you write a client script, you write a notification or developing platform, right? So every tool requires a developing platform and it requires a testing platform. You cannot do everything at one place, right? Because this instance is used by people. At that time you can't develop in middle of people using the instance. So there will be an instance called development, there will be an instance called test, and even companies have more than 5 instances like POC instance, staging instance, development tool, like that. Each one comes with its own cost. Now, now let us say you create a notification or do some development in development instance. Now it is all working fine. So as a developer you find that it is working fine, right? So you will have to hand it over to the testing team for to test. Now the testing team will not be testing it in this instance, to test it in this instance. Now what will you do? Will you just recreate whatever you developed in dev and put it in test, or what will you do? There is something called update set. Update set is some a package which will contain all the development activities that you have configured so far, or as a part of that specific activity. You just have to do a 1 minute job, which is nothing but you have to take an XML of that update set and upload it in test environment. Job done. So whatever development you would have taken hours or days to work on this instance, developing a notification or some business rule client script, something. Now in order for somebody else to test it, to move it to other instance, you do not have to copy paste every script to the other instance. Instead, just download that XML from development and upload it in test. Job done. Same wise, let's say now the tester says, gives you a thumbs up and says, hey, it looks good. Now the same update set you will have to take it to production. So this is what you call it as an update set, right? Now in the gear icon under developer, there was something called show application picker in header, show update set picker in header. So before you start working on it, make sure it's enabled, right? I have enabled both of them. Right now we are just working on global application, nothing fancy, just global application. So for other 10 sessions it's going to be the same, don't worry. But update set is, you should not work on default update set, you should work on your own created update set. Now what would you do is, there is something called local update sets module. You click on there, Again, local update set module is a redirection link that takes you to a table called sys underscore update set, right? So you create a new um, development activity 1.0. We'll put July 9th. Okay. And state is same. Parent not necessary. It's not like a mandatory date. And if you have a release date plan, like at this so and so date you want to deploy this to production, you can give the date. But we do not have any specific requirement. We can leave it. And this says nowhere linked with automation. Like if you give a date at the same time, it will go and do it in production. Nothing like that. This is just for documentation. And this parent is also something similar to documentation. And this description also something similar to documentation. Now I have to click submit and make current, right? The moment I do that, you can see that it changed from default to development at this place. So if I click on this drop down, it says my current update set is development activity 1.0. Now I will just click on to this kind of booklet bar. So if I click on, it will take me to the update set, and in that there are some related lists, right? So whatever I'm going to work on further, it goes and gets captured here. So let me take you to some notification record. Notifications, under system notification, I went to notifications. So there is an existing notification called email assigned to SE task. I will just rename the notification, or I can do anything like I can put basically I have to do some changes to this notification. So I'll just put my name to it and save it. Right? This is nothing but typically changing a configuration of a notification. Now, if you look at this update set, I'm just refreshing. So you could see that there is a customer update added to this update set, which is nothing but this notification. You could see that there was a change made to this notification and got updated here. Let me open this record to show you in elaborate. So this basically contains the XML of whatever change you have done. These are all just for your extra knowledge. You don't have to worry what this XML contains, nothing like that. But you will also have, you will have to be very careful that every time you do a development work, make sure the update set is ready and it is marked as a current update set and it starts appearing here. If it doesn't appear, just click here and update it with the current update set, whichever you feel like. Now, an update set contain one record or 100 records, 1000 records, anything. Now we have done just one configuration change to one notification, so only one is there. Probably, let's say I want to change my module, right? Okay. We created a module called my custom role something. I will remove the roles from here. Done. And update. Mm-hmm.
So
Now
whatever change done in instance that will be affected on this.
That will be captured. Your changes will be captured in the update set. It is important for you to create a new update set and make sure it gets captured. Only then, if you want to transfer it to some other instance, we can do it. For example, let us say I developed one application, like I developed an application called COVID tracker. Okay, so the module, the uh, the development is nothing but I'm creating a table. I'm creating a left navigation module called COVID tracker. Inside that, I'm giving several modules like um, COVID active cases, COVID recovered cases, COVID mortality cases, and vaccination records, vaccination status. I create several modules and I create some 2 to 3 tables. And in that tables, I create client script, business rule, everything, right? Let us assume. Now it is important that before I do any of the development work, I need to keep an update set and make it as current. So, and I can forget about it. I do not have to come and see and every time is it refreshed, nothing. Just for testing or demoing, I'm showing it to you every single time. You can forget about having this update set because you've already created and kept it as active. Now, whatever you have done, like that COVID tractor tables, modules, client script, business rule, everything will be captured here. So probably I will end up creating like 300 customer updates. Like 300 means like not 300 tables, like one table is one customer update. Inside that you create five fields. Okay. Then it is five customer updates. So again, for that five fields, like let's say you create a UI policy, you create three UI policies. Again, it's like 2 plus 5 plus 3. So every record you do right click and save, it creates a new customer update for that. Now I have developed that and I want to share it with my friend or I want to push it to production. Now what I will do is I will go to the state complete and do a right click and save. Before I do a right click and save, just watch this option. There is something called merge and scan, right? I'm not bothered about this at this point. I'm doing a save, the form reloads and I can see that. Okay, and can see that there is one more link that says export to XML. This is an important point. So you have to take an export to XML. And now if I just share this file, it's an XML file. If I just share this file with any of my friends, then they will be able to import that in their instances. Like for example, let us say we have Venkatesh and we have Rahim. So Venkatesh developed an more application called COVID Tracker. So he wants to share it with Rahim. So you can just give that update set uh, XML file to Rahim. So Rahim has to do some 2 minutes job of importing that update set in his instance. So whatever Venkatesh has done in his own instance will now be reflected on Rahim's instance. Right? That work is for just training. I'm saying this example, but on company scenario, update set is used to move your work development activities from one instance to other. So as I told you, a company has a production, development, test, and so on, multiple instances. So when they want to move the work from one instance to other, they will use this update set functionality. Right? So from today onwards, when you start developing any work, make sure you have an update set. So and you do not have to create update set daily. Just keep on update set. Make sure it is marked as current and make sure it shows up, in this place. uh, in order for this to show up in this place, you have to go to developer from the right gear icon and enable this show application picker in header, show update set picker in header. That is what is important. So there you can see what is the current update set that we are in currently right now. And once the update set is complete, you will not be able to keep that as current update set. So that is why right now it does not shows in the drop down. Previously it was showing, right? Since we have marked it complete, it no longer shows in the drop down. Any questions so far?
One show how to create the updates.
How to create an update set, right? Okay. Update set. There is something called local update set, right? Local. You give new. You go to the table and you give new test development v 2.0 something. Okay, it can be any name. So it is by default in progress. So I just click on the button called submit and make current. Don't give submit, just give submit and make current. So if you give submit and make current, it will automatically become your current update set. It says with the info message that your current update set has been changed to tst dev v 2.0, right? And you can see it on the top bar also. Now you can forget about this. You can just continue with whatever development activities you have. And finally, at the end of the day, if you click on this booklet bar, you will be able to see that all of your activities are captured in the update set. Right? Is that clear?
Yes. Also, if I export this XML and share with someone else, how can they
How do
import?
they? Mm,
Import, yes.
um, okay, so now I have exported this one, right? Can someone give your instance? I can import the same thing in my instance itself, but it will be nicer if you give one of your instance. Um, can I have one of your instance URLs and username and password? Okay, so in the meantime, you get that ready or something. I can show you how you do it in your own system. Okay, but it will be more sensible if I do it in somebody else's system. Only then you will see that okay, the changes are reflected. But I can show you just the steps. I can show you. So the plan is you need to retrieve the update
So,
sets in your update system, right?
so after
Okay.
logout, the default will be changed, right? In the update set, or it
No,
will be
no, no.
same.
It will be same. It will not be changed unless and until you close your update set. You mark your update set as complete. Okay, so here for Venkatesh, it is no longer showing. I will just click on gear icon, go to developer. I will just enable this show update set in picker. So right now for him, it only shows default because till date he has not created anything, right? Which is fine, no problem. So he has to go to retrieved update sets. So the purpose of this is we are going to retrieve an update set, right? So there is a module called retrieved update set. So if you over itself, it tells you the like a hint. It tells you update sets that have been pulled from another ServiceNow instance, right? Now this is nothing because he has not pulled any update set from any other instance. Now we will do that. There is an hyperlink called import update set from XML, and what we already have is also an XML, right? So I'll click on this. So I will go to downloads and choose that specific file, and I will give upload. I will just have to wait for a second, and you can see a field called state, right? So it says loaded. Now I have to open up this record. So there is something called preview. Preview means it will look for any errors or any concerns in the update set. Before committing the update set, system will look. When you click on the data, system will look at that. It says that there is one error. Okay. So what does it say? Could not find a record in sys application for column referenced here. If you remember what are the things that I captured in my update set is, I captured a notification, like I just changed a like I just changed the assign who will receive. I will just added my name to who will receive in notification. This notification is something that is already available in your system, so it did not create any error. Whereas in this module is something that I created by my own, right? So that is fine, that is fine, but the other concern is that this module also contains components of other tables, meaning it contains application menu, right? This is coming from another table. You can see, right? Sysapp module is this table. Sysapp application is the other table. So system is telling you that, I will repeat. This is what I captured in update set, right? I just removed the role. So this table is sysapp module. You can find that my customer update record is sysapp module. But the problem here is that it is referencing another record in another record from a different table, which is nothing but from a table called sysapp application. So now with this knowledge, just read the error message. It says could not find a record in sysapp application table for one of the column called application referenced in this update. You understand, right? So what I should have done is, while capturing an update set, I should have captured this as well. At that time, if I had done like that, there would not be any error. But since I did not capture this one, I just captured this alone, it shows me an error. Now I can choose one of these options. For now, I will give accept remote. Accept remote in the sense I'm telling the system, okay, that's fine. Whatever is available, just retrieve that. That's what you call it as accept, right? Again, I'll repeat again. Accept remote is because you say, oh, I understand there's an error, but whatever is the limited data that I've captured, just push that for me. I'm giving that instruction to my system. Now that it says that all the problems have been addressed, you can click on commit update set to continue. After committing the update set, okay, this you don't worry. Subscription management, this is about cost and licensing. You don't worry about this yellow notification. So I click on commit. I have to wait for another couple of seconds. So this timer depends on how large is your customer updates. If it's like 2000 records or something, it will obviously take some 5 minutes. It is just small 2 records, so it will take a fraction of a second. Now this is done. You could find the changes applied here. Okay, you can't see the module yet because he does not have the roles that we have defined. Um, so you can't see it in the left navigation. However, if he goes to the table sysap module.list and he can give updated Z2A, he will be able to see this table. You will be able to see this module that was developed. But it will be in kind of a broken structure. So why do I say it's a broken structure is because um, there is no application. In my update set, there is no application mapped. In my update set, the table, I created a table, but it was not captured in the update set, right? So you can see that the table is also like kind of broken. It tells you that application menu is empty, right? And in link type also, it doesn't show you the proper table name. Instead, it shows you with the backend name. Whereas in here, you can see that it shows properly. The reason is because the referencing table was also not captured as part of my update set. These are all extra information. But again, coming back to your question, you just have to click on retrieved update set, click on import update set XML, push the file, upload the file whichever you download, we have taken already, and there will be 2 buttons called preview. If there are any errors due to some negligence or some half finished activity, you might end up getting an error. So give appropriate solution like accept remote or skip remote. That and all I can explain you further when we jump into more of development activities. And finally, if there are no errors, right away there will be a button called commit update set. So you just have to click that commit update set, job done. Whatever the changes that you expected will come back in your system. Right? Any questions on this?
Also, my current theme is another color, but it's showing the basic color for you. Why it's like that? So you logged in with my credentials only, right?
Right. So probably, when you try to log in from a different machine, at that time it shows up a general settings. So this settings are theme settings are like user personalizations, right? So user personalizations might reflect only to the current instance of the user.
You got it.
Right. Anything else? All right.
So we
So,
add roles to the groups,
mm,
and for the groups we add users, right? For
correct. We
assigning
added
roles to
members.
them.
So
So
there are roles,
particular
inheritance concept.
means for some users will give only certain, I mean, individual roles, right? For that, we should give personally or
Yeah, you can use both the options, but it is as a best practice, right? It is not wrong to directly give the roles to the users, but as a best practice, like um, see, somebody requires a role because they have a responsibility, right? Let us say you need a change manager role. It means that you are a change manager, right? You need to have the responsibility of a change manager. So there will be automatically already a group created called change manager. If not, you can create one, and after that give this group membership to the user that you're looking for. Again, it is not that it is wrong to give direct roles. If you have a requirement that it has to be given directly, you can give no problem. But I'm talking about best practices, in organization structure, as in terms of reporting and documentations, and aligning as a process. At that time, this is a more viable solution. Any query? All right, I've stopped my screen share. So you have 2 days of time. Just focus on to more of practice sessions, and you have Srinivas document, right? The ServiceNow Live First Edition. Refer to the exercises that is available in the system, and refer to the recordings, and spend the 2 days, of course, in your leisure time. Just make use of the time and do some exercises. As
That's right, yeah.
if, I mean, yesterday I was created a new instant that was not captured in update set. Why?
Did you create an update set? Oh, you
Yes,
created what?
I, incident, a new incident.
Okay, so there is a difference between data and there is a difference between configuration. Only configurations will be captured in update set, not the data. When I say data, creating a user record, creating an incident record, creating change, problem, or changing the state, these are all data inside the system, right? But when you say configuration, like changing the layout of the form or creating a new business rule or creating a client script or creating a table, creating a new field, creating notification, all these are configurations which will be captured in updates, right?
Okay,
See,
okay,
creating an incident is a development work, no, right? But creating a
yes,
client script or creating a UI policy is the development work, right? So put it on simple terms, all the development works will be captured in updates.
okay. And one more doubt is,
Mhm.
yesterday after done certain changes that you, I mean, the state is changed to complete, right, for exporting XML.
Mhm.
For that, you exported in your instance, I mean, in your personal
Um,
PC, right? In your, I mean,
in my
personal
computer, correct,
store, in store.
correct,
But
correct.
if I want to share that XML to my colleague or my, I mean, some other persons, how to do that?
Okay, that
How we can
downloaded
share?
XML, the downloaded XML, you have to attach in an email or you have to send it in WhatsApp, some other file formatting place. There you have to give them that file. Once they receive that file, they will be able to take care. And if that person is your colleague, and as long as he has access to your developer instance, you can just create a user account for him, give him the credentials. He will be able to download it by himself. Right? Two things.
Okay,
One is this way and the other one is that way.
yeah, okay, fine.
Alright. Anything else?
Hi, Lakshmi.
Hey, hi.
Actually, I have a concern, while uploading the classes in that Google Drive, can you specify which topics you have covered in that class? and then explain what you are going to tell, and then you can. Yesterday we are doing some exercises. We are unable to find on which class which topic we have covered.
Okay, so if you look at that PDF file, right?
Yes.
Chapter 1, let us go through chapter wise, okay? So chapter 1, 2, 3, 4 and all is completed. 5 is
But
completed.
UI policies you didn't cover that scripting side, and whereas comes to data policies also.
Okay, data policies we did not touch at all actually.
Yeah, but means there is a difference, no? Interlink with the UI policies and data policies, no?
Yes,
Yesterday,
yes. Yes, data policies we've not at all started. I just gave you an heads up on what is a data policy versus what is a UI policy. In
yeah,
UI policy, everything is done except for making use of that two places wherein executive true, executive false. There are scripts. So that involves scripting. So I thought probably after I take client script, it will be more relatable for you. But I'll show you today.
okay.
I'll show you the scripting part in UI policy today so that that gets covered. Right? So let me share my screen.
Your voice not properly audible.
Okay, is it better now?
No, lot of
Is it better?
background is coming.
You're getting noise?
Yes, kind of
Let
fan is on or crrr.
Okay. Let me check my headsets. Probably that could be the problem. Give me a minute. Okay, tell me if it's better now.
Still, it is having some little disturbance. Yeah.
Mhm. How about now?
It's like a fan is on kind of thing is coming.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, I'm taking up a sample incident. So and we'll cover up, the UI policy script sections. And like a recap, I'll tell you right now we are in self-service view. Only because of that, you're able to see limited number of fields in this. When you change it to default view, you will be able to see even more fields in that. To configure all on the right click of the form banner. Okay, so in that, let me look at the UI policies. Okay, so this is something that we did 5 days ago, right? Now, as you should be aware, the UI policies are capable of making a field mandatory, visible, and read only. It is only to this much, then absolutely fine. But if your requirement is little bit extended, as in you need to set the value based on your UI policy, or you need to show an alert message, or you need to show an info message, something around that. You might want to use script. So at that time, there is a related link called Advanced View. You'll have to click that.
Yeah, now, previous testing class we had disabled it. Let us activate it again back. Now let us say that not just it has to make the fields mandatory. Also, I need to give them an alert message stating, "Hey, look, you need to fill up this form in the field called description." So what I'll do is I can see that there is another section called script that got enabled. I can go and enable the run script checkbox. Now it will open up another two fields called executive true and executive false. Right? So what is the meaning of executive true and executive false is, uh, as I told you, there is a checkbox called reverse false, right? So as long as this checkbox is checked, when short description contains SAP sales, when the condition is true, what script it should run, and when the condition does not satisfy, meaning the short description ulta. What is the ulta? Does not contain SAP sales. At that time, the whatever the script that you have written in here should execute. It's recording, right? All right. So I will put up an alert. So you have a lot of script syntax. I can demo you one after the other so that it gets to your mind. So when you want to show an alert as a pop-up or something, so you put ALERT parenthesis, finish up with a semicolon, and inside the parenthesis, probably a double quotes or single quotes doesn't matter. You put whatever message you want to send them, like short description contains SAP sales, hence description is mandatory. Please fill in before saving the form. Okay. Now, in rewards of false, I'm giving does not contain SAP sales, mandatory. Something like this. I click save. So let's test this alert functionality. So as you said, as you saw in UI policy action, it is only capable of setting mandatory, read-only, and visibility, right? So you will not be able to accomplish any alert or info message or setting of values. All that can be done here.
Ma'am, your screen is not visible.
Tell me again.
Your screen is not visible, madam.
Is it for everyone? For me, it says screen is being shared.
No,
No,
it's
it's
visible
fine.
for. So once exit the meeting and once rejoin, bro.
Okay.
Okay. Now, technical note is mandatory by default. Like in right-click configure dictionary, we have kept it as mandatory. Fine. If you remember, instruction is nothing but description, right? Last time we changed the label of description of incident table to instructions. So that is what is it. Now, what is the keyword that they have given? SAP sales. Let me remove that. Then let me remove the word SAP sales. Once they are removed, tells me that short description does not contain SAP sales and description is not mandatory. That's an alert message. Now again, I introduced the word SAP sales in the short description. Now it says short description contains SAP sales. Like whatever the alert message that I've given, that comes up. That comes up only the one that is available in executive true. Any questions with the alert message? So just try to understand the syntax. Alert, parenthesis, and inside that double quotes and whatever text that you want to place. Now let's add one more client script. Probably we will enforce the system itself to set the value of the description. So before starting with the syntax, all these are form values, right? This is the form. So what is the syntax that is?
there is an API called glide form. Glide form. In scripting, you would call it as G underscore form, everything in small cases. G underscore form dot. So under that G underscore form dot, you have several methods, right? You have these many methods. Probably I'll explain 5 to 6, and in client script, I will explain the complete set of things. So anything that you want to do in a client script, only you have to remember what is the functionality of add decoration, what is the functionality of add error message, what is the functionality of add info message. Only that much is enough to play around with the form level client scripting. Now, probably I will use a method called set values. Here you see set values, right? And okay, so any parenthesis has to finish up with a semicolon, and inside set value, you require two parameters. Which field you want to set, right? So I want to set the field called description. You can either put it in double quotes or single quotes. And afterwards, you enter your field name with the quotes. Now you put up a comma and you say what you want to set it up with. It can be either double quotes or single quotes. So I'm saying that um, something like this. I'm trying to set the value of description with the wordings, details of it, right? So I'm going to give it a save. Now, anytime you change an UI policy is some client-side action, right? You will have to reflect the form, reload the form, only then you have to test it. Otherwise, it will not be reflected right away. Okay. You can see that when the form loaded itself, it got appended with the description, got appended with the keyword, details of the incident, right? So in executive false, I will do similar g underscore form dot set value. It's camel case. V is capital, okay? Double quotes. So here I'll put okay. So same setting of values, but I'm giving the different text. And when you see every time I load the form, that alert message is coming up, right? That is reason is because we have kept on load is true. So let me uncheck that. And I've unchecked on load. And in execute if true, I have kept this alert message and set values. Same wise in executive false, I've kept different alert message and a different setting value of the field description. So let me save this. Using out any save button in the script section will help you to save the entire form. So I'll tell you some components of this script executor. So this one is to maximize your screen, like expand the screen. And this one is to comment. So if you hover itself, it says comment, right? For example, let's say I'm on this line, and if I want to comment, I can use this shortcut. Otherwise, you can just put double slash, which is nothing but a comment. In HTML, you have comments like this, right? Like you put it comment like this, right? Similarly, in JavaScript, you use comment like this. A double slash is what we call it as a comment. If you want to comment out single lines, you use double slash, double slash. But imagine you have 100 lines of code. Among that, you want to comment 50 lines of code. How do you comment the whole set is slash star and finish up with star and slash, right? So whatever is there between these two slash star, everything is considered as being commented. Now, as I told you, this shortcut is for single line commenting and again uncommenting. And this one is to format the code as in, let's say it's like this. Mm, like it's in different order, okay? Now you do a control A, select everything, and you try to click on this. So it formats code, meaning it brings back everything to this line. If there are if loop, multiple curly braces, it will format the code and it will bring it in a proper aligned fashion. So that is the importance of this format code. And this one is replace. Like I'll repeat. So this one is replace. So I click on this. So I try to replace the word short, and then I give enter, and it asks me with, right. So I want to replace short with text. I want to replace the word short wherever it is there. I want to replace it with the keyword text. And after giving, I just give enter. So it will show me one place or after the other, wherever the field is there. Otherwise, if I feel like, oh, I want to do it for all, I'll say all. So it gets replaced everywhere. Okay. And this one is replace and this one is replace all. And this one is to use a search, a simple search, but this will search only inside your script section. Here you have only 3 lines of code, which is fine. When you have 100 lines of code, this is definitely important. And this one is like search, when you do a search, so let's say I'm looking for the alphabet T. So you might find multiple, right? So you want to check next, next, next. As I click on this next, you can see that the T, right? So right now this is where it's dark colored. It pushes to the next. Normal like your browser search. And this is again a toggle. And this is a help. Like if you want to understand what are the shortcuts I have for each thing, you can use this. And this one checks for your if the syntax is correct or something. After you have written like 30 to 40 lines of code, if your syntax is right, this one checks for your syntax. And this one is a mini save. Like as I told you, there's a right click save, there's an update which also does the same job, and you have something called save here, you have something called save. So whichever option do you use, it all saves the same thing, nothing in difference. So to recollect, I've disabled on load because I don't want this to be happening when the form loads, and I've kept a set value on executive true and a different set value on executive false. Let me reload this form because what we have written is a UI policy and it will get reflected only for the refreshed forms, not the forms that are already opened and existing in the tabs. Details of non-SAP sales incident. And again, I introduce this word, okay? SAP sales app. You can see that the description is changed, right? And let us say that I have a condition short description contains SAP sales. Inside that, I want to put another condition. For example, let me write the algorithm for you. If um, short, short description contains SAP sales but does not contains the word accessible, then set the description as details of non-accessible. Okay, I'm writing up the algorithm first, and after that I'll explain you how do we convert it to a script. So next one is else if short description contains SAP sales and also
and also contains the word accessible, right? Okay. So whatever UI policy that you have given is to just look at the wording SAP sales only, nothing much. But inside the SAP sales only alone, if it contains the word accessible, you have to set the description with a certain text. If it does not contain the word accessible, you will have to set up with a different text. If you have a requirement inside a requirement, you will not be able to accomplish in the when to apply itself. At that time, you might end up writing an extra script inside this place. So this is now we have set as an algorithm, and you know how to set the value also, but how to build scripting logic on this, right? So the syntax is if, right? If, okay, short description, right? Now let me tell you. Uh, So you are using the set value method to set the value of a field, right? Now, how do you get the value? Get the value is as simple. G underscore form dot get value, right? G underscore form dot get value. Get value of whatever field that you want to, read the value. So I'll put short underscore description. Now I have got the value, but the value that I have read or got it, I have to store it some variable. So I'll put variable, where is nothing but variable, some variable name, random name that I can keep. My variable short disk is equal to, right? So I am reading the value of short description from the form, glided form. From the glided form, I'm trying to get the value of the short description, and I'm storing it against my custom or just my variable called my short disk, right? You can just put AAA, anything. I'll put SB. It can be uppercase, lowercase, doesn't matter, but it should not be with space. Like you should not put it like short space description, because as you can see this is in blue color and this got into black color, right? So if you want to use two separate words, probably use an underscore, not even hyphen or anything, no semicolon, nothing. Whatever is accepted is uppercase, lowercase, and underscore. Only these three are accepted when you try to keep a name for your variable. Now you've got this. So let us try to build the logic. If short disk, right? I will put it without quotes. Why? Because it is a dynamic variable. It is no more a static text, right? Now, if short description contains, right? There's a difference between contains and equal to. So if I try to say if the short description is equal to test, then I can put this equal to operator. But my current requirement is if it contains, right? In ServiceNow scripting, contains means index of. That's again in camel case. The first word will be in small case and the second word starting will be in uppercase. Here O alone is in uppercase. So short description dot index of parentheses, and there you put try to put up a static string which is nothing but the word accessible, right? Greater than minus 1. So what is great? Oh, what is greater than minus 1 is, what are the numbers that are greater than minus 1? 0 is greater than minus 1. 1 is greater than minus 1. 2. Any positive integers are greater than minus 1, right? So it means set true. If that is positive, it means true, right? If it is negative, it is false. The condition is false. So I'll repeat. So we're trying to see if my short description, that is something that you have got the word accessible is true. Is true meaning greater than minus 1. Greater than minus 1 meaning 0, 1, 2, 3. All these integers are greater than minus 1. Also, they are positive. Positive means true, right? If it is greater than minus 1, then, right? So, curly braces. Whatever you want to perform at that place, you put up inside a curly braces. So, I will put write form dot set value of description as details of accessible SAP sales instance, right? Otherwise means else again curly braces, same thing, just I'm going to change the text to non-accessible. So I can see some error message kind of. So if I over it says mixed spaces and tab, that's absolutely fine. So the moment you do Control A and you do a format code, system aligns it, and that's not even error message. That is like a warning message. That warning message gets vanished off because system automatically aligned it or formatted that code. Right? So any doubt with regard to getting value and setting value? So we have seen only these two, right? In scripting, you have lot more. Uh, in client level scripting, you have lot more the other methods called add declaration, add error message, add info message, all of that. So every single thing I will explain you when we cover the client script sections in detail, which would be probably tomorrow's response. But otherwise, to give you an idea, whatever script that you can use in client script, that you can absolutely put it here, and obviously put it with some logics when and there required. So I'm going to save it. I'll demo whatever we have done now. I will reload the form again because again this is a UI policy. Now I will remove the word accessible. Right? I had removed the word accessible. So you could see that this is with the details of non-accessible SAP sales incident, right? Now I will again introduce the word accessible up here. Okay, I am supposed to get the fine. The accessible spelling that I've given here is wrong. That is the problem. Okay. Now I remove the word accessible. You can see that the description got pasted like this. Again, I will introduce the word called accessible. Okay, so I'm expecting it to print my description as details of accessible SAP sales incident, but it still doesn't change. Let me try and debug what is wrong with that. So what I can do is I can put alert inside alert description. So here if you see, I will not be putting up a double quotes. Reason is because here I'm putting double quotes is because it's a static string, right? Whereas here it's dynamic, meaning it is a variable. Whatever is the data I'm reading from this variable, that only I'm printing. So I don't have to put double quotes or single quotes, nothing. Now I want to read the short description, and also I want to see Alert. Okay, so this will print me the, give me an alert of the short description. This is going to give me the alert as true or false inside. Let me save this. So generally, you can use a alert message as a debug, debugging method in when you're developing scripts as well. Okay, right now I have removed the word accessible. Okay, I'm trying to remove the word accessible here. This is the first info message that we have kept here, which is fine. And it gives me false, right? False is because here we are validating. If the condition satisfies, it will give you return true. Otherwise, it will return false. So here we've got a false, which is fine. I'll try to introduce the word accessible. Okay, it isn't changing, but I can check this later and then inform you. But as you could see, this first alert brings you the short description text and convert. Sometimes you could be ending up reading an integer value, but you want to compare it with the text. At that time, this dot to string will help you. And again, we are validating here, right? So in validating, we wanted to do an extra validation. So like to be double sure, we're trying to convert whatever we have received in short description and with converting it to toString, and then we are checking the does the text that we have brought and after that we have converted into string, does it contains the exact keyword accessible. So index of means contains. So if it is great contains, then return something, otherwise return something else. Any questions in this?
Then both script and when to apply, can we run both parallelly? Like in when to apply, we can put mandatory and script. We can put these.
Yes.
We can set
If you
value.
Yes, if you see, these two are actually working parallelly. Whenever this condition satisfies, so it will also, in addition to that, it also process whatever you have written in your UI policy action. So it happens in parallel. So, but just that you will have to make sure that you are trying to set the description as mandatory true, and you should not try to make the description as mandatory false inside this, so that it will conflict. Whatever statement you're giving here will conflict here, so that might become an issue sometimes. Sometimes for some people, the order of the execution will this one will first execute and this one will second. So
Yes.
whenever the condition satisfies, the script and the UI policy actions runs in parallel, but the order is not exactly script first or UI policy action second, not like that. It can run in any order. Uh, so both the content, the script section also executes, and the UI policy action, whatever you have defined or declared, also executes. You just have to make sure that you do not put contrary statements, like exactly opposite statements in UI policy action in script.
Okay, okay, got it.
All right. So with that, your UI policy gets over, but there's a lot of thing to explain in script, which will be covered in the client script section, right? Um, any questions with UI policy with regard to on, load, inherit, global, reverse, false, conditions, UI policy actions, and in script? Okay, I forgot to mention one thing. So you see something called run script in UI type, right? There you see desktop. Desktop is something that you understand. Any browser version in the laptop or computer machine. All is a script which I want to work in both the places, regardless of this one mobile or service portal, right? And let me tell you, um, so you have everybody have an app called ServiceNow in Play Store. You would find it in both Android and in your iPhones as well, in your Android phones and in your iPhones as well. Just look for the app called ServiceNow. You will see a lot of duplicate app they have built. Just look for the ones which has multiple downloads, and there will be some kind of a verified note mentioned there. Download that app, and in that app, you put this instance name and put your user ID and put your password. You will be able to log into this account, this instance, this account. Similarly, your own instances, you will be able to log in. Similarly, company instances also, you will be able to log in. Let us say you work for an XYZ company. So you put xyz.servicenow.com, and then you give your username and password in that app. You will be able to log in, right? Now, from a developer perspective, to test something from the mobile functionality, uh, I mean, you need not necessarily take up a phone and see how does the functionality looks in phone. Instead, the URL is there, right? So we have put dev so and so dot servicenow.com slash dollar dollar m dot do. Dollar m represents mobile, dot do represents like execute. So you would be able to see the mobile version of this instance. Give it a time to refresh. So if you log into your mobile after downloading that application, you will see exactly same like this in your mobile phone, and on the top right corner you will have option to log out. This switch to desktop is available because system recognized that we have used $m.do and we are doing. Otherwise, the switch to desktop will not be available in your phone. Except for that, everything is same as you see in your phone. And here I give more details, so I will be able to update or modify any of my user data. Right now I can save this up. This is taking some time because photos does not get rendered easily in the mobile version, and since we have the photo on the form layout in our user profile, it is taking some time to load on that. And all these can be done, and you have a save button if you want to change something and save it. And like if you want to jump into the menus again. Now this one is your favorites. This one is your normal search navigation. You can see that I am being an admin. I am not able to see as much of data as I see in my uh, native interface. So this is what you call it as native interface, right? Native. And this is mobile interface. There is another interface called portal interface, which I'll explain in a minute. So in native interface, you can see that There's lot of modules, like nothing less than 100, right? That's what I feel. But in mobile interface, I see probably some 20 to 25, only that much, right? Now I will also tell you how this is handled. Here you can see that my custom table non-extending, my custom table extending, all these are also coming up. User vaccination data and other out-of-box module, other existing company modules, everything is there. So obviously you can do whatever you want to check your requested items. So everything on phone itself you can access. So this is with mobile version, right? Now you're writing a client script or a UI policy script, and you want that to be worked only on desktop version, not on mobile version. You will just give it as desktop. But if you want your script to be working on mobile only, you will give it as mobile. If you want your script to be working on both the versions, you will give all, right? Any questions with how do you access mobile version from your desktop or probably install it in your phone? Any questions on that? Right. Now, I have told you what is a desktop version, what is a mobile version. Let me tell you what is a service portal version, right? So in left navigation, if you type service portal, so here's something that you created as service portal home, right? So you click upon there, it takes you to a new fresh kind of a customer page. So this is what you call it as a portal. This is primarily given to people who are end users, nothing but whose role is just to raise tickets like incidents, raise concerns as incidents, raise requests as request catalogs, or probably read through knowledge articles, or probably approve the subordinates tickets, probably directors or some basic level employees. So if their functionality is very limited in ServiceNow, they are all expected to use the portal. Like they don't have to worry what is in the left navigation, nothing, right? They have probably some 6 buttons on the top and some 4 to 5 modules on the content bar. They can access whatever is required for them inside that. And if they can't find it, they can use the search option. They do not have to worry about like, oh, what is this field, that, this, nothing. So this is what you call it as a portal view. So again, enabling this will also make sure your so same incident form you can still view it in your portal, right? So at that time, this validation should happen, and would you want to the script to run during the portal also? At that time, you give it as mobile/service portal. Now I want my script to be executable at all places, so I'll just give all, and I'll do a right click save. Further questions?
Uh, Ma'am, is indentation matters here in script?
If indentation is,
Is indentation matters in script spaces?
it will not throw you an error or such thing, um, but always do the job.
Okay.
See here you can see that like I can keep it like this, one I can keep it like this, doesn't matter. But what you'll have to be sure is like this and this cannot be on a different line, right? Like these cuts are problem, otherwise these are all is fine. It is not an error or something, but it will spoil the aesthetics or probably debugging measurement of the script. So that's why you do after you work on the script, don't worry about anything, do a control A and you do a format code.
The format code will take care of your indentations.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So as per chapter wise, after UI policy, you have data policies. Um, but I want to explain data policies probably after business rules, because as I told you, client scripts and UI policies are UI. UI means user interface, right? Client means of course user interface or client side. Both are same family. It acts only on the client level. Policies work on the server level. Uh, business tool means it's a server side. It's also a server side scripting. Um, I can show you as probably a heads up. In data policy, you do not have anything much extra. It's exactly same as how you have in your client script, except that I think I explained to this session to this particular batch already. How this checkboxes work. So if you want the same data policies to be working on as in client level also, you will enable this. And in terms of integrations, if you want this, validations to be done on integrations also, then enable this. And import sets means Excel upload of data. So that's what you probably call an import set, or probably from integration you're trying to upload bulk data, so that you call it as import sets. At that time you want this validation or the data policy to be running, you will put this. Now, so it says state is one of resolved or closed at that time. Close codes and close notes. Close codes is nothing but resolution codes. Close notes is nothing but resolution notes. These are mandatory, right? Now let me do one thing. I will change the state to resolved. And these two are mandatory. This is the reason is because this checkbox is true. Let me uncheck this and save it. Right now I'm on data policy, okay? I will change the status to resolved. Now I have changed the status to resolved, but you no longer see the resolution code and resolution notes mandatory. The reason is because your data policy is still active, the functionality which will utilize this particular configuration, the condition validation and this policy rules execution on the client level, right? I have unchecked this. So it will um, no longer be done on the client level. But however, I'm trying to say that I will not be able to save this without filling up these two fields. So I'm trying to save this. You can see that data policy exception. The following fields are mandatory: resolution codes and close notes, right? So this means that data policy works on the server side, meaning when I change it to resolved, I did not have any restriction to fill up, to save this form. The reason is because all this, what I'm doing right now is client side, right? But the moment I give right click save, or the moment I give update or resolve any of these button clicks, what happens is the form is getting tried to get saved in the server side, meaning to the database. The database is trying to save the form. At that time comes in the picture your data policy. So your data policy says that when the state is one of resolved or closed, it is mandatory for these two things to be mandatory, right? So in out of box they have kept it here also. UI policy uses UI policy on client, because I mean, this requirement should work on client side also. So let us have like this. So that is how they've kept it. Example. Now that I have enabled this one, right? So you can see that when I changed my state, it will automatically. Let me refresh. Is this saved? Yes, it is saved.
So just now I've refreshed. So I'll put it as resolved. Now I can see resolution code and resolution notes are mandatory. But imagine a developer goes and uh, imagine these fields are never available on the form levels. So those are available. There are several sections, right? Incident is one top section. Underneath you have three subnodes, related records and resolution notes, resolution information. So whatever right now we're looking for are available in resolution information. Okay, from the resolution information, I'll remove the resolution notes and resolution code, and I'm going to save it. Now, even if I change it to resolved, since it is not at all available in the form, right? So you could end up in a scenario like this. It is client level mandatory. But however, if the form value itself is not available in the layout, then client script will not work, right? At that time, your data policy will come into picture and it will save you. So when you try to save, it will still show up an error message, right? So data policy is not something that is dependent on the client side. It doesn't matter you have that value on your layout or not. It doesn't matter. When you save that form in the database level, like when there is an entry or an update received at the database level, the system is going to check, look out for the data policies and look out for the matching condition, and accordingly evaluate the rules available and enforce them, right? So any questions with this data policy thing? I will repeat it the same exactly as UI policy, but extra thing is that data policy works only when the form is saved. But if you want the data policy to be working on the client side as well, you just have to enable this checkbox true. Otherwise, it does the exactly same job as UI policy, a client level UI policy. But just that the difference is the validation and the enforcement of the data policy rules happens only when the form is saved, not when the form is loaded or not when the value is changed, nothing. Because the loading of the form and all is client level, and um, changing of values and all is client level. At that time, we do not bother. Only, and if you want the data policy also to be functional as a UI policy, you do not have to create a separate UI policy as such. You just enable this checkbox, it will do the purpose. Right? Any questions? All right. So if you look at the exercises sheet in our ServiceNow live, that particular PDF. So as of today, we've covered 10 classes, 10 chapters, 10 chapters, and we have covered here and there from the other chapters as well. But as we go through the particular syllabus, we will look at them in detail. So tomorrow we'll go the same syllabus. Tomorrow I'll take metrics and related list, and probably if time permits, SLA definitions as well. And if you see in chapter 15, probably after 4 classes, we're supposed to take update set, but I took them a little earlier because I want you to understand whatever the development you do, I want you to do it with the update set so that it gets captured in your update set, right? But there are obviously few more things to add up to your update set topic, which can be covered later. So if there isn't any questions for today, I think we should be good to close the session for today. And by the way, I will try to restore the form. All right, guys. Thanks for joining the session for today. Bye. Take care. Just someone joined now. I think Venkatesh. So Venkatesh, we are retaking metrics and relationships for today since the last session is not recorded. So the current section is being recorded. So chapter 11 is metrics and 12 is relationships, right? We'll get into metrics. Generally, in English, what do you call metrics? Metrics is something that you want to, it's kind of a report, or you want to have some data, probably regarding time value or how much time it took, how much people it took, a lot of things like that, right? Metrics is generally called as a data report, something like that. Similarly, in ServiceNow also, so let us say I'm telling you, I want a report of I'm telling you, I'm giving you a requirement. I want a report of how much time has been taken uh, by the person called system administrator to work on a. Okay, there's only three fields. Let me change the view to default view so that I will see multiple fields here. And even after that, if I do not get anything, I will choose personalized list and bring things to the right. Okay, so there are few tickets that are worked by Beth Angelin, right? So I will filter down to that. I can see that there is one ticket closed by them. So let us say somebody asks you, hey, can you just tell me how much time the Angeline has taken to resolve the incident number 21. So generally, what would you do is you will just bring on the created or opened. Created minus opened, right? So this one. I'll do a filter, filter to show matching to show only this record. So created to resolved. So resolved minus created will give you that time. In addition to that, you see something called auto generated numbers, right? So this should be in in seconds, I guess. Let me do seconds to hours. Days, maybe 84 days. If I put days, it tells me that it is 84 days. Hmm. So I'm trying to see if this is microseconds or milliseconds or okay, this is not possible for a millisecond. I think it is seconds. So it is 84 days. So if you calculate the difference also, 11th of December, okay, 11th of December to 11th of January is 1 month, to 11th of February is 2 months, which is 60 days, and then 11th to 22nd. Okay, so it approximately comes to this 84 days count, right? So you can see that system has automatically calculated the difference between this date and this date, created minus resolved, and it has stored it in seconds. So you might be able to bring out a difference and give your management a report. But honestly, if you look at the incident, there could be a possibility that this incident was assigned to Beth only 2 days before the result date, right? So at that time, it is a wrong matrix. Okay, there isn't any scenario with this incident, but there could be a possibility wherein originally it was assigned to Mr. David Lu or something, imagine, and then it stayed on the queue until December fully it was on David's queue. January fully it was on David's queue, and then finally on February 1st it was assigned to Beth Angeline. Now, if you see honestly, how much time that Beth Angeline took to resolve this ticket is probably 27 days, right? But the report says 84 days, which is incorrect. Now, how do you determine? You cannot just open every single incident and look at the activity logs and identify, okay, when was this ticket assigned to them, and when was it reassigned to somebody, and the final reassigned person took how much time. So that you will not be able to find it uh, unless you look at each of the every records, open them, right? That is a complex work. This is one example. The other example is same with assign to, let us say for assignment group, right? It could have been stayed on service desk for 1 week, and then they would have reassigned it to Outlook team, and Outlook team would have resolved. But genuinely, Outlook team took only 1 week. But if you see the difference between created and resolved, it would say 2 weeks, right? But the actual time took by the Outlook team is only 1 week. Now, for such scenarios, how do we determine? So I have given you example for a change of values in assignment group and assign to. We can also identify how long it was in P5 and how long it was in P4, how long, right? That definition of how long it was there on a particular state or a particular assignment group or on a particular assigned to or on a particular subcategory. So all these you could determine based on developing metric definitions, right? Any questions with regard to why do we need metric definitions? Whatever explanation I, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Now let us identify how do we create metric definitions and how it is useful at the end. So I go and type metric in the left navigation. So under metrics application module, I see definitions and I see instances. Definitions is what is available to the admin or the developer, and we will create definitions. And whatever is the end output result will come up in the instances, right? So let us look at the development of definitions. So there are several definitions created for several table. For easier note, I can explain you the ones that are available for incident. So everything on the top says test, 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 right? Before loading. The reason is because our in branding editor, my title bar I've kept test, test. That's why it says like that. I will give you field level non-scripted explanations first. Okay. So you don't have to write any script when you have enabled the timeline and when you have defined the table and the field, right? And if you have put field level duration, if you put script level script calculation, you might have to put scripts. But this basic one I'll explain. So this is just a developer name that you give, and this is a auto-generated number. Like for instance, for every record, how system is automatically generating new numbers, like that. And this is one is the name that you might want to see in the related list, like in incident table in the bottom. What is the name it should say? That is what is this one.
So
And
we can
then
keep any. There is no naming convention for name, right? We can keep anything.
yeah, you can keep it anything. You can say that changes in assignee metric, changes in assignee metric. Like you can rename it like that also. It doesn't matter. And here you have table and field, like you want to track down the changes of the field assigned to on the table incident, and you want to track down the duration of the field value, like it says type is field value duration, right? So let's say the assigned to field was stored as David Lou is a one person, okay, and how long it was assigned to him. So the field value duration. So system will start calculating whenever one person's name is populated on that, and that calculation will stop only that person's name is replaced with somebody else. Like if I put David Loom and after 2 hours if I put Beth Angeline. So when I entered David Lou, the timer will start and the timer will end only after I change the value to something else. It could be Beth Angeline, it could be empty or something. So the time taken for the value to be unchanged, like how long David Lou's name was there on this field, is what it will be tracked on, assigned to duration of that particular incident, right? Similar to that, you have incident state duration, right? Incident state, and incident and assignment group. Now I will let me take any open incident. All right, this one is an open incident. Already there are 5 metrics. Okay, I will rename it to, I will change the assign to from Beth Angeline to um, Dawn Goodlife. Dawn Goodlife. And at the same time, I will also change the incident state and save this record. Previously, there were 5 metrics on the related list, right? Now, you can see there were 7 metrics created. Now, how could somebody see a matrix is, you have to do a right click, configure related list, right? So in related list, you should not check for the words like assigned to duration, nothing. All these are components of metrics, right? So you just have to do control F metrics. You should not search it for assigned to you should not search it for like assigned to duration, instance state duration, nothing. Just have to search for the related list called metrics, and this related list will bring you all metric definitions applicable for this table. For example, for incident table, you don't just have let me look at the active ones. All are active, right? You don't just have one metric definition. You have 7 metric definitions, right? So it will bring up all the metric definitions that got satisfied for this incident record. For example, here you can see the definition called assigned to duration, incident state duration, and again assigned to, and all these, right? So there was something that happened on 12 days back and 24 hours back. This is something we tested yesterday. And these two records, 1 minute ago, it was tested today, right? And I can show you. So assigned to duration. Yesterday we changed it from Fred Leddy to Beth Angeline, and we left it. After the session, we left it. It's been 24 hours. And now that we have changed from Beth Angeline to Dawn Good Life, so how long was it assigned? How long is the duration? How long was it assigned to Beth Angeline? So for that question, the answer is 23 hours and 54 minutes, right? And the calculation is complete, right? So it says calculation is complete. Whereas now that we have changed to Dawn Good Life, so the start timer has started and it will end only after I change it from Dawn Good Life to somebody else. Until then, the duration will not be populated, end will not be populated, and calculation is still running, right? So it will say false, meaning it is still running. Any question? Probably I can just change. I will duplicate this tab. I will change it from Dawn Good Life to David Lowe. Save this record. So previously you had 7 records, and for Dawn Good Life, we created the record 3 minutes ago. So let me refresh. So for refreshing, I just have to double click here. It is more than enough, or else you do a right click on somewhere on this header, and you do a, yeah. So you click on this small hamburger menu, and you click refresh list, or else you just click on this hyperlink, it will get refreshed. So you could see that assigned to duration of Dawn Good Life was for 2 minutes, right? So it started at this time and it ended at this time. So it was exactly 2 minutes. And now new counter, new duration clock started for David Lu. This is a typical example for assigned to evaluation. Like this, we have already defined it for active field, instance state, assignment group, and all of that, right?
Got it.
Okay, so this one seems to be a calculated one. So when you do a calculated one is, for example, you don't need the exact from and to, right? It's not just the duration between this to this. Instead, you wanted to subtract it from something and then populate it with a value. At that time, you would use a calculated one. Let me filter down to the ones that are scripted, and I'll show you one example. Okay, when an instant goes to okay, nice. This is a good example to explain. So there is a metric definition that was created that goes by the name to resolve duration, right? So what it does is whenever an incident goes into the state resolved or closed, calculate the duration from open, right? If you see an incident, we have multiple states, like for example, new, in progress, on hold, resolved, and closed, and all of that, right? So here also, if you see, there is two fields. One is state, and there's another thing called incident state. Do you see incident state and state? This incident state field is applicable only for incident, whereas state field is applicable for all task related records. As in, same set of fields, you will see it in problem, change, and everywhere, like common fields. But incident state fields, these are applicable only for incident states, right? Now, they want to calculate the timing only between open and resolved. So let me look at the script. So they're looking at the incident state. So incident state is greater than or equal to 6. Let us see what is 6. 6 is resolved, right? See, I just entered 6 and I gave enter. And in system, okay. And system tells me that it is resolved. So I'll put a comment and I'll say 6 is resolved. This is just for our understanding. So anything greater than 6 is number 7 is greater than 6, right? So let me see what number 7 is. Number 7 is closed. Okay, so 7 is closed. That's all. You would not have anything other than that. Like let me put 8. 8 is cancelled. Cool. This 8. I think that is it. You will not have anything for 9. But anyways, let us check. Nothing for 9. When I do 9 and I give enter, system does not tells me. It's just as such, right? If you're a little confused about this, I can show you. I'm doing a right click configure all. What is this number and value? It's a little confusing, right? Like if I put 8, why is it showing as closed? If I put it as 7, why is it showing as a result? So I can tell you how that data is being retrieved like that way. In dictionary entry, I will just choose incident state. Let me open this in a new tab.
Here you have choices. How many choices? You have 17 choices, like new, on, old, and all of that. Um, you remember in plugins classes, we installed a French translation. So probably since we installed French translations, it was 6 days ago, right? Yeah, you can look at the recording of July 7th. We were taking plugins classes. At that time, I installed a plugin called French translation. So the moment I installed the plugin, across hundreds of table, wherever required, it inserted by its own the translation for all the choices and everything. So you can see the updated date. It was 6 days ago. But whereas the English ones, new is in English, right? EN, language is English. It was created 4 months ago. But the other ones and all say 6 days ago, and the language says FR, which is French. This is just to give you an overview of what happened. Now, just to avoid confusion, let me filter down to English alone. You can see, as expected, we have 6 states new in progress. But for human eyes, it is new in progress. For system, these are different values. New is represented by 1, in progress is represented by the value 2, like this. For each one, we have associated a value. So when you do scripting, you should not check, oh, incident state is equal to closed. If you check like that, it will not work. It will always say false, false. You will have to check instance state is equal to 7, right? So system can read it only based on the choice values, not the choice labels, right? And what is the sequence field is, when I hover, it says where it appears in the select box, right? Nothing but, if I open up an incident, I see a drop down, right? So who said that new should come in the top and second in progress? There's a sequence, right? New for coming on the first, in progress on the second, on hold in the third, resolve in the fourth. So how it is determined is, it is based on what is the sequence that you give. So we have given 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. You can just give, like, it just has to be on incremental, right? You remember how I told for order for any client script or dictionary entry. Same like that for choice, you call it a sequence. I can put it as 10, not a problem, but I have to make sure that the other numbers are incremental. It can be 15 or 20, or this could be 18. 18 is larger number than 15, right? So this is an incremental. So I just have to make sure that uh, these are incremental. It doesn't it doesn't have to be difference of 1, difference of 5, nothing. So I can right away jump into 70, 75. It can be anything, doesn't matter, but just that you have to put on the incremental order as you want the system to be displayed, right? Yeah. So this, I just dumped into this because we were testing onto that states, how states and backend values are associated. Again, coming into the main topic of the script, right? So script is evaluating yes, right? Yes is nothing but a variable yes. So instead of that yes, I can put my state like this, okay? And I just have to make sure the same word is used here. So my state is nothing but current. Current is what? Current is incident table. Current is nothing but incident table. Incident tables, incident state, right? So incident tables, incident state is stored in the word or variable called my state. Now they're doing a validation if my state, whatever is the value stored, is greater than or equal to 6, meaning if it's either 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 whatsoever, right? But when we verified across the system, 6 is resolved, 7 is closed, and 8 is cancelled, right? At that time, it will be calling a function called create metric. So this create metric, like this is the just my own name. I can put hello call my script, right? But same function name, I have to put it here as well. So the moment system says hello call my script, it will jump into line number 10, and the syntax is like this: function declaration and the function name, uh, function parenthesis, curly braces, right? Don't be too much confused. If you understand this basics, the same scripting will repeat everywhere. It's not really complicated. Once you know at one place how to write a script, the same set of code will be repeated every single place. It's not really complex. And now, um, so when I click here, there's no underline or anything, right? But when I click here, there is an underline. So this is actually a script include. When I do a right click, I'll show again. When I hover onto here, it says me an underscore. It means that this is something else. This script is further stored in somewhere else place. So I do a right click and I do open definition. So it'll take me to a script include where I can see this function, metric exist function. Control F, metric exist, right? So there is some script up here. Now I don't want you to confuse like what is how to write this and all of that. This I will explain you separately when we come into business rules or client records. But I'm trying to tell you a point that you for metrics definitions you don't just create a direct a straightforward field value duration. But if requirement is there, you can also, if requirement is there, you can also create complicated logics using the script available, right? You just have to instead of putting field value duration, if you put field value duration, you require no script. System just calculates whenever one states move from other, right? But when you put script calculation, you can invoke any complex logic or plus a and b and minus it with c. You can do anything like that. If you
Hello,
had
I
done
just have one question.
mm,
So you changed the values of a new progress hold, right?
I did not change the values of in progress new hold. Instead, I changed the sequence values. Like
Oh, sequence. Okay.
sequence, yeah, I did not change the backend values. I would not dare
Okay.
to change it. Reason is
So if
because that
we can
backend
also change
values,
backend values, right?
no, don't change it. If you're creating a new catalog item, you're creating a new table, fine. But for incident table, don't change it. Why I'm saying is because we just bumped
Mm,
upon our script where they're using greater than or equal to 7, right? There could be
mm,
some few more business rules, few more scripting other places where they might have used oh if equal to 6, right? So if you change it here, you would have to change it in all other places wherever the script is being called, wherever a script is being called for instance state evaluation. Like if instance state is 6 or instance state is 1, there will be a script to do perform certain actions, right? If you change the backend
yes.
value, everything is messed up. Like everywhere it is being invoked or recalled, you have to change everywhere. So while creating itself, you will have to be very sure what you want to create. Like you're developing a new application, instead of creating value one, you can just put new also, not a matter, right? It is not necessary that
In yes.
I will rechange it now again, no problem. It doesn't create an
Mm,
impact. So
okay.
it is not necessary that you have to have values only as integers. It can be names also, like new like that. I can show you other examples where people would have used um names instead of numbers. Do you see? This is label, this is
Yes.
value. There's a table called AI's dictionary team, and in label they have kept draft, and the backend value is proper uppercase draft. So it is not necessary that um, you have to keep only this numbers or anything. But as I told you, when you handle with variable name or values or any backend names, there is strictly no spaces and no special characters, anything other than underscore. No semicolon, no quotation, nothing. Just underscore is allowed. Right, yeah. So coming back to this, here what they want to do is they want to calculate the difference between start date and end date. So start date is nothing but
the current means incident, right? Incident create date and end date is nothing but incident updated date. So basically, create to resolve duration, they are trying to calculate the time taken between created and updated, right? So that is what they're trying to put it here. But imagine instead of script calculation, if you just put field value duration, what will happen? What will happen is it will take the time taken between in progress to resolve or on hold to resolve, like, right, that one state to another state. It will not take state A to D, it will take state A to B, what is the time, and another record state B to C, what is the time, state C to D, what is the time, right? But instead of instead of having every split up values, they want to identify how much time it took from for state A to D, directly jumping into state A to D. I will show it again. So they're taking two fields, start and end. Start means created on, end means updated on. So they're trying to get the date difference between start and the end, right? But if you instead of using script, if you directly put, what will happen? System is gonna check the time calculation difference of progression between one state to another, not like created to resolve, right? It will, if you jump from a state in new to in progress, like 2 hours means 2 hours will be taken count. Then from in progress to on hold, if you take 1 hour, that 1 hour. So you will have end up 5 records, having one record as 2 hours, another record 1 hour, like that. You will not get a cumulative count, together count. So they so since their requirement is that they want to have a cumulative count of time difference taken between created and last updated, right, when the ticket is resolved or closed, then at that time they're trying to invoke this logic. And any questions of this is one typical example of how you could use script when you have a complete different logic. You just do not want to settle down with just the field value, field progressions. Instead you wanted a cumulative, or you wanted to, some people will want to do like this also, like this plus this minus that I wanted. There will be some math also, right, some logic. All the time you can use scripted metric definitions.
Okay, once explain from line 10th line onwards, that script.
Okay, so till this you understood, and once it calls hello call my script, it will jump into this line and it will do whatever is there in line between line 10 to 21, right? So in line number 11, uh, new is like initialization to call a script include. And if you see this word, font alone is different, right? And if you hover on, it says an underline. Wherever you see like that, you should register in your mind, oh, it's a script include, right? There's something called script include. This is all will be coming in the later session, don't get confused now. This is script include. So what you have to do is do a right click and open definition. So once I do that, took me here. Inside that, how many lines of script I have? I have 65 lines of script, but I do not have to worry about everything. I just have to look at the function called metric exist. So why do I know that this is a function? Is because it ends with a parenthesis, right? So this script include is stored in a variable called mi, and mi's function that goes by the name metric exist. So I just have to look at the function called metric exist. So here what they are doing is, there's a table called metric instance. If you ask me what is a metric instance is, hold on. You remember I showed you under metrics you have definitions where people develop definitions, and instance is where people see the result, right? See the result, like incident David Lou, start and end time 2 minutes. This is where the results is stored in. That table is nothing but metric definition. If you see the URL, you can see the table name is metric instance, right? So they're looking at the metric instance and they're saying if such a record already exists. For my same metric definition, do I have such a record already exist? Check that, and if the record exists, return true, otherwise return false, right? So uh, once if record exists, it will return. It will not proceed to line number 14, 15, nothing. It's just keep quiet and it will return. That is what instructed in line number 13. If at all this metric exists returns false, then it will if it returns true or false, accordingly it will identify whether I need to go to next line of code or not, right? If it is written true, it will return. If it is written false, then I can jump into the next line. So what this next line is, they're trying to insert a new record on the same instance table, metric instance table. So before inserting, they're trying to keep the start date as nothing but created date, end date as updated date, and duration is difference between start date and end date. And here also you have a field called see start date, end date, duration. You have a field called calculation complete, right? There's a field called calculation complete, which they're trying to set it true, and they're trying to insert the record. Any questions? If you understand the logic but just by saying, I'm happy. But don't worry that will I be able to say write the same script, that we have it in future scripting sessions. But as long as if you could understand by reading the code as far as what I've explained, I'm happy with it. That should be more than enough for now. Any questions, ask me right away.
Hi Lakshmi.
Yes, yeah.
Um, what type of metrics we need to add? How will we get to know? Like time of duration, assigned to duration, all these are there, right? So what are the types of metrics that we have? How to find out?
Okay, you have something called scripted and field value duration, right? The requirement, like we should do this plus this minus this one you're asking, right? That we will get to know based on business requirement. Business will tell you, hey, I want to know the time taken between this state and this state minus that. For example, you might end up a requirement. People want to add the time between new in progress resolved minus closed, right? If time taken between new to in progress is 2 hours, let's imagine. Again, in progress to hold is 1 hour, so 2 plus 1 3, okay? And on hold to resolve is 1, again 1 hour, so 2 plus 1 plus 1 4 hours, right? They want to
Yes.
say 4 minus on hold. On hold is something, it is not our mistake, right? It
Yeah.
is not the assignee's mistake. It is pending for some information either from caller or vendor something. It is not his problem. So they want to do a minus plus of all of these and minus of hold. Then 2 plus 1 minus 1, which will end up with 3. This
Yeah.
is one typical requirement.
Yeah. Got
This
it.
is one typical requirement. Like this, business teams will tell us. In ServiceNow, you have roles of business analyst, okay? Business analyst slash process owners. I'll tell you, like when you go into a company scenario, what kind of people will be there. There will be people called business analyst or process owners whose responsibility is to give requirements. Hey, I want like this. I want a new field like this. I want that, this, right? They will be giving requirement. Also, there will be end users. End users means the people who are getting utilized by this tool, right? They will also
Yeah.
be giving requirement. But what will happen is their requirement has to be approved by business analyst. Like anybody coming and saying, hey, I want it like this, you cannot keep on adding as and when new people come, right? You could have 1 lakh you employees using this tool. So as a developer, you will not be able to determine is it really beneficial to the business or not, any requirement that they are asking for. So business analyst will review it and say, hey, go ahead, Mr. or Miss so and so, you can develop this, right? They will also say requirement. And you have developers, which is us, right? And there are some people called techno functional business analyst. What will happen is these are typically managers or architects, like that. As in, like let us say you have 10 years of experience, okay, and you were jumped into managerial role, but also you
you have with you the benefits of technical knowledge in service now. You know to code, you know to develop configurations and everything. And also, since your managerial role or something, you know what the business requires, you know the functional aspects of the organization. So now you would be you can also do the role of a techno functional business analyst. Usually business analyst will know only process, they do not know whether something is possible or not and how much time it will take. Say they will just ask the developer, hey, can you do this, develop this for us, and how much time will it take, and is it possible or not. Now this developer can cheat or just tweak the information and say this is not possible, no, it's going to take 10 hours. Like they can do anything, right? But whereas the benefit of having a techno functional business analyst in an organization is he knows how much time it's going to take, and he knows is it possible or not, and he know the functional aspects of the business and the requirements of the business. He comes with the knowledge of both. So
Yeah.
many organization does not prefers only business analyst, they prefer in fact techno functional business analyst. So that developers don't tweak the information or take more time. Yeah, so coming back to the point, it is the business analyst or the end users or the requirement providers who give you this requirement. Our job is just to fulfill the requirement.
Okay.
As an admin also, as a developer also, um, your job is to only fulfill the requirement. But obviously you can give them suggestions, like if they ask you to do a certain way, but you know another way as a developer which could give more benefits or better performance, you can suggest them, yeah, I can do that, but instead of this I'm planning to keep it like this, is that okay? Because you have the technical expertise, right? So with that you can give that information to them. Right. So with that, we'll close for metric definitions. If you do not have any questions, and we can jump into related list. Any questions? Please ask me right away.
Once run that code and show the result.
Okay, this one I will
Yes.
refresh it so that my changes does not reflects it back here. So this one goes under the name open. So just to keep it unique, I will save it like this: open test. I have not changed anything, right? Oh, fine, right. This one will be working only when I change my state to resolved or closed. Now, just for time's sake, I will just jump from one state to another. And finally, I'll put it as resolved. Marked to resolved. Previously, there were 8 metrics available. Now it has jumped to 11. Okay. So it was originally incident state, right? I just changed it when I was trying to test it. Incident state. Okay, okay, okay. I'm refreshing it, I'm not saving it. Okay, I'm very sorry. So we were looking at this one, right? Incident state when incident goes into resolved.
add info message is something similar to alert. Okay, so just to check it, I'm keeping it like this. Okay, there is something called already called yeah. It was created 2 minutes ago, and you could see that 157 days, 6 hours, 10 minutes. I will repeat again. The name says create to resolve duration, right? So you can see that it got created 2 minutes ago, and the definition is create to resolve duration, and this is obviously on the incident 4.6. And here value is not required, because if you look at the script itself, the populating start date, the populating end date, duration, and calculation complete, only 4 fields. So as you see, 1 field, 2 field, 3 field, and 4 field, right? They do not populate value, so that's why it is empty. So start date is nothing but as they gave, it is created date, and end date is nothing but as they gave, it is updated date. And duration is the difference of start and the end, which is 157 days. Any questions? So in your this one is not developed by us; it was already available out of box. So in your PDIs, what you can do is you can go to any of the existing incident. You can just push from one state to another, and finally make sure that it jumps into resolved or closed anything. And after that, right click configure related list, bring the metrics, and just look for the definition called create resolve duration. You will find it just like you see in my screen.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
In the matrix definition screen, can you
Mm.
please go on the screen for me?
Yes.
So here we type the script, right? And
Right.
now the type is field value duration. So do we need to change the type when we type the script, or what? What should we select as a type as we are typing the script?
Okay, it has to be script calculation, but nevertheless,
Yeah,
when
that's
script is available, it will take precedence.
okay. So I don't need to change it frequently when I'm doing scripting.
No, no, it is like a one-time configuration, yeah. Like one more thing is any script development or any configuration changes, you would never do it in your production instance. You will do it in your development instance, and it will be validated in one instance called a test. In your company, let's say
Mhm.
your company is technology ABC, so it will say the instance name will say technology ABC prod,
Mhm.
and you will have another instance called technology ABC dev, technology ABC test. So any
Oh.
development you do, you will do it in development instance, and using updates you will take it to test instance, and your business analyst or whomsoever will validate it only in test instance. And once they
Mhm.
give a go ahead, or testers or business analyst, anybody who's testing, they'll say go ahead, and after that from test instance you will push it to the production. Like these script changes, we should not do it in production directly,
Mhm.
because let's say I just for debugging I kept a error message here, right? So
Yeah.
what if something like this comes up on the screen for end users, which is wrong, right? And one more thing,
Yes.
I might have just forgettingly kept another this thing, like some syntax error, and this might be error. So we cannot play around in production instance. So you would rarely or never do any changes
Mhm.
in production right away. In fact, 90% of the organization does not give admin access to developers in production, because they know that if a developer messes up somewhere in development, they will try to do a shortcut and fix it in production. So
Yeah.
you'll write some mistakes which are not identified by business analyst or testers, but later you realize it as a developer. Oh, I did that mistake. So without telling anybody,
Mhm.
you'll try to change that in production. So for that reason, 90% of the organization do not give admin access to developers in production.
Okay. Mhm.
Right. So any other
Yeah.
questions?
Yeah.
All right. So in related list of metric definitions, you can see which all incidents uh, has been utilized or for which this metric definition was triggered. This incident, this instance, and all these you can see it up here. Right. If there are no questions, I will jump into related list. We have only 10 more minutes. This is clear, right? Related list is even more simple. That can be done in 10 minutes. Now, you saw metrics, right? So how did we bring metrics here, or how did we bring attachments, these things? As you know, this is a form, and all the field values that you see inside the form are residing inside the table incident or its parent table task, right? But it is not coming from some random table like change table or cmdbci table, nothing. It is all coming from incident table. So that's why you call this as one form. And probably for users better visibility or look and feel good, you are categorizing into sections. So these are sections, right? And inside this section you keep few fields, inside this section few fields. But if you scroll down, you see something like this, right? These are called as related list, meaning these can be from the same table also, these can be from different table also. For example, you have attachments, right? Attachments are coming from attachments table. It is not an incident table. But there is one field that is common between attachment and this. That is nothing but the table society. I can show it in an example for you. Again, task SLA. This is coming from a different table called task SLA. But there is one common between this and this. That is nothing but instance ID or something. It will be there. I have pushed everything to the right so that I can identify it right away. Which field is that? So basically, when you want to develop a related list, their related list means there is a relationship between that table and this table, right? So there has to be at least one common field that is that has a connection between that and this. 1 minute, let me confirm. It's all being recorded. Yes, it is.
Uh, Everything is
Yes.
done under self-service view, right?
View is like in self-service view, only few fields will be available. View is nothing, doesn't gives you any major change. Just that, see, self-service view is for people who are the requesters. Like they don't have to see a lot of information. They don't have to see resolution notes and all of that. So in self-service view, you will see only few fields. Right now we are in default view, which is like a broader view, meaning you generally have more fields. So that is just the difference between views, nothing much.
Uh,
So for task SLA, I was trying to say that what is that one common field between incident and task SLA is that you have one field called a task in task SLA table, which is referencing to your incident table, right? So this field is the common field. So here you can see that task is equal to so and so. That's a common field, right? So only when such a condition exists, you can develop relationship. uh, when there is no common field between two tables, you definitely cannot develop a relationship, right? Let me attach a sample attachment test. So in attachment related list, right now we have nothing, right? But when I refresh, I can see there is one attachment here. So the common between these two is table sys so in attachments table is something like it can store the attachments of literally any tables across ServiceNow, right? So how it is handling that is it has some columns called table name and table society. So it puts table name is incident, right? This attachment was attached in incident table, right? And then uh, incident table fine, but on which attachment? On the attachment that has the society so and so. So as you should be aware, any ticket might or might not have a unique number. For example, incident table has a unique number which is nothing but INC number. And again, problem table has a unique number called PRB number. But if you see user table, does it have any unique number? Nothing. There's nothing called number also, right? But how can system identifier, unique identifier is this sys id, sys underscore id. So every record has something called sys id, which is unique across the system, meaning with the same 32 digit character combination, you will not find it anywhere inside this instance. Like in not just in the incident table, if you look at user table, that this nothing with the same combination, you will not find it. So this is in fact the actual unique identifier. So that is what you call it as record sys id. So it stores incident and sys id. So this is the common parameter between this and this. Task SLA number is a common parameter, right? So it works like that. And the importance of bringing an attachment related list is that, see, if you look here, you will just see the name and see the file format, only that much, right? And what else you would be able to see? You can see the image also in the activities, but you might not see what is the image size and all of that unless you download it and check in your properties of your downloaded file. But whereas here you have access to check the bytes, how much is the size and the image height, width, all these information you will be able to see. So just to bring them more idea about this, you can have this attachment related list. And again, as I told you, audit history, right? The benefit of having audit history. So for any end user, they will check the history based on the activities log in this place, right? But if you ask me if everything will be coming up here, no, it will not come up. Only the ones that are checked here, like additional comments assigned to opened by priority, sent or received email, short description, only these will be coming up here. If you look at here, there is no such thing called watch list, right? I have a field called watch list and I don't see here. So let us say I add myself or add somebody's name inside this. Okay, and I save this. Do you see anything in the activities? The activities still remains to be 17. You don't see anything. But in fact, there was an activity change, right? We added watch list. So we somebody would expect to know when this watch list was added, right? So what gives you better information is the audit history. In this, you can see that watch list was updated with system administrator and Alan Reback at this specific time. So audit history shows 78, whereas activity shows only 17. So you understand the difference, right? Activity does not necessarily has to show only show all the records. It will show only the ones that we have configured for the people to see. And if you want to change the configuration, you can do it here. Again, this is a development activity. You should not do it right away in production. This is again a development activity. But this checkbox and unchecking are user personalization, not just I and you, but in fact, end users can also do it. This can be done directly in production. Whatever you change here applies only to you. It does not impact other people. But when you see the word configure, you will have to keep in your mind whatever I'm going to do now is going to apply for other people as well. So here you have to take a pause and you have to understand that this has to be done only in development and obviously taken to test in production, right? Now that I have given you the importance of why we would need related list and all of that, if this is clear, I can jump into how do we create a related list. Any questions so far? All right, I take that as a no. So, as I told you, when you do right click configure related list, there are already like hundreds of related lists that were already auto generated by the system or created by the system. You don't have to create. But there will be few requirements wherein you want to create because that was not originally in the system. At that time, you will try to create ones. So, let me show you what are the existing available ones, right? You have these many. So, you can just, drag and drop and see what each one is capable of. But let us say you have a requirement to create new one. Related list, right? If you look at related list in left navigation, you will not get it. You have to look for the word relationship. So under system definition,
So a lot of the development works that you see will be always be coming under system definition only. So under system definition, you have something called relationships, right? So I can see 376 created. Let us look at only the ones that are available for incident table. Why I'm again showing incident table is because you have hundreds of table. If I show a configuration example in different table, at that time process wise it will not be able to understandable for you, which makes it difficult for the development. So when you learn something, learn with something, a process that you already know. So I assume incident is something a common, a basic thing, so everybody will know about it. So from there I'm trying to teach the development perspective, and whatever you learn from here you can apply to any other table, right? So if I look at how many relationship as they were we have built on incident table, there's only one. But if you ask me why do we see hundreds of things here, these are out of box and it does not require an entry in this configuration. It is, the relationship is already established, it does not have to be made an entry here. That is why. Now, I will go ahead and explain what are the each components of this table. So you have fields like applies to table, queries from table, and what is the field? Okay, applies to and queries, right? Whatever you put it on applies to will be okay. So I'll show you here. Okay. So let us say I'm trying to develop this history mm, audit history relationship. Then I will put applies to as incident table, right? Applies to is incident table, and audit history table as queries from table. And I will put current dot add query. What is that one common field between these two? I have to identify what is this one common field between these two. The common field is audit this idea. 1 minute. No. The common field is setter. Give me 1 minute. It is a reference. I'm trying to identify one common field between these two, right? So, okay. So, the one common field is not in fact a direct field. Instead, it is set dot id. Set id. Set dot id is this, right? You got it? What is this? This also you can remove. So this is the syntax. Set id, that is, it is nothing but this records id, right? So this is called set, and inside that I'm doing a dot working. So set to dot id. So set to dot id is my current sys id. So this is something already available out of box, right? But let me create a new one. Doesn't not a problem. I'll create a new one. My custom audit history for incident. This is the name I'm going to give it for my relationship. So applies to table is on which table I want this to be shown. I want this to be shown on incident table, right?
And where the data has to be queried from, I want this to be queried from this table, sys history line. So I'll type history. If I just type history, it's like too many, right? If I just type history, it's too many and it's difficult for me to search. Like I'll have to drag and drop. So I'll just put the backend name of the table, sys history line. So it's easier for me to get it now. And this code of line is it's default. Like I mean, whenever you try a new record, when I try to create a new record, it comes by default, so you don't have to worry. Now current, your current represents incident table. Current dot what is the I mean in history line table we have kept this thing, right? So I'll do a copy query so that I know the backend names of these. Add query. I'll put set.id is nothing but parent dot sys id. Okay, let me save this. It's a new record I'm saving. Now that all right. So I'll do a right click, configure related list. What is the name I gave? My custom audit history for incidents. Okay. So you see 78 here, you see 78 here as well, right? So it means that I have to put the exact logic. If my logic, like, if I put just set, it will not work. If I put like, if I put wrongly here, if I put current dot query, some syntax error in this, it will not show me this exact 78 record. Since my query is correct, it shows, right? So I've tried to replicate whatever we have it in audit history. So you can see the 78 records. So now that you have seen the result, I will quickly again explain this, okay? Whichever table you want the new relationship to be available, that you put it as applies to table. Because, whichever records that you're going to show, it is going to appear on incident table, right? So that is where you put applies to table. Sometimes you might get confused which one is applies to, which one is queries to. That's why I'm trying to say this again and again and put this on your mind. On which table you want to see this, there you put it as applies to table, okay? And the data should be coming from some other table, right? That some other table is nothing but queries from some other, right? From that you put it here. Now here the main table is incident table, right? That is where all things are going to show up. So the main table is called as the parent table, let us say. So when you want to call any values of this table, you will put parent dot parent dot. So that is nothing but parent dot sys id, right? And the other table automatic. See, you know what is a parent table? That is a main table, and the other table becomes current table, right? So current dot add query. This is syntax. Of course, you'll have to memorize. No other go. You remember how did I say g underscore form dot get value in client levels? Similarly, this is server side scripts. So current dot add query. Add query means filter. Like in current table is nothing but this from table, history line table. Add one query called filter, which is nothing but set dot id. Okay, set.id is that comma represents in mind, you put it as is parent.sysid. That's all. So how did I know set.id is because I just I went to audit history, open new window. I can see all of these records, but how do I filter down is I can see set is show specific thing. So I do a show matching, but when I do a copy query,
What do I get? I get something like EB something, right? But my incident society does not starts with EB. It starts with A9. Oh, then what is this? Again, the question arises, right? So if you see it is an underline. Underline means it is a referencing to some other table. So I open up this and I see that it takes me to another table. Here only it says incident, right? So you need to know the backend name of this and backend name of this field. So the backend name of set field is set, and the backend name of id field is id. I'll show you. Show id, right? Small case id, and the backend name of this is set. You can find it from here. I just did copy query, right? So it says set. So the value that I want to retrieve is set dot id dot walking. So the value of set id is nothing but my instance SID. Show me all the records. This is the instruction I'm going to give to my system, right? Again, repeating you, when you go into development, you like at one point of time you'll get confused. Oh, which table should I put it as applies to and queries? Just in your mind, do some mapping and logic. Applies to represents which table you want to show it, and queries table is the whichever table you want to bring the information from, right? From. And then again here also applies to is nothing but the parent table, and the other table is obviously the current table. So this is a simple logic. Like this you could create complicated logics as well. Any questions on this? All right, I take that as a no, and I'll ask the admin to record this session on the drive. um, And tomorrow, would you be able to check, check your schedules and let me know if you guys are available over the weekends? Because we are right now 1 day short because we had to retake the yesterday session again today. So we are 1 day short in our schedule. How about having some 2 to 3 hour sessions with 10 minutes break in between on Saturday or Sunday, anytime of your convenience? Just share your available slots, and we will try to pick out whichever slot is common for all of you people. So we will try to cover some 2 to 3 chapters on the same day, so that we will this is like forcing, like in future if you want to retake a session, we will still have time, right? When we take 3 2 sessions on the same day, it will be better. Just for this weekend, check for your slots, available timings, your plans for the weekend and everything. If all of you are available, I'm ready. um, I'm okay to take the sessions on weekend. So if not, we will just continue with the weekday sessions. I'll stop the recording for now.